What terrifying intuition. Despite not realizing that the German sparrow in front of you is a double, you still feel that something is amiss. Hidden in a faraway building, Klein inwardly drew a gasp. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a corresponding strategy. He controlled Senor and made the marionette reply in a deep voice. I'm also a little worried. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me from the outside once I'm out. You don't even need to ambush me. You can just wait outside. I believe that I should be the first to leave. And before that, you need to return to me my flesh and hair. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the door before your spirit body threads drift to the top of the cathedral. Panatia listened in silence and returned with a question. Then how do I prevent you from destroying the door after you leave? This is also a problem for me, the marionette answered without giving any signs of weakness. When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door, you will still be able to open it again. Panatia closed her mouth as though she was thinking through the details, but she appeared somewhat irascible and could hardly compose herself. It was as though her inclination for insanity had filled her mind. After about 10 seconds, she said again, I think a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers do not lack the means to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used before. She really isn't leaving behind any loopholes. Thankfully, the person in front of you is a fake from top to bottom. As Klein lampooned, he made Senor take out one paper figurine after another. Then, he burned them all in front of the demoness of despair. I can't be sure that you haven't hidden one, Panatia said in suspicion, still somewhat neurotic. German Sparrow twitched the corners of his mouth in a deadpan manner and said, You can try divination. Aren't witches good at that? Panatia smiled impatiently and said, The spirit world cannot be communicated with in here, and my spirituality. She didn't finish her sentence as the look in her eyes turned somewhat dangerous. Klein knew what the demoness of despair was getting at. Her spirituality had been corrupted due to half a year of eating. It was somewhat chaotic and crazy, making it give unreliable answers, especially against a beyonder that was best at divination. The two reached a stalemate, momentarily unable to resolve the problem of trusting one another. At this moment, on the roof to the left, a hoarse and muffled voice sounded. I can be your witness. German Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and looked over. Mr. A's figure grew out from the shadows as he wore a blood-red hooded robe. How will you bear witness? Klein made Senor ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and said with a deep chuckle, I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and control your condition. Once you stop controlling the spirit body threads, or if you try to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once that door you speak of opens, I'll leave your body and pass through the door before my spirit body threads are affected. Do you think German Sparrow is an idiot? Klein made his marionette curl his lips. Based on what I know, rose bishops can hide in the bodies of others, but the host will immediately die once they leave. No, using that method is to evade investigations. Therefore, there's a need to fuse with the host's flesh and blood. But there's no need to do so in this situation. I'll silently wait inside your stomach, Mr. A explained in detail. No, it's not my stomach. It's Senor's stomach. Klein made German Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretend to attempt a divination. This crazy adventurer muttered under his breath as the gold coin in between his fingers was flipped. With a ping, the gold coin flew into the air and landed in his palm. German Sparrow carefully glanced at it. From the looks of it, you aren't lying. However, you will have to leave my body before I show the special symbol to Lady Despair. If this wasn't done, German Sparrow might end up being murdered by their collusion. After all, if Panatia obtained the door-opening symbol while wielding the obsidian rock, given enough time, she didn't need to worry about any anomalies with her spirit body threads. Then, she wouldn't need help from German Sparrow at all. Mr. A's existence was only to prevent the use of paper figurine substitutes. However, German Sparrow, didn't need to be too worried if Mr. A came out ahead of time. He wasn't even afraid that Panatia would lose decorum after knowing the door-opening symbol, because if that happened, he could rely on paper figurine substitutes to avoid certain death. On the other hand, Panatia wouldn't carry out a pursuit in the cathedral. This was because she would end up being hung up with the passage of time. Hence, she needed to seize the opportunity to escape immediately. Besides, there was no way to take the obsidian rock. Gehrman Sparrow would then have no chance of any subsequent escape attempts. Although the details of this plan were still flawed, it fully considered the situation of all three parties. Panatia raised her hand and grabbed at the hair that was sliding down her sideburns when she suddenly asked, "If I were to escape first, aren't you afraid that I'll ambush you?" This was also a problem that Gehrman Sparrow was previously worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl his lips and say, "I'm afraid. But I still have other means of escape. I'll take the risk." Panatia took 2 steps in an irritated manner before finally saying, "We shall do it as agreed then." After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. "You really are a special man. A man that made me see hope. After we leave, I don't mind letting you experience what extreme pleasure is if you aren't afraid." Gehrman Sparrow shifted his gaze away with great effort before looking at Mr. A. "I have no more questions." With the sound of howling wind, Mr. A flew down and landed not far from Gehrman Sparrow. His figure, along with his clothes, rapidly melted away, turning into a sticky glob of flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the flesh and blood piled onto one another and kept compressing into a tiny stream that had the thickness of an arm. Then it flowed towards Gehrman Sparrow. Far away in a building, Klein felt somewhat disgusted as he retched. Then he made Gehrman Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into its mouth. The slightly warm but slippery feeling passed through the gullet and entered the stomach. It's heavy. However, Mr. A's flesh and blood is helping to hold up the stomach, preventing it from sagging too much. Klein inspected the marionette and made him look up at the shrouded crimson moon and say to Panatia, "Let's begin." "All right." Panatia, who could hardly withstand her urges, impatiently walked towards the cathedral's entrance. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow follow by her side and first plucked off his hair before making 2 meat tendrils grow out from his arm before ripping it out. It made blood gush out. If someone very familiar with me were here, they would definitely notice a problem because I can't deal harm to my own body so decisively. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow can probably do such a deed easily. As Klein noticed a problem and gained experience from his conclusion, he made the marionette pass through the ajar main door of the ancient cathedral. He then handed the hair and flesh to Panatia. Panatia slowed down her pace as she took out an ugly, palm-sized puppet and wiped the flesh over it and tied the hair around its thin neck. She held the cursed puppet in one hand and finally stepped through the cathedral's door. Klein immediately got Gehrman Sparrow to control their spirit body threads. As for Mr. A, as he had overlapped with the marionette, it wasn't too much of a hassle. Even I can do it. With the powers showcased by Zeradal, he totally has the capability to help Beyonders that are not from the seer pathway to resolve the loss of control over spirit body threads in the cathedral. This way, as long as he wants the demoness of despair to enter, he could have opened the door a long time ago. Why didn't he do it? He is unable to communicate with others beyond the cathedral? That's why seer pathway Beyonders who aren't marionettists or higher can't walk to him? Klein used his marionette senses to analyze the situation remotely. And inside the cathedral, the corpses remained dangling in midair. Their heads were bowed and their eyes were rolled back. From time to time, they would sway with the wind, producing the ravings Hornacis, Phlegria. When Panatia saw this scene, her body instantly stiffened, but she quickly composed herself. Together with Gehrman Sparrow, they walked under the gazes of the hanged. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue of the ancient god's descendant. Zeradal remained sitting diagonally behind the statue, wearing a hood and sporting a white beard. when Gairman Sparrow and Panatia approached. He slowly lifted his head and chuckled. Very good. Beyonders from the seer pathway need to know how to use their brain and not always think of fighting. He seemed to have foreseen that all of the paper figurines of Gairman Sparrow would be destroyed. He directly reached out his wrinkled palm and grasped at something. His grab pulled out a yellowish-brown goatskin and a quill filled with ink and a bottle of ink. This made Panatia involuntarily twitch her brows. Zeridal picked up the quill and scribbled words and symbols before rolling it up and handing it to Gairman Sparrow. That's the door-opening symbol, as well as the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula you want. They can only last for 45 minutes and cannot be taken out. Klein avoided the demoness of despair and unfolded the goatskin, allowing the potion formula and the door-opening symbol to appear before his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and nearly froze. The door-opening symbol and the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook via the Misfortune cloth puppet were mostly the same. It was a vertical eye made up of many mysterious labels. However, there were tiny differences in the details. A crescent pattern had switched spots with a dotted line label. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was, as expected, Zeridal has a ploy. Right on the heels of that, he was thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook ahead of time. With this newfound confidence, he didn't panic and become at a loss. Zeridal returned the quill and ink bottle to the past, and he lifted his head. Scanning Gairman Sparrow and Panatia, he said with a sigh, "All the conditions are in place. You can now open the door." Upon saying that, he fixed his gaze on Gairman Sparrow and chuckled. "Don't forget to take my urn with you." Just as he said that, his entire body suddenly crumbled into countless points of light and scattered into the surroundings, fusing into the void. It was as though he had long rotted and turned to dust. Left in the spot where he was sitting, there was a tin urn. Its surface had ancient patterns that didn't look anything special. Klein made Gairman Sparrow take 2 steps forward, bend down and pick up the tin urn. He found it heavy, nothing like something that was fake. He used the hand holding the goatskin to open the lid and saw that it was filled with grayish-white powder and particles. It didn't have a lustrous glow. It really is just ordinary ashes? Then who helped cremate Zeridal? He cremated himself? After Gairman Sparrow closed the lid, he casually used this goatskin-wielding hand to take out a piece of flesh from a pocket and swallowed it. Panatia noticed this action as she squinted her eyes at him as though she was asking what he was doing. Klein stuffed the fish into the marionette's mouth as he deliberately adjusted his breathing and said, "I'm a little nervous. I'm not sure if this door-opening symbol works." Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. Although it looked somewhat disgusting, the half-crazy her had lacked the patience to make a further distinction. She moved her gaze away and looked at the urn and smiled. "If it's useless, we can share it. I'll have 1 scoop a day, and it will last a very long time. This demoness mental state is really abnormal." Klein silently sighed. Passing by the eraser angel statue suspected to be the mother of the sky, Gairman Sparrow came in front of the wall. Then, he turned his body to the side and pointed to the inset and said to Panatia, "Place that obsidian rock inside." Panatia smiled gorgeously as she said with dull eyes, "Let me see the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I can immediately give up my marionette, and you wouldn't have the time to escape this cathedral. You'll definitely be hung up. When the time comes, I'll saunter in, pick up the obsidian rock, and open the door to leave. However, the symbol given by Zeridal is really problematic. It's best I find a person to bear the brunt of it." Klein's mind whirred as he made Gairman Sparrow lift his palm and pat his abdomen while opening his mouth. A blob of indistinct flesh and blood surged out, piling up ahead and turning into the beautiful feminine Mr. A. Upon seeing this scene, Gairman Sparrow flicked the goatskin and unrolled it. The special symbol was with the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula, as they were reflected in the eyes of Panatia and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted about before she smiled coquettishly and said, "Open the door. You leave first." She had confirmed that Gehrman Sparrow was still helping her control her spirit body threads, so there was plenty of time for her to wait. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet stained with blood and tied up hair at him. She's also afraid of an accident, as Klein got Gehrman Sparrow to catch the puppet. He watched the demoness of despair take a few steps forward and insert the obsidian rock into the recess. The two fused together perfectly, not leaving any protrusions. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent. It could be seen that the outside was paved in stone slabs. There were walls with holes and clouds floating in midair. As Panatia took a step to the side, Gehrman Sparrow held the puppet, goatskin, and urn in his left hand and reached out his right palm. He then used his finger as a pen and drew the vertical line made up of several secret symbols on the transparent wall. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if he should draw Zeradal's symbol or the Antigonus family's one. Although he believed that Zeradal was problematic and had a scheme, he felt that he had belittled this powerful figure after calming down. If Zeradal's sole purpose was to harm him and everyone else with him, there was no need for him to mention the opening of the door. All he needed to do was wait patiently to achieve his goals. Furthermore, with the gray fog's aura completely severed and screened from Klein by the foggy town, he couldn't figure out why Zeradal would target him. Therefore, his final judgment was that Zeradal's goal was to coax someone into opening the door to allow him to obtain something or escape something. As for whether there was danger after the door opening, that wasn't within his considerations. If scattering the ashes was genuine and rather important, it was likely to be relatively safe after heading out. In short, danger was at every turn. That also meant that Zeradal's door-opening symbol was real, and the probability that it didn't carry any danger was 50%. And on the other hand, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't necessarily kind-hearted. The scene that Klein had seen from the divinations he did above the gray fog, and the information he obtained from Zeradal, and the fact that Zeradal had lost control and gone mad, he could basically determine that the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range's Antigonus family's treasure might very well be an enticing trap. Then, whether there was any latent risks in the complex picture provided by the notebook, that was something that needed consideration. On the one hand, it's a tiger, and on the other hand, it's a wolf. It's the ultimate choice of the lesser evil. Also, the Antigonus family's symbol is for entering the treasure trove. It doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein contemplated, he didn't stop drawing while he quickly approached the part which was different. At this moment, he stole a glance at Panatia and discovered that her eyes had a glint in them as she wore a smile. Felt like she had the urge to try. If she's normal as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expressions. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol as well. Klein's heart stirred as he let the marionette draw the symbol provided by Zeradal. Soon, the complicated vertical eye was drawn. Pure light enveloped the area as they traversed the patterns and finally gathered together. Amidst a spectacular blast of light, an illusory, double door filled with secrecy appeared on the wall. Due to the push from Gehrman Sparrow, it slowly opened. Behind the door was the ancient stone tiles and hole-ridden walls they had previously seen. Everything was very silent and there were zero abnormalities. At this moment, Panatia's figure suddenly shattered, turning into mirror fragments. At the same time, the lady in a pure white robe appeared in front of Gehrman Sparrow and passed through the door, and in her hand, there was an additional ugly puppet stained with blood, its neck coiled with a strand of hair. As for the one in Gehrman Sparrow's hand, it had degenerated into a piece of glass. In terms of magical illusions, a demoness of despair was several times superior to Klein. After Panatia passed through the door first, she half turned around and faced Gehrman Sparrow. Revealing a crazy and teasing smile, black flames soared from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, it was as though she was saying, "Despair! Plunge into the deepest pit of despair just as hope arrives." Only then did Klein realize that the curse couldn't be diverted or weathered by paper figurine substitutes. Panatia immediately turned around, preparing to depart from the foggy town and the ancient cathedral, afraid that an accident would happen. At that moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body crumbled, transforming into one mirror after another. However, she wasn't able to put a distance further than 10 meters between her and the door. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry as invisible threads and thick, black hair curled around her, binding her within. Her exterior was covered in black flames as she froze into layers of ice. Suddenly, all of this disintegrated. Demoness of despair, Panatia's eyes effused clear, deep despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be held up by an invisible hand. Her entire body rose into the air and hung there, her eyes rolling back bit by bit, but her looks remained immaculate. On the side of the door, Gehrman Sparrow's body had been enveloped in black flames and began melting like wax. As for Mr. A, who had planned on flying through the door, he began retching, vomiting one fresh mushroom after another. His body began to sprout mushrooms as if a drizzle had just passed. Before Gehrman Sparrow lost his vision, the scene behind the door pulled close, presenting an empty foyer. No, it wasn't empty. Hanging in midair were even more corpses. They were of all ages and sexes. Some were dressed exquisitely, others gorgeously, ancient or casually. These corpses were like the ones hanging in the cathedral. They all floated up as they came and went as though they were acting in a grand musical, accurately reflecting a musical of the daily lives and details a town should have. Klein saw that, behind these hanged corpses, there was a transparent and slimy tentacle. It was covered in complex patterns with secrecy hidden within. It was as though it could drive anyone crazy. Countless tentacles extended deep into the foyer, and there sat an ancient, huge stone chair. Its surface was inlaid with dull gold and gems. Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and cut his connection with the marionette. In his mind, the scene that he had seen from his previous divination surfaced. Seated on the huge chair were countless translucent maggots that clustered together. They squirmed slowly as they grew freely, extending out nearly invisible tentacles. And the final scene that was embedded in the marionette's vision was at the bottom of the ancient chair. A tarot card sat there silently. Its surface was also that of Roselle. The emperor was wearing a gorgeous head accessory and colorful clothes. It held a stick with luggage hanging from it as though he was on a long trip. He had a visionary look, and beside him was a puppy. At the corner were shiny words, Sequence 0, the Fool. After discerning the words on the tarot card, Klein once again felt the same feeling he had when he heard Zeradal say his name. At that moment he felt the strong call of destiny. He felt that everything had been arranged from the beginning, just like 0-08. He began to suspect that his original judgment, believing that the female beast tamer from the traveling circus that had visited Tingen and performed a tarot divination for him wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein viewed it from another angle and came up with a new idea. Gradually, he stopped being that horrified, fearful, and depressed. Perhaps it wasn't a machination but the changes that I brought about myself. This is because of the ritual that resulted in my transmigration. I had a connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog. Fate would naturally be affected as a result. More precisely, as a visitor from another world, I never had my fate here. The current trajectory I've taken is a result of my character, the encounters of the original Klein, the influence of the gray fog, and the surrounding environment. The mysterious space above the gray fog is clearly strongly tied to the seer pathway. And this pathway's sequence 0 is the Fool. When projected into reality, and in front of a divination, I'll definitely get the Fool as my card. Similarly, this resulted in me later using the Fool as my name. Klein's mood calmed down bit by bit, believing that this was the most plausible explanation. Using Occam's razor to eliminate all presently unknown factors, I can still obtain a reasonable explanation. That means that it's quite likely to be the case. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about questions he couldn't provide certain answers to. He then turned his attention to what had just happened. That huge chair and that cluster of translucent maggots were what I saw when I made a divination above the gray fog. From carefully considering and inferring things from this harrowing scene, it might very well be an angel from the seer pathway, an angel that had lost control and turned into a monster? Zeradal himself? Or the powerful entity from the Antigonus family from the fourth epoch? If it's the former, that corroborates with Erodes and Will Osepton. Zeradal is already Sequence 1 and has lost control and gone mad. He broke down into a monster. This matches. This can also explain why Zeradal only wishes for the door to be opened. It's because once the door of secrets is opened, the two sides will have a connection, allowing him to recover from his present state bit by bit. His repeated emphasis on his ashes was just a pretense. But herein lies the problem. The environment Zeradal is located in, as presented by Erodes, doesn't resemble the ancient palace at the mountain peak. Otherwise, I would have recognized it back then. What if that's the angel from the Antigonus family who's living as an abject existence, one that made Zeradal suffer after he came to the Hornacis mountain range after obtaining the notebook from Roselle? He had a part of him separated from him without realizing it, thus causing him to go mad during the advancement. Regardless, he is a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. After all, Zeradal was already a miracle invoker back then. From this angle, Zeradal's goal might very well be the opening of the door, allowing the Foggy Town's history and fate to become mixed with the outside world, preventing him from being dissociated again. Regardless, that cluster of translucent maggots is probably a Sequence 1 that lost control. No wonder the Demoness of Despair faced a breakdown the moment she saw him. She only managed to struggle a little before being hung up, turning into a marionette that's being hung up to dry. Thankfully, I was lacking in clues back then, and the scenes I saw through divination wasn't clear enough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a terrible blow from witnessing a complete and crazy mythical creature. I would have lost control and mutated. Wait, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Even if a seer pathway beyonder has a certain resistance against the mysterious space above the gray fog, it would at best make them be at the same level. In other words, as long as I endured the pain with the prerequisites met, I have one chance of prying on its secrets, and a complete mythical creature state is mixed in with the relevant knowledge. Who knows, I might be able to get 1 or 2 high-sequence formulas, just like how I obtained the unshadowed from the eternal blazing sun back then. At this thought, Klein couldn't help but have a scene surface in his mind. The fool above the gray fog was silently reaching out his thieving hands once again. While reeling in joy, Klein also found it a great pity because, with his present level, strength, and items, he had no way to head to the ancient chair with the translucent maggots and pick up the fool card. To see an item that one desired the most but not being able to obtain it was often painful. Phew, at least I've already obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. In the future, I still have once chance of prying on its secrets. The risk I took this time wasn't in vain. All the gold pounds I spent and the marionette I lost wasn't in vain either. Zeradal likely wouldn't give a fake formula. To him, there's no need for him to lie to a Sequence 5 beyonder who might not walk out alive. Besides, if he was lying, he had to be wary of me already knowing the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The reason why I asked might only be to determine if he was worth trusting. I'll divine this later when I'm back above the gray fog. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, and seeing that there hadn't been any anomalies outside for quite a while, he decided to immediately approach the pitch-black cathedral and observe the changes inside. To him, all the problems that he thought about weren't pressing issues. The pressing issue was to leave the secret world, to leave this foggy town. When he came out of the building he was in, Klein, who was wearing an ancient triangular hat and dark red coat, carefully came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral. He carefully passed through the ajar door and walked in. The corpses that looked and dressed differently were no different from before. They remained hanging in midair, swaying with the wind and producing the ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. Klein walked under them as his eyes got accustomed to the dim environment, allowing him to see more. The half-demonic wolf and half-human statue was still standing there without any signs of damage. The obsidian rock and the tin urn were behind the statue without any signs of cracking. Klein first heaved a sigh of relief as he began to observe his surroundings when his gaze froze. In a dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom taller than he was. The mushroom's cap had scarlet red like blood with interspersed white patterns. Its body was formed out of similar tiny mushrooms. Their patterns drew out a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were blank. It didn't have the glint that one would call human. There were mushrooms growing from both sides of the stem, forming into long arms. And on the left palm was a thin human-skinned glove. Both parties had seemed to fuse as one. What kind of abomination is that? Klein involuntarily took a step back. He found his knowledge in mysticism completely lacking at that moment in time. He began taking actions to protect himself. While doing so, having not deactivated his corresponding visions, he discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have any spirit body threads. It appeared to have long been dead, and its only movements were the results of spasming nerves. Suddenly, Klein had a theory. Mr. A, who had been infested with mushrooms, didn't manage to escape in time and had seen the cluster of translucent maggots. He had seen a complete mythical creature, causing his mind to instantly die as his body collapsed completely. This also resulted in a terrifying mutation. It then merged with Senor, who had disintegrated from the curse, becoming a never-seen-before mushroom monster. Also, creeping hunger has been swallowed. This mushroom is really disgusting. I'll throw Frank into the sea if he ever mentions mushrooms again. Klein's eyes darted around slightly as he subconsciously headed for the obsidian rock. He planned on ignoring the mushroom and first escape. At this moment, he found his mind turning adrift. Everything around him seemed to turn into a blur. Suddenly, Klein realized that he was being forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately escaped the dream and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom sliding over slowly. In its hand was a great sword that was a combination of scarlet magma and blue-hot flames. Can use sort of lava. Klein didn't hesitate as he opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! The extremely penetrative air bullet hit the mushroom, who had slowed down due to it being engaged in controlling dreams. The bullet drilled through its cap, tearing open a huge wound. Underneath the wound was human flesh and tiny spores. They quickly squirmed and restored the body. To think that's possible, Klein felt a strong sense of danger as he hurriedly lunged to the side, rolling several times in the process. The mushroom sped up suddenly as the sword of lava in its hand dragged scarlet and blue flames, cleaving down at the spot Klein had been standing at. It caused the floor tiles to rupture as flames scattered. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. Then, he ran towards the back of the statue in an attempt to obtain the obsidian rock. But finding his thoughts go adrift for a moment, Klein realized that he was going in the wrong direction. He was rushing towards the entrance. Can distort my will? Klein's heart tightened as he noticed through the corner of his eye that the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost. The frost had extinguished the soaring scarlet flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers, igniting the tree leaves outside. In situations with zero understanding about his enemy, and him having not made any preparations, he believed that a magician had to choose to retreat and avoid dangers for the time being. More importantly, his strongest marionettist powers were useless because the gigantic mushroom didn't have any spirit body threads. Scarlet flames soared up like water, enveloping Klein's body. He quickly appeared in the flames outside as he jumped towards the ground. He was just about to distance himself when he heard a howling wind. The red-capped mushroom had come out of the cathedral with the auspices of a strong gust of wind. Can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers, using flaming jump to open up a gap. Meanwhile, he discovered his nose was itching as he wanted to sneeze. I'm also sick. How am I supposed to fight? I don't have any mystical items, and I haven't been able to fully express my strengths as a marionettist. It really is a magical mushroom. Klein was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry when he hid inside a building. Suddenly, he felt his body become somewhat cold as his mind naturally reflected his present appearance. His ancient triangular hat, dark red coat, white pants, and black boots had vanished. All he had on him was a pair of briefs to uphold his last bit of dignity. This 30 minutes are up. The spell for summoning Senor from the past has ended. Klein instantly understood the reason as he began thinking. That mushroom, which fused with parts of Admiral of Blood, has likely disappeared as well. Also, in another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will disappear. It will lack the main element that forms it. Klein couldn't help but curl his lips. He immediately used flames and leaped out. Indeed, as he expected, the gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in part of its stem. Furthermore, it couldn't fix it, causing its speed to slow and become impeded. "Come on, let's play hide and seek," Klein silently said as he began circling the town streets, using the flames and buildings to engage in a merry chase with the gigantic mushroom. During this process, the crimson moon didn't turn clear at all. After more than 10 minutes, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move as it collapsed on the street. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw that the flesh and blood of the mushroom was gathering together as points of light converged. Soon, all that was left was a thin human-skinned glove. This because of the mutation brought about by the Sequence 1 Angel, Creeping Hunger fused with Mr. A. It's an upgraded version of Creeping Hunger? Klein bent his back as he carefully picked up the human-skinned glove. The thin human-skinned glove didn't look any different from the past, but Klein didn't dare to be too careless. He used divination to make a crude inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and the back of the palm can each graze one more soul. Currently, all 7 spots are filled. It has signs of similar Beyonder characteristics fusing together. It also seems to have the powers of flesh and blood magic. The speed of switching souls has sped up significantly. It has to eat a person a day, or else it will eat its owner. Hey, Creeping Hunger, you are swelling in self-importance again. You need to reflect on yourself above the gray fog later. I'm temporarily unable to obtain any revelations for the rest. After I leave this place, I'll head above the gray fog to make a more accurate divination. Yes, I'm still not sure if there are any other side effects. All I know is that it wouldn't cause me any harm for the time being. Also, Mr. X who was grazed wasn't affected. Travelers traveling and door openings still work. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he wore the upgraded Creeping Hunger. Then, he rushed for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. During his merry chase with the gigantic mushroom, he hadn't forgotten to cast an illusion on himself to make him wear a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic that Senor left behind, Klein suspected that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Panatia, and this demigod was being hung inside the ancient palace, under the watch of the cluster of maggots. Flesh can be slowly eaten to be stored for the future, but Beyonder characteristics will definitely have appeared and taken form after this much time. Even if Demoness of Despair didn't care too much about it and threw it somewhere, in this place that isn't connected to the spirit world and highly restricts divination, I'm unable to quickly locate it. And in this sort of environment, who knows what sorts of anomalies will happen next? Who knows if that obsidian rock will automatically teleport and disappear? Thus, I need to make every second count and escape as quickly as possible. Klein returned to the cathedral with a clear line of thought. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Senor's Beyonder characteristic to Merrick, the ingredient itself was corrupted to begin with, making it difficult to use for the concocting of a potion. Secondly, his safety was a lot more important. It's not like it cannot be resolved. I can just hunt another wraith or find will Osepton's help to shatter the Beyonder characteristic in Merrick's hands and allow it to be purified. This will have to wait until a particular infant is born. Klein mumbled silently as he passed through the swaying corpses and came to the side of the stone statue. Along the way, he found the iron cigar case which he had used to put the marionette in. It hadn't been devoured by the mushroom. Azek's copper whistle and the lone gold coin inside weren't damaged either. Putting these items away, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent himself from floating to the top of the cathedral as he bent down to pick up the obsidian rock. After confirming that the important item wasn't damaged, he felt a lot calmer. He then inspected Zeradal's tin urn. When he opened the lid and took a careful look, Klein's pupils constricted as his gaze instantly froze. All the ashes inside were gone. There wasn't any left inside. Zeradal achieved his goal? Should I say as expected? Klein threw away the thin urn while feeling doubtful. He stood up straight and inserted the obsidian rock into the wall at the back. The wall emitted light again as it turned transparent, allowing people to see the ancient stone slabs outside, the hold walls, and the floating clouds. At the thought of the cluster of terrifying maggots, Klein wasn't in a rush to draw the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook. He first raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. He had ignited a tree outside the cathedral, in preparation to escape with flaming jump the moment something wasn't right. After making his preparations, Klein used his finger and quickly outlined the vertical I formed of many secret symbols. Compared to the previous one, a crescent and dotted line had swapped places. With his final stroke, the pure beams of light bloomed as they followed the vertical eyes patterns before blasting into a radiant light. The entire cathedral turned ethereal as it shook. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top where the corpses were being hung. In front of him was a pair of illusory double doors. Behind the door was a familiar ancient palace. It was where Panatia and the other corpses were gently swaying. Translucent tentacles with strange and mysterious patterns swarmed over and slammed on the door but were unable to open it. All it could do was use some of its strength to grab Klein's spirit body threads. Klein didn't hesitate to snap his fingers. While pulling at his spirit body threads, he leaped to the flames outside the cathedral. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers repeatedly and flashed away, escaping to the farthest point of the foggy town. After the ethereal feeling of the pitch-black cathedral vanished, Klein paused and frowned. That also leads to the palace with the rampaging angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is as much of a trap as Zeradal's was. However, this symbol only seems capable of triggering the door to escape, but it's unable to open it. Otherwise, I might not have been able to escape. It's the symbol for entry, while Zeradal's one was for exiting. What should I do? How do I leave? Klein subconsciously surveyed the ghastly silent town which was shrouded in fog, and he forced himself to calm down. He began to think about how he could escape. Perhaps that's not the only wall that allows me to leave, but it's unlikely. All these years, there have been batches of people coming to the foggy town. If there are any clues outside the cathedral, they should have long found it. Try another symbol? What should I try? Klein fell into deep thought as he analyzed the intricacies to see if he could be inspired. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family. As for the monster on the huge throne in the ancient palace, it's definitely a rampaging angel from the seer pathway. Regardless of his identity, Zeradal, who's also involved in this matter, is similarly an angel of the seer pathway. The Antigonus family's notebook, which provided the symbol, is also directly tied to this pathway. Therefore, the correct door-opening symbol is likely related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. This can be initially confirmed. Otherwise, that owner of the card of blasphemy wouldn't have been lured to the main peak of the Hornasus mountain range and become a hanger. The Fool. As he ruminated over the word, Klein suddenly thought of himself. He thought of the mysterious symbol behind his high-back chair that represented himself above the gray fog. Perhaps I can give it a try? Klein pondered for a few seconds before deciding to make a bold attempt. After all, he was temporarily out of ideas. He returned to the spired cathedral, and under the gaze of the hanged corpses, he walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian rock that had fallen once again. After the obsidian rock was inserted, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to light another tree, he took a deep breath. He drew the Fool symbol that was made up of the pupilless eye and the partially contorted lines. Soon, he completed the symbol as he found himself feeling anxious. But this time, nothing happened to the transparent door. It doesn't work. Klein's expression turned wry as he suspected that he would be trapped in there, engaging in murderous battles with Beyonders who later entered. doing so until he starved to death or was eaten. He shook his head to dispel his emotions of despair. He began running through ideas in search of other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and is related to the Antigonus family, and they were obliterated by the Church of Evernight. The one who sent me here is the Eraser Angel who's suspected to be the Mother of the Sky. She was active in the basement of the Church of Evernight's St. Samuel Cathedral. The reason why people vanish if they don't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of Gods is said to be a result of the remnant aura and strength of a deity from the Evernight domain. Therefore, this is clearly related to the Evernight's authority or even the Evernight goddess, areas related to the goddess. The more Klein thought about it, the more he lacked confidence. He was originally analyzing the problem from an objective angle, but he had unknowingly changed the way he addressed the Evernight goddess. And this led him to a new idea. Perhaps I can try the label corresponding to the dark sacred emblem or the symbol that represents the goddess in mysticism. Out of options, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simplified picture of the dark sacred emblem. Suddenly, the watery scene behind the transparent door shook as a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace and the hole-ridden wall, they were very far away and could only be faintly made out. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff with jagged rocks. It was amidst the clouds in the sky with stars and the crimson moon that hadn't been concealed by the sunlight. It was like some part of a mountaintop. It really works. Klein stared at this scene with a dumbfounded expression as he subconsciously reached out with his palms and pushed the door open. There was a cold breeze outside that produced a howl. Klein was just about to take a step out when he fell into thought and paused. Then, he flipped a gold coin and did a divination. He received a revelation that there was no danger outside. Following that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest in a feigned manner. After doing this, Klein stepped out with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision went dark as he saw an endless night and resplendent stars. Following that, he found himself on a mountaintop. Apart from the unmelted snow, jagged rocks, and morning sunlight, there was nothing. I'm out. I'm safe. Klein didn't observe his surroundings as he directly used creeping hunger to turn transparent as he attempted using traveling. If this succeeded, it would mean that he had escaped the foggy town and returned to the real world. He could then leave the location he was at to avoid any danger. If he were to fail, he would quickly take note of the situation and be wary of any sudden attacks. After a moment, Klein's body turned faint as he vanished from the spot. The colors in front of him saturated as countless, indescribable shadows appeared. He had succeeded in entering the spirit world. It really is the spirit world. Klein was delighted as he inwardly muttered to himself. Without needing further confirmation, his spirituality and spiritual perception had told him that this was the real spirit world. And this meant that he had returned to the real world, the place with all kinds of delicacies. I nearly cried tears of joy. Klein inwardly made a self-deprecating comment as he considered where he was supposed to head to next. From the position of the stars, moon, and sun, it's still morning. If there's no time difference between the real world and the foggy town, it's at most 7:30 a.m. or maybe earlier. At this point, the servants must have discovered the disappearance of their mate, and they would definitely inform the priests and bishops. Even if they have received the corresponding training and would report to their superiors according to the protocol, they will have to first eliminate the possibility that someone was skiving away or having a stomachache. They would need more than 10 minutes before confirming this and begin taking the necessary actions. And after the report to their superiors, the priests and bishops wouldn't be able to instantly tell the severity of the matter. They would only believe that the servant had escaped, and they wouldn't quickly connect this matter to the keepers. After they do a divination or investigation to figure out the truth, it would be 20 to 30 minutes later. That also means that they likely haven't begun their search in the surrounding area to find the intruder. The identity of Dwayne Dantes hasn't been exposed yet. If the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula given by Zeradal is real, then the identity of Dwayne Dantes still has many uses. If I can still keep the identity going, I should try harder to not abandon it. Besides, the only things that I'm wearing which are real are my glove and underwear. If I head elsewhere, I'll be a pervert, Klein already had a choice he was leaning towards. He took out the iron cigar case, which appeared to be inside his pocket, but was actually lodged under a rubber band. He opened it and took out the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Buckland Street is dangerous, Klein muttered 7 times, and with a flick, he saw it slowly spin in the spirit world, wobbling up and down, left and right, before landing on his palm. This time it was tails, indicating a negative response. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately traveled towards Backland. After 3 stops, his figure finally appeared in his room at 160 Buckland Street. The curtains were drawn tightly and it was dim. It was very suitable for sleeping. And on the bed, Dwayne Dantes was lying on the bed facing up. His hands were grabbing the ends of the blanket near his neck. From the looks of it, the investigation hasn't reached me. This appearance is ridiculous. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and saw Dwayne Dantes dissipate and turn into a palm-sized mirror. Water ripples appeared on the mirror's surface as silver light bloomed and turned into Loanese text. Exalted Great Master, did you encounter something? Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, failed to sense you before. It wasn't anything important, Klein answered perfunctorily. This made him confirm that a Rhodes was unable to pry into the secrets that happened in the foggy town. After all, this fellow was able to present the environment where the rampaging Zeradal was. It really is related to the authorities of a deity? Klein's mind stirred as he asked, did anyone look for me? No, no one came to disturb you. The silver on the mirror's surface changed and produced new words. Klein felt truly relieved as he said to a Rhodes, you may leave. I'll summon you again if needed. All right, Master. Goodbye, Master. Like before. A Rhodes produced a drawing of a hand waving on the mirror. After the aqueous light vanished, the mirror was restored to normal. Klein walked to the bedside and pulled out the pajamas underneath and wore it. Then, he took out candles and other items before entering the bathroom. He set up a sacrificial ritual, preparing to send Creeping Hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and the various mysticism materials above the gray fog to avoid any investigations he might face. After doing all of this, Klein didn't delay and sat at the fool's seat. He conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer's potion formula in front of him. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredient, Bizarro Bane's main eye, the true soul body of a spirit world plunder. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of a Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of a spirit world plunderer, 10 grams of red hair birch bark, 1 segment of golden grapevines, fingernail-sized self-made rubber mask. Advancement ritual, relying on one's strength and strategy. Orchestrate a grand performance before many spectators to kill a beyonder creature at the level of a demigod. Then, at the end of the performance, consume the potion. Klein didn't consider what this ritual actually meant. Beneath the potion formula, he wrote a corresponding statement. Following that, he summoned a spirit pendulum from the junk pile. Holding it in his left hand, he began a divination. Before long, Klein opened his eyes and saw the dangling topaz rotating clockwise. This meant that the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula he had was genuine. Phew! Klein exhaled as he took the opportunity to determine what kind of changes Creeping Hunger had experienced, as well as what the various negative side effects were. After a dream divination and several direct attempts, he figured out the exact situation in less than 2 minutes. Creeping Hunger could now graze 7 souls. During each grazing process, it could obtain 2 or 3 Beyonder powers. One of them can be chosen by the wearer. There are currently 8 souls inside Creeping Hunger. The others completely dissipated from the mutation brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries. And due to the excessive number of souls, it caused a congestion, making some of the powers unusable. 1 soul needs to be released to restore it back to normal. At present, the first of the 8 souls is Baron of Corruption, which is Wormtongue Mither. He fused with the Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway that Mr. A had grazed. Apart from distortion and bribe weaken, there's another area of effect Beyonder power called corrosion. It can turn the hearts of people within 10 meters dark and greedy, making them make irrational choices. The second is Desire Apostle Curtius. He fused with Mr. A's Devil and replaced Danger Premonition, which requires advanced activation before being useful, with Sulfur Fireball. And Language of Foulness, Slow and Sword of Lava have been enhanced. Third is Traveler, Mr. X. Lewis Veen. He fused with Mr. A's Scribe. While keeping traveling and door opening, it has obtained the Beyonder power of record. However, there's a change. It's unable to record ordinary Beyonder powers, and it can only be used against targets at the demigod level. The chance of success has been increased. Although it's still very troublesome, 8 times or so would be needed as long as I'm not too unlucky. In addition, it cannot record more than 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers, and cannot exceed sequence 3. Fourth is Zombie Mavedi. There hasn't been any change. Still the original zombie strength, ice control, and zombie manipulation. Fifth is an unknown Demoness of Affliction. She can give the user a rather powerful sense of charm. In addition, one's appearance would receive an adjustment to a certain degree. In addition, she can provide an ailment that covers 50 meters. Creatures within that range will slowly be infected, and the effects slowly become severe. In the beginning, it might be oversensitive skin, a cold, or a fever. But 20 to 30 seconds later, it might very well turn into serious illnesses like pneumonia. After 2 or 3 minutes, one can suddenly suffer cardiac arrest or a brain aneurysm. Sixth is an unknown Wind Blessed. There are 3 Beyonder powers: short-distance flight, dive, and water control. Seventh is an unknown Soul Assurer with the 2 Beyonder powers of forcefully pulling one into a dream and causing a spirit body to sleep. Eighth is an unknown Doctor with the 3 Beyonder powers of distinguishing the time, treatment of serious ailments, and stitching souls. At the same time, Creeping Hunger itself has Shadow Lurking and Flesh Bomb. Furthermore, it has the chance and strength to barely graze a sequence for Saint. It has instantly become so much stronger. As Klein was secretly delighted, he also frowned at the negative side effects. Now, Creeping Hunger had to eat a living person every day, otherwise it would devour the wearer. At the same time, it would praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind. It would bring about chaotic thoughts and a headache. Apart from those 2, it was also still afraid of mushrooms. No powers could be used if mushrooms appeared within 5 meters of it. To randomly praise the true creator is really troublesome. Same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the gray fog and let it calm down for a few days. Perhaps there might be some changes. If that really doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Azik. Klein quickly made up his mind and didn't hesitate to release the Soul Assurer's soul. He also planned on swapping the Windblessed and Doctor later. The Demoness of Affliction depended on the circumstances. To the side of the bronze table, the Soul Assurer's spirit surfaced. But due to the mutation, it couldn't be maintained once it lost its host. It rapidly dissipated. His Beyonder characteristic was produced. It was entirely black in color. At its core was pure shimmering light that looked like a night sky with embedded stars. After doing this, Klein didn't hesitate to throw Creeping Hunger and the other items into the junk pile. He then quickly returned to the real world, ended the ceremony, and cleared up any traces. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth to make Dwayne Dantes look sharp. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, in his pajamas, walked to the door with his usual expression. He pulled open the door and said to his valet outside, "Prepare a set of clothes that's suitable for home wear." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't ask why as he immediately walked to the wardrobe. Only at this point, with him seeing his servants back, did Klein confirm that he was out of harm's way and had returned back to his normal life. St. Samuel Cathedral, behind Cheney's Gate. Backlund Archbishop, St. Anthony, stood at the staircase connecting the 2 different stories and watched as the Nighthawk deacons rushed about. Many of them wore red gloves. As a spokesperson for the Church of Evernight in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony had a clean-shaven face. His face didn't betray his mood, and his deep black eyes similarly hid any upheavals he had. But everyone who passed by him would feel their souls tremble as an indescribable sense of horror arose in their hearts. "Your Grace, an inventory count has been made. None of the mysticism ingredients are missing, including the potion main ingredients and Beyonder characteristics. Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original locations. It can be preliminarily determined that no one had gone through them in the last 8 hours. Your Grace, all of the prisoners imprisoned on the first level are accounted for. None of them escaped, nor did anyone pass away. Your Grace, none of the information or books suffered any damage or were moved. Your Grace, the Grade 2 and Grade 3 sealed artifacts are all present. None of them have been taken away. Your Grace, the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts remain in their sealed states. None of them show signs of having left their confines. Your Grace, the core seal remains intact and didn't suffer any damage. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there are no new items in here. There are no remnant setups that bring about danger. Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. He seems to have evaporated into thin air. One deacon after another came over to make a report as the matter gradually turned somewhat odd. They found it unimaginable that a scheming and powerful Beyonder would take such an immense risk and set up such a tight plan and use all kinds of means to pass through Cheney's gate. Yet, nothing was taken, and the perpetrator had left after circling the area once. This made it seem like the person was only trying to prove themselves, or it was someone who had specially come to find flaws in the surveillance of Cheney's gate for the church. The deacon who led a Red Gloves team surveyed the area and deliberated as he came up with a theory. Your Grace, could it be the requirements of an advancement ritual of some sequence? Having been on a mission to capture devils, he was accustomed to making such guesses. And from sequence 5, different pathways and different sequences had different advancement rituals. The ones that the Church of Evernight was aware of wasn't a large number. If that were the case, Soist could already see the infiltrator's mockery grin that said, "I'm free to go anywhere, even if it's the Church of Evernight's Cheney's gate. It's no different from a department store. Those Nighthawks will only become raged after the matter, feeling useless. He has to be caught." Soist silently clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was just about to say something when Nighthawk Deacon, Daily Simone, raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator had attempted to take some sealed artifact away and suffered the negative effects. He died on the spot and was cleanly devoured. St. Anthony nodded in thought and said, "I'll head to basement 3 to take a look." With that said, he steadily walked to basement 2, and in a secret location activated the path to basement 3. The other deacons were lacking in rank or clearance, so all they could do was wait in their spots. St. Anthony quickly arrived at basement 3, which didn't span too big an area. He basically confirmed that sealed artifacts 1 to 29 and 1 to 80 hadn't undergone any abnormal changes. Following the strict protocols, he observed 1 to 80 with 1 to 29 and found 0 to 17 lying inside with eyes half open, just like always. During this process, St. Anthony approached thrice and opened a distance from it thrice. Sometimes he changed where he stood, and at other times, he cloaked himself in the darkness of the night. He didn't dare skip the necessary steps. Even as a saint, he didn't dare belittle any of the items in here. Ignoring the powers that would break out of its vessel, temporarily causing the seal on 0 to 17, even 1 to 29 and 1 to 80, which were rather dangerous items, to become ineffective. St. Anthony didn't wish to degenerate into an amnesiac who had to relearn how to eat and drink, much less become part of a dream that existed between reality and illusions. There's nothing wrong. Anthony heaved a silent sigh of relief. He began restoring the 2 sealed artifacts to their original states. A few minutes later, the Nighthawk deacons saw the Archbishop return. The infiltrator might have died from touching a sealed artifact, St. Anthony said, his pronunciation of died being somewhat muffled. He didn't give any additional explanations as he instructed. Regardless, this matter needs to be investigated. The infiltrator might have a partner. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a stir, it means that the target is very familiar with this place and is familiar with the recent duty shifts of the keepers. He's very familiar with how Nighthawks handle and take over matters, and has the ability or an item to change his appearance. In addition, he had obtained the help from a Beyonder with a sacred Evernight pathway item or has one himself. Putting all these conditions together, investigate the servants and priests to see if they have encountered any indistinct spirit channeling or enticement. Check if the bishops have betrayed the goddess, as well as the believers who have recently come to the cathedral on a regular basis. At the same time, check on all the believers and the surroundings of their residences. Perhaps they had unexpectedly divulged something and had something stolen. I'll carry out the investigations pertaining to you. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Your Grace. Soist and the other Nighthawk deacons answered in unison. In the office with a tense mood, Leonard Mitchell wasn't having his feet up on the table like usual. He sat very properly and wore a rather solemn expression. This was the second time he had encountered a matter that targeted items behind Cheney's gate. It invoked the memories that he buried deep inside his heart. And more importantly, he had encountered the fake keeper before without realizing the problem. If I were a little stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it might not have. Leonard Mitchell's lips pursed tightly as he looked at the documents in front of him. But he wasn't reading a single word. This continued until his teammates entered. That keeper has awoken. He didn't see the infiltrator and only knew that he encountered the possession ability of a wraith. The red glove that entered said to everyone in the room, "How can a wraith move about inside the cathedral?" Many red gloves raised the question, but no one had an answer. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one was paying attention to him in the corner, he suppressed his voice and seemed to mutter, "Old man, didn't you discover anything abnormal back then?" The slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's not like I'll observe the outside world all the time, especially when I'm near Cheney's gate." Leonard didn't dare ask further as he joined in the discussion with his teammates. Before long, the Red Gloves team captain, Soist, entered the room and threw a stack of dossiers on the desk. "These are the targets we need to investigate. The bishops have provided the names of the believers who have frequently come to the cathedral recently." Leonard glanced at it, and towards the back was a dossier with a familiar name. Dwayne Dantes. This old fellow that survived from the fourth epoch came to a nearby street for less than 2 months, and Cheney's gate was infiltrated? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Besides, he has been frequently coming to St. Samuel Cathedral. He might be observing the situation and figuring out the patterns. Old man's excuse wasn't too convincing, but if the infiltrator was Dwayne Dantes, then everything makes sense. He's afraid that he would expose himself and pretended not to discover anything abnormal. Leonard's mind instantly filled with many ideas as he asked in deliberation, "Captain Soist, what did the infiltrator take? What clues did he leave behind?" Soist surveyed the room and said, "Nothing was taken or left behind. It was like no one stepped inside. His Grace suspects that he died or was vaporized from contact with some sealed artifact. Our priority is to find his partner." "No, Dwayne Dantes wouldn't die that easily. He's a monster who has lived since the fourth epoch. However, why did he carry out the infiltration?" Leonard frowned slightly as he hesitated for a moment. Then, he proactively included Dwayne Dantes into the investigation targets for himself and 2 other teammates. After the Red Gloves and local Nighthawks began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom first. He suppressed his voice and asked, "What are your thoughts about Dwayne Dantes?" He didn't expose his parasite's lie. The elderly voice chuckled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I don't know much about him. I only know that there's something special about him. His aura has something ancient about it. However, the case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Dwayne Dantes might be related to that matter. He might be a proxy of some existence." "What matter? Which existence?" Leonard muttered softly in surprise. In his mind, the ancient voice replied with an odd tone, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." 160 Buckland Street. Klein had his breakfast and returned to the balcony's half-open room. He sat in his reclining chair and raised his hand to rub his temples. After his tense mood subsided, Klein discovered that his mind had turned somewhat adrift. He would often see the hanging corpses in the ancient cathedral, as well as the cluster of translucent maggots that remained unclear in his deepest memories. Illusory voices would seem to constantly echo in his ears. Hornacis, Phlegria. Although I had quickly cut the connection with my marionette, I had suffered some of the effects. My soul has been slightly corrupted, as expected of a real mythical creature. After the preliminary investigations are done, I'll have to find a way to resolve the remnant problems. Klein slowly heaved a sigh of relief and used cogitation to calm himself. A carriage passed by Buckland Street as Leonard Mitchell and two Red Gloves teammates discussed the target they were investigating this time, Dwayne Dantes. I still haven't had any direct contact with this gentleman. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors. Cindy, who had long wine-red hair, introduced her findings. For now, it has been confirmed that Dwayne Dantes has acted the same since last night to this morning. He went to his bedroom to sleep at 11 and finished washing up at 7:30 in the morning. At times, he would have some supper and end the day after midnight. At times, he would wake up before 7 and head out for a stroll. But that's not the norm. Another Red Glove, Bob, nodded and said, "From this point of view, there's nothing wrong with Dwayne Dantes." Leonard Mitchell, who sat in a seemingly casual manner, immediately said with a smile, "But the reverse can also be true. According to what we've currently gathered, the missing servant was likely replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Cheney's gate at 6 in the morning, and we discovered the problem at 7:20 a.m. without finding the target. It can thus be said that during the infiltration, Dwayne Dantes was sleeping and lacked an alibi." "What you say makes sense." Cindy glanced at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of this teammate of hers was one who often had a judgment or question that pointed at the core of the problem. However, he seldom described his logic in great detail. He was more like a desultory poet who occasionally had epiphanies. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned as he shook his head. "If that's the case, everyone on this name list cannot be cleared of suspicion. They were sleeping with no one watching them. Even if they have wives or husbands, they would similarly be sleeping at such times. Also, I don't believe an infiltrator would be so bold. He had already entered Cheney's gate and managed to successfully escape, completing an unimaginable feat. Yet, he stays nearby and hasn't abandoned his identity or gone far away. How is this possible? The risk involved cannot be predicted unless he's also planning something else. Or he can't bear to part with certain things, but what can compare with infiltrating Cheney's gate? What can compare with those sealed artifacts, ingredients, and formulas? If I didn't know that Dwayne Dantes was problematic in the first place, I would have come to the same conclusion. Leonard had already thought of an explanation as he crossed his right leg. I'm just saying why we can't so easily strike off Dwayne Dantes from the suspects. Besides, Captain Soest has said it. The infiltrator might have already died behind Cheney's gate. Even if Dwayne Dantes isn't involved, he might very well be an accomplice. Don't you find it too much of a coincidence? He moved in for less than 2 months, and the church encountered something that might never happen in centuries. Besides, he has been visiting St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently. He had ample opportunities to figure out the corresponding situation. Also, during this period of time, there was a strange sewer explosion along Buckland Street. Cindy bunched up her long, wine-red hair and said, "You've convinced me. This should be a target that we put our focus on." Bob pulled at the ends of his left palm's red glove and said, "There are indeed many coincidences. However, coincidences might not be equivalent to problems. Even if Dwayne Dantes goes to the cathedral daily and listens to the bishop's preachings, all he could do is understand the layout and not obtain deeper information, such as when the keepers will head to Cheney's gate and how the handover is done with the Nighthawks. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices," Leonard said with a shrug. He similarly didn't understand how Dwayne Dantes would understand the internal protocols of the Nighthawks so well. Cindy echoed, "Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Shall we wait till noon and directly enter Dwayne Dantes' dream to question him? He has the habit of taking afternoon naps." Leonard raised his right hand and waved it gently. There's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not like we've never done any routine inspections in the past or entered his dreams. But we didn't discover anything wrong. If there really is nothing wrong with him, we wouldn't gain anything from entering his dream again. If there's a problem with him, the fact that he didn't expose himself back then means he has the means to resist an inquiry during the dream. We will still be fooled by him if we enter his dream again. Therefore, we should monitor him and see what kind of people he interacts with, so as to prevent him from escaping while waiting for Desi's response about this tycoon's true identity. Once we discover any clues, we will request to use a higher-level investigation method than questioning him in dreams. Cindy was once again surprised as she couldn't help but joke. It's rare to see you analyze the situation so seriously. Furthermore, his thought processes were extremely clear. Leonard fell silent and gave a self-deprecating comment. Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar. Instantly, Cindy felt that Leonard's green eyes had turned darker. She didn't speak further. Let's take turns to monitor Dwayne Dantes. I'll go first. All right. Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. Get the case files on the sewer explosion. Let's see if we can discover any problems. I'll head back to read through the corresponding dossiers and see if there are any other abnormalities on this street. After splitting the work, the three red gloves began their work. Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained the information involving Buckland Street and the cases that the Aurora Order had actively or passively involved themselves in for the past 3 years. The latter was something that sparked off the clue provided by the parasite in him. It gave him an idea. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name initially came from the Aurora Order, it means that the Aurora Order was involved in something or had suffered some setbacks. It might be related to the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to the office, Leonard held back his desultory attitude as he very seriously read through the thick dossiers. In the dossiers related to the Aurora Order, there was the Lenivas case he was most familiar with. This true creator's descent had failed terribly because of some baffling report. A mysterious person had appeared to kill the main criminal. He was suspected to be related to hero bandit Black Emperor. As he targeted evil criminals, he would scatter tarot cards over the target's corpse. That person wasn't able to do it for Desire Apostle Jason Beria only because Leonard had rushed over too quickly. Similarly, Leonard once again saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear in the periphery of the case. Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at the gathering he convened. There were traces of powers at the demigod level left at the scene. At this point in time, Dwayne Dantes had already arrived in Backland. It matches perfectly. Aurora Order's Mr. A and the Demonist sect cooperated to create the Great Smog of Backland. This person vanished as a result. Aurora Order's Mr. A had assassinated the Intis ambassador. Leonard read case after case, but he didn't find anything of use. He rubbed his temples and decided to attack it from a different angle. He began from the cases related to hero bandit Black Emperor. Lenivas case, first murder scene with the tarot cards thrown as a ritual, and the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards. Capim's case, from the strength and level showcased by hero bandit Black Emperor, he won't and wouldn't mimic others. He similarly scattered tarot cards on the corpse. Desire Apostle Jason Beria, I saw hero bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes, preventing him from scattering the cards in time. Apart from major events and evil criminals, what other connection do these three cases have? Leonard had previously considered the relevant questions and was certain that Detective Sherlock Moriarty had been partially involved in the Lenivas and Capim cases. Then what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard found the addendum and began leafing through them. Finally, he spotted a line in an inconspicuous spot. People attacked involved Isengard Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression slowly turned excited as though he had discovered a breakthrough. He flipped through the Aurora Order dossier and didn't miss out any of the names involved. He kept expanding his search and requested for all the dossiers that involved every name. Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated the Intis ambassador. The Intis ambassador was in charge of the conflict over the Difference Engine manuscripts. The clues to the manuscripts came from a spy who usually acted as a private detective. It is reported that another private detective was embroiled in this matter and had nearly been killed by a gang member under the command of the Intis ambassador. Another private detective. Leonard suddenly stood up as he left St. Samuel Cathedral and headed for the police station that handled the case back then. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still found the name of the person who had made the police report, Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to believe that this great detective was also involved in the Great Smog of Backlund. Among the various people who are involved, his name appears, right at the periphery of the matter. He and Dwayne Dantes all belong to a secret organization that believes in the fool? Leonard thought as the corners of his lips curled up. He decided to immediately search for more information to verify his conjecture. 160 Backlund Street. Inside the master bedroom. Klein didn't have any Nighthawks enter his dream during his afternoon nap, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demoness of Despair Panatia with her smile showcasing blood-colored flesh in between the gaps of her teeth. He saw her slowly being hung up as her eyes rolled back in despair before her head drooped down. The hung corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, the cluster of countless translucent maggots kept appearing one after another, waking Klein up from his dream. As he rubbed his temples, Klein found that his mind was in a terrible condition, and this wasn't a problem that could be resolved by the gray fog. He fell into deep thought and entered his bathroom and arrived above the gray fog. He conjured Gehrman and made him pray, "Please pass on my question to Miss Justice about when she will be free. I wish to receive some psychotherapy." Backlund, Empress Borough. Inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey had just tried on 3 selections of evening gowns today, and she was sitting on a cushioned chair, wondering how they could be matched with her accessories, and which one she was more inclined towards. She also pondered over her mother's opinion. At this moment, she suddenly saw an endless grayish-white and a blurry figure watching down at everything from high above appear before her eyes. Immediately after that, she saw another figure. It was a praying figure that had been shrouded by the gray fog. Her ears resounded with the corresponding words. Instead of being alarmed, Audrey was delighted. Her unease and worry that there wasn't a tarot gathering today was instantly quelled. As expected, it was nothing. Oh, Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must have been under immense stress recently. It's no wonder he booked an appointment in advance. Audrey sighed as she began to consider when she was free. As she pondered, she scanned the maids who were busy in her room and the golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by the door. Audrey's lips curled up slightly in an irresistible manner as she bowed her head and secretly prayed in response. "Please tell Mr. World that I'm currently free. He can determine the time and location. As long as it's not night time and doesn't exceed the boroughs west of Backlund." In regards to this, the golden retriever who was observing the maid's work seemed to sense someone looking at her. She suspiciously turned her head and looked in Audrey's direction. However, it failed to discover any problems. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. She's free at any time, periods when it's convenient to head out, won't leave places she's familiar with. Klein rubbed his temples as he interpreted Miss Justice's reply. His first reaction was that it was best done today or tomorrow, and to have her determine the location. Then, he could use creeping hunger to teleport there, but he soon thought of a problem. Dwayne Dantes was part of the Nighthawks investigations. It was very possible that he was being monitored. Therefore, rashly traveling could easily expose him. Wait a few days or... Klein seriously thought about it as he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and prayed once again. "Please inform Miss Justice that let's do it today." Above the gray fog. Audrey's eyes widened. She found that the answer provided by Mr. World exceeded her expectations. How was she supposed to get Susie to be her stand-in? Besides, there are many details that I'm unable to see or clearly sense while inside Mr. Fool's palace. It will seriously hamper any psychotherapy. Audrey calmed her sense of alarm as she posed her doubts from a position of viability and requested Mr. Fool to pass it on to Mr. World. Before long, she received a reply again. I will request Mr. Fool to remove those restrictions. We'll use other means to conceal our true appearances. That can be done? This is the special treatment one gets from being Mr. Fool's blessed? Our continuous communication is almost like a conversation. I've really troubled Mr. Fool, and he seems to almost allow us to indulge in it. Audrey's thoughts raced as she stopped finding excuses. All right, let's do it between 11:30 to 12:30 tonight. She didn't believe that she would have anywhere to be alone before the end of her birthday ball. At the same time, in a building at 39 Buckland Street, Hazel was looking at the selected evening gown in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was to accompany her parents to attend Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball. Just as Hazel's thoughts were wandering and her mind gradually turning blank, she saw a grayish-white rat appear by the door. It was frantically waving its paws. Hazel patiently listened to her mother repeat herself one more time before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. After she closed and locked her door, the grayish-white rat appeared from somewhere and arrived by her feet. It sat there in a rather comical manner. I've discovered something wrong with the surroundings. The rat had sent vibrations in the air to speak with human words. Hazel wasn't surprised at that as she asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" The grayish-white rat raised its right forepaw and pointed out the window. There are beyonders from the Church of Evernight investigating this street. It's at a rather large scale. What are they looking for? Hazel asked with a slight frown. The grayish-white rat slowly inhaled and said, "How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way, they might very well discover something wrong with you." Hazel asked, feeling somewhat worried and confused. How did they make the discovery? Weren't the clues in the sewers blasted away? Weren't the corresponding problems dealt with? The grayish-white was momentarily unsure about what to say. A few seconds later, it vaguely replied, "Official Beyonders have plenty of strange but effective investigation methods. In short, I'll have to deal with your dream. This is where it's easiest to divulge things." Hazel looked down at the rat as her knitted brows relaxed. "All right then. Don't look so unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this bit of strength, and now it's going to waste once again. Is the street cursed? First it was that demoness with a strange condition. Following that hero bandit Black Emperor appeared. Now, there's some baffling and unknown situation that made the Nighthawks pay serious attention to this street." The grayish-white rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her parents, Member of Parliament Mocked and Lady Rihanna, to Empress Borough and entered the Hall family's residence. As it was a birthday ball today, she didn't manage to directly meet Miss Audrey Hall. All she did was quietly stay by her parents' side as they exchanged pleasantries with Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, and Lord Hibbert Hall. To her, these respected aristocrats were, in essence, the same as commoners. Therefore, she didn't appear notably reserved. Her actions and tone were rather liberal. If it wasn't because of her mother's repeated exhortations, Hazel even believed that the beautiful dance floor, the murals with high artistic value, and the elegant and outstanding statues were more worthy of respect. As she smiled at the people she knew and didn't know, Hazel finally waited until the ball began. She saw the star of tonight's show. Miss Audrey Hall held the arms of the Earl and Earl's wife as she walked out of the room on the second floor before arriving at the railings that faced the dance floor. Hazel scanned her and habitually ignored her appearance as she observed the matching of her gown and accessories. However, her gaze wasn't able to move away. On the chandelier hanging high above, whale oil candles produced light that came with dreamy colors. When shining on the 18-year-old Audrey, it made her emerald-like eyes, pure and indescribable face, and lustrous gold hair seem to glow. It made her gown and accessories lose their luster. Hazel was momentarily caught in a daze. She failed to hear what Earl Hall had said until the melody filled the floor as she snapped out of her daze when Audrey Hall began the opening dance with the Earl. The always proud her had suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if this striking lady didn't possess any beyond her powers, there was no way Audrey was inferior to her. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around. She realized that everyone's gaze had been grabbed. The only difference was that they all had different feelings about the situation. Phew, Hazel heaved a sigh of relief. That night she didn't act that arrogantly again. However, she yearned to leave at every minute of the night. She wanted to head home to busy herself with her matters to obtain more magical and powerful abilities. Finally, the ball came to an end as Hazel's family bade farewell to the family and walked to the door. On the way out, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing along the sides of the dance floor with a faint and beautiful smile as she expressed her gratitude to each and every guest that was about to leave. She seemed to remain under the spotlight. After the end of the birthday ball, Audrey took off her accessories and changed into her sleeping gown before entering her bathroom. As she looked at the white steam emanate with her bathrobe beside her, Audrey wasn't in a rush to soak herself inside. She first sat in the corner and prayed to Mr. Fool to indicate that she was ready. In about 10 seconds, she saw crimson light surge at her like a tidal wave, drowning her. Above the gray fog, Audrey appeared by the side of the long bronze table. This time, she didn't see Mr. Fool, who was enshrouded in gray fog. She discovered an ancient confessional. It was a brown crate that was 1.5 times the height of a person. There were doors on both sides, and a wooden plank separated the area in between them. I thought Mr. World would request Mr. Fool to conjure a wall which we will use to communicate across. Although it's essentially the same, a confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't know how to consider a lady's feelings. Yes, I would find it odd if Mr. World did that. As Audrey suffused a smile, she walked to the ajar door of the confessional. She bent her back and entered before sitting down with her legs bent sideways. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, who was treating a patient in the true sense of the word for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Immersed in darkness, the environment and her mood made her loosen up from the many rules she had to abide by. She curled her lips and reached out her fingers and gently tapped on the wooden partition. "Hello, Mr. World? Are you there?" Sitting cross-legged opposite her, Klein was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. His emotions relaxed as he said, "You may begin." This time, he didn't use the gray fog to enshroud himself but had turned himself into Gairman Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and worried. Audrey sensed him first and then used a psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave emanated over as Klein instantly felt a cool, refreshing morning breeze blow at him during a hot summer day. The frustrations and feverish feelings within him suddenly vanished. Seeing Mr. World having made an obvious recovery, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares lately?" "Nightmare?" Klein deliberated for 2 seconds and said, "Yes. I dream of a town that's enshrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would be clear and blurred at random. In the middle of the town is a black cathedral. Corpses are hung up inside. They wear clothes from different eras as they sway in the wind and produce strange sounds. Apart from that, there's a beautiful lady whose gaps in her teeth were filled with blood-colored human flesh. A mushroom man formed of countless tiny mushrooms. To treat his psychological problems, Klein reconstructed his dream in a rather complete manner. However, he didn't say that he had encountered those things in reality, nor divulged that he knew the beautiful lady's identity and the strange mushroom's origins. At the same time, he hid the existence of the cluster of translucent maggots and Zeridol. Audrey listened intently and seriously. Based on her beyonder intuition and knowledge from mysticism and psychological, she said as she contemplated, "Mr. World, I can imagine such a terrifying and sinister dream. I can also experience the immense horror that it brings you." Seeing that there wasn't any rebuttal from the other side of the wooden partition, Audrey grew in confidence. She silently did another round of placate and began guiding. The horror that appears in dreams will often stem from feelings hidden deep in one's heart. and there are only two sources of horror in one's heart. One is the unknown, and the second is what cannot be resisted. The terrifying things you see in your dream are only superficial. What you are really afraid of is what they represent and symbolize, the truth hidden behind them. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "What is it?" Klein was gradually relaxing and scrutinizing himself as he took in Miss Justice's gentle and sweet voice. When he suddenly heard this question, he subconsciously answered, "The existence that created all of that." He paused and hesitantly added, "They are both an unknown and also cannot be resisted." At this point, Klein knew why he was having nightmares, as well as the true reason for his terrible mental state. He instinctively felt horrified over certain matters and instinctively had latent negative emotions. The former included the cluster of translucent maggots and Zeradal's terrifying performance. There was also the Eraser Angel's baffling actions and the fact that using the dark sacred emblem was the key to opening the door. They separately created a mood of despair that seemed impossible to resist, as well as the feeling of not knowing who was friend or foe, and their ploys. Yes, I'm fearful that the cluster of translucent maggots that's suspected to be a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries of the seer pathway. I'm fearful of Zeradal, who has accomplished an unknown objective by opening the door. I'm fearful of the goddess whose thoughts are an unknown, as well as the Eraser Angel. Klein slowly exhaled as he admitted his fears. Audrey used Placate once again and discovered that Mr. World's tense mind had essentially relaxed. She was delighted as she boldly said, "One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of confidence. Try recalling if you had any oversight or had committed any mistakes in the related matter. This results in your spirit repeatedly warning you and hinting to you. It eventually transformed into part of the nightmare. Oversight and mistakes. Warning from my spirit." Klein pondered over Miss Justice's words and seriously began organizing the details of the matters that resulted in his horror. Soon, his expression turned heavy, bit by bit, as he discovered a problem. "I swore an oath with the goddess bearing witness via the holy sword. Although I hadn't become a clown, with the gray fog's powers yet to have entered the real world, preventing me from being noticed by special deities, demigods, and spirit world creatures. However, I couldn't fool fate, which would also be beyonders of the monster pathway. And the goddess has another title. She is the Empress of Misfortune and Horror. She wields control over misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate. Therefore, I was noticed from back then." Klein's heart sank bit by bit as the horror that stemmed from the unknown was greatly alleviated. He didn't reply, nor did he wait for Miss Justice to speak again. He switched to asking, "If you will face one or even many difficult-to-challenge enemies, what would you do?" Audrey wasn't annoyed by her patient's question. Instead, she felt that it was a good sign. After some deliberation, she said, "First avoid them and hide. Try harder to improve yourself. What if the time won from avoiding and hiding isn't enough to make you grow to a level that is sufficient enough to face your enemies?" Klein pressed, "What if the gap between the two is difficult to bridge?" Audrey answered him seriously while also consoling him, "Find enough helpers." Helpers? Names suddenly flashed across Klein's mind as his heart felt a lot more settled. He then continued asking, "What if the enemies cannot be resisted even with helpers? What if there are helpers who are plotting something that might be beneficial to you, but they might also bring you harm?" Audrey drew a blank, and after a few seconds of thought, she replied, "You can pray to a deity." She nearly said to the world, "You can seek Mr. Fool's help." And from the question and answer session, Audrey was able to confirm a matter. The mental problems that Mr. World was suffering stemmed from powerful and terrifying enemies. But there was a worry that, at a deeper level, the helpers had unknown stances. Pray to a deity. Klein didn't dare to directly say, what if deities couldn't resolve it because the thoughts of deities are even harder to fathom? After all, this was the Fool's kingdom and he was a blessed. He organized his words and said, deities can only provide help in certain areas. And what if that isn't enough? Audrey originally wanted to say that there was always a way and that good was bound to defeat evil, but she couldn't convince herself of it. She couldn't provide any relevant case studies, so eventually, she pursed her lips and said, "I don't know." In the confessional, it was a still darkness. The two temporarily stopped speaking as they fell into their respective inner struggles. Finally, Audrey broke the silence and looked at the wooden partition. "Regardless, something needs to be done. Work hard at it. You can't just give up like that and not put up a fight." "That's right. At the very least, I still have many secrets and things to rely on." Klein closed his eyes as he leaned on the wooden plank. His thoughts slowly rewound from the most recent events as he was no longer constantly tense and often frustrated. Audrey sensed his change and immediately added a placate. With that, Klein's mental condition was completely restored back to normal. "I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. What kind of consultation fee do you want?" Klein offered. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you for providing me an opportunity to handle a case." Audrey didn't really wish to collect any fees as she looked at the wooden partition in the darkness. She couldn't help but recall Mr. World's usual gloominess and coldness, as well as his experienced and ruthless demeanor. His mental problems likely also have to do with his personality. Audrey suddenly had an idea as she smiled. "The consultation fee that I charge isn't much at all." "Yeah. Wish me happiness. What's going on?" Klein was momentarily stunned. He nearly forgot he was wearing the facade of Gairman Sparrow. This was a request he had never heard of before. Klein hesitated for a moment. Finally, he pretended to coldly say with the world's identity, "Since you requested, I wish you happiness." Audrey's smile turned into a beaming smile. "I wish you happiness too. Mr. World, don't always keep everything inside. Smile more and be happier. It can eliminate most of the latent problems." "All right, your mental problems have been resolved, but you will need a follow-up appointment in a few days or by next week." Klein was at a loss for an answer as he tersely acknowledged in affirmation. Then he heard the door on the other side creak open. With the fool's angle, he saw Miss Justice retreat from the confessional and straighten her body. After sending her to the real world, Klein didn't dare stay above the gray fog for too long. He quickly left and got into bed. At that moment, his mental condition had been restored. With his body and mind at ease, he realized something. He had digested quite a bit of his marionettist potion. The progress had surpassed his expectations. "This is because I relied on my marionette to fool a demigod, Panatia, and orchestrated her and Mr. A to complete my planned-out performance at the Foggy Town. Therefore, apart from trying to hide behind the shadows and let every marionette have their own persona to make it more realistic, the marionettist principles include: use one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy to play the role of a puppet." Klein thought as he muttered inwardly in thought. He believed that he could digest the potion before the end of the year. He exhaled with mixed feelings as he turned his head and looked at the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains as he silently said, "That missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered as well." In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and company looked at Captain Soest, who had returned from a meeting, as they patiently waited for him to introduce new clues. Soest drank a mouthful of aromatic coffee and said, "The missing servant has been found, and in the room he was left in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow, who had previously been active at sea." Why did it involve another crazy adventurer? Leonard was somewhat puzzled as he directly asked, "When did he come to Backlund?" "No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer had appeared at sea in the recent few weeks and had hunted a few pirates," Soas said in an unhurried tone. "The Church of Storms knows more. MI9 also seems to know quite a bit. The higher-ups will send people to liaise with them." Just as Soest finished his briefing, a telegram was sent over. Came from the Nighthawks in Desi. The content, which was decoded, read, "Dwayne Dantes' present identity is fake. In the past 10 years he spent in the southern continent. He had relied on adventuring to amass a significant amount of wealth. Further confirmation will require some time. As this place is very chaotic and there are often wars, the jurisdiction of zones are frequently changed. Sounds like a contrived story. Ever since the new sea route was discovered, there has been no end to stories of people becoming rich from taking risks. Soist casually commented on the content of the telegram. As he thought, he looked towards a particular red glove. I recall that we had investigated Dwayne Dantes before and had an exchange with him in his dream. Yes. The red glove, who was responsible for the task, nodded and replied. I didn't directly ask him about such matters, but I could tell that Dwayne Dantes was very familiar with the southern continent. He had plenty of experience there. Heh, that might be information that Dwayne Dantes deliberately revealed to you. Leonard had his doubts regarding the contents of the telegram, believing that this was another layer of disguise from an undying monster who had lived since the fourth epoch. However, he didn't inform his teammates about his conjectures, because he had no basis for them. Soist didn't pay great attention to the matter as he said, Do you have any problems with the clues related to Gehrman Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer was still at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Backlund? As a nightmare, Cindy repeated her doubts. What I'm concerned about isn't the exact time, but whether he has the time to travel to Backlund. After all, we're rather far from the sea. Soist nodded gently and said, In the meeting, a deacon raised this question. According to the time and venue of Gehrman Sparrow's last sighting, he normally has no way to arrive in Backlund last night and complete an infiltration. Of course, I'm referring to normal circumstances. The missing servant told us that when he was sweeping the square, he suddenly lost control of his body. He froze on the spot and was unable to cry for help. Then he saw bright colors like an abstract oil painting, and he felt that his body was floating upwards. Later, he lost consciousness, and after awakening, he found himself in a room in East Borough. The former matches with the keeper's description of being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveler's teleport. If it really is teleport, then Gehrman Sparrow can appear in Backlund at any moment. As elites of the Nighthawks, the Red Gloves knew about the various Beyonder pathways far better than their colleagues which were at the same level. They were no strangers to wraiths and travelers. After listening to the captain's explanation, another Red Glove added in thought, It's rumored that Admiral of Blood, who was hunted by Gehrman Sparrow, is a wraith. The details matched. And as for Gehrman Sparrow being able to obtain the powers to become a wraith, it wasn't unacceptable. The easiest method was to find an artisan to make one's prey into a mystical item. Cindy recalled even more information with this stimulus. It said that Gehrman Sparrow has the ability to change his appearance, and the infiltrator had disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched. Excellent thinking. Soist raised his hand to rub his temples. According to these details, we can come to a preliminary consensus that the infiltrator is Gehrman Sparrow. And this way, the name list we came up with might be erroneous. Gehrman Sparrow doesn't need a companion to frequently come to the cathedral to pray to gather information. He can change his appearance every day and enter to figure out the situation. This will be more indiscreet than using a companion. As the largest and most holy church of Evernight Cathedral in Backlund, the number of believers that came to St. Samuel Cathedral on a daily basis was too numerous to count. No bishop could remember every unfamiliar face that they once met. That also means that the names we have here are meaningless? Leonard raised his hand to rub his brows, sounding rather desultory. That's somewhat obvious. Our focus now should be on Gehrman Sparrow. The other targets can be placed aside as we perform the most basic level of surveillance. Having said that, Soist clapped and said, All right, get busy. Leonard didn't have any objections. He happened to hope to find the machinery hive mind, mandated punishers, and MI9 to gather some information. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally, feeling relaxed and calm. He had the feeling of joyful emotions slowly coming to life. A psychiatrist's Beyonder powers are quite useful after all. It really matches the extremely infectious optimism that Miss Justice brings with her. Klein got out of bed and drew the curtains. He leisurely took in the scenery outside and the scattering golden sunlight. He regained his drive and began formulating his plans for the next couple months and even the year. First, get a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Dwayne Dantes and the control over a marionette to orchestrate scripts to expedite the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion. In that regard, I can ask Little Son about the Bizarro Bane to see if he has any clues. I'll seek Mr. Azek's help regarding the Spirit World plunder. After all, the underworld is part of the spirit world. Fourth, I'll continue investigating the Great Smog of Backland and find the true culprit. This includes Insanguil as well as the demigod that killed Crazy Captain. There aren't any targets more suitable than them for my advancement ritual. However, I have to be careful of 0-08. I have to constantly keep watch of any intentional coincidences. I'll just dabble in the matter in an ordinary manner and mainly provide support. The dangerous investigations can be handed to Demonis Trissy. Klein's thought processes slowly became clear. Although he still felt worried and fearful, this no longer affected his mental state and capacity to take action. Retracting his gaze from outside the balcony, Klein walked into the bathroom and washed up. Soon, he opened the door while feeling highly spirited, and he saw his valet, Richardson, and butler, Walter, waiting outside. The gentleman was wearing white gloves as he politely bowed and said, "Good morning, sir. There's only one item on your schedule today. It's to join an event at the East Balham Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament mocked at 3 in the afternoon. He's a new Member of Parliament, so by accepting his invitation, it will also indicate your political inclinations. You still have the opportunity to be hesitant about it." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "There's no need. It's my choice." He paused and asked in an inquiring tone, "It will be my first time visiting the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. What should I take note of?" "Praise their work that they have established in East Balham. Use this opportunity to make some donations. There's no need to give too much or little. £500 is a rather suitable sum." Walter provided his opinion. £500. Seriously, no matter which circle I enter, I'll have to spend large sums of money. This is because Dwayne Dantes doesn't have any birthright or background. He can only open a path with cash. Klein nodded gently and agreed with his butler's suggestion. At the same time, he quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the work regarding the ocean songster, but the money for Mentor of Confusion and Druid has been obtained. That's a total of £16,000. With the cash I originally had on hand, subtracting the £13,000 I used to purchase 3% of the coin company's shares, as well as the daily expenses of a tycoon's household and the donations at the cathedral, there's still £23,985 and 5 gold coins left. In addition, I still owe Miss Messenger 3,413 gold coins. £500 has already exceeded 2% of the cash I have on hand. Klein didn't speak further as he walked out of his bedroom, going to the second floor where the dining room was in order to have his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to his office earlier than his teammates. He had already obtained the relevant information and had learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edisac, who passed away in the Great Smog of Backland, had once hired a private detective to investigate the death of equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont, and that private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty. As expected, there are hints of him being involved with the Great Smog of Backland. Leonard was delighted as he excitedly ruffled his hair. Following that, he pounded down at the documents on his desk with his fist, planning to seek out even more clues. However, he suddenly fell silent for about 8 seconds before raising his cup in embarrassment and drank a mouthful of coffee. He mumbled inwardly, "What did I want to do? I forgot about it after the pounding." After some careful recall, Leonard finally recalled what it was. He pulled out his drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. Then, he found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of paper. On it, he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, Gehrman Sparrow, Dwayne Dantes. After some hesitation, Leonard drew a line linking the 3 names to the Fool card, indicating that they might very well be members of a secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he was most unsure of Gehrman Sparrow's identity as he wrote a question mark. Later, Leonard took out the Emperor card and stuck it beside the name, Sherlock Moriarty. He labeled it Suspected to be. Gehrman Sparrow and Dwayne Dantes each correspond to a card? Leonard muttered silently. He took out the Crazy Adventures records and began reading them seriously. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar. Early January. Gehrman Sparrow's first appearance was in early January. No way. Leonard drew a gasp as he flipped through another set of documents. At the end of it were the words, "At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Backland and headed south for a vacation. He has yet to return. End of December, early January, Backland, Pritz Harbor. Gehrman Sparrow can change his appearance. No way?" Leonard mumbled inwardly as he drew a dotted equality sign between Sherlock Moriarty and Gehrman Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty's portrait that he had drawn via a ritual as he carefully looked at it. After considering the point that looks could be changed, he began imagining the detective in different disguises. As he did it, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit as he couldn't help but frown. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty. His brain had just imagined what the latter would look like without glasses or a beard. Although this could be quite different from the actual situation and was more of a product of imagination, Leonard increasingly found Sherlock Moriarty very familiar, as though he had known him before. How is that possible? He's long dead, and I buried him with my own hands. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a scoff. Just as he said that, his expression froze because the person in his memories held a huge secret. This person had strangely escaped the influence of 2-049 without the help of others. This person used 2-049's uniqueness to finish off a Sequence 7 Beyonder. And back then, he was only a seer who isn't good at combat. This person had managed to summarize the acting method within a very short amount of time, and he had advanced to Sequence 8 at an extraordinary pace. This person possessed a high Sequence Sun domain charm, and had used it with Captain Dunn Smith, who wielded a saint's ashes, successfully finishing off Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god's spawn. This person's Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic had been taken away by Insangwil, but Captain Dunn Smith's Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left behind. Perhaps it wasn't because Insangwil had taken away the Beyonder characteristic which had appeared, causing it to be missing from the scene, but that it had never formed to begin with. Leonard Moriarty suddenly jolted to his senses as he observed Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. 10 seconds later, he squeezed the words through his clenched teeth. Klein Moretti! He found that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, looked more and more like his former teammate, the hero who saved Tingen, Klein Moretti. And this was under the scenario of him being without the clear discrepancies of glasses and a beard. Leonard's had fingers clenched tightly at some point in time as his joints suffused with a whiteness. After a moment, he let out a clear pant as he picked up Sherlock Moriarty's dossier again. This time, he flipped with a target in mind, roughly to the time when Sherlock first appeared in Backland. Early September. And this wasn't long after Klein Moretti had been buried. Leonard Mitchell's green eyes turned dark as he instinctively flipped through the dossier. Then, he saw a name. Lenevis. This was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tingen City. He was one of the main murderers who led to the death of Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti, and the other Nighthawks. And Sherlock Moriarty's second record in Backland was his investigations at the dock for a serial murder, thus bumping into the disguised Lenevis. After this, the true creator's plan of descending was foiled, and Lenevis died in the sewers. His body was scattered with tarot cards, making it identical in style to the subsequent hero bandit Black Emperor. He didn't forget the harm that swindler brought. Leonard whispered silently, his expression softening. He quickly flipped through the documents and sat in his chair, motionless for an extended period of time. It was as though he had fallen asleep from the shadows brought about by the light. After a few minutes, Leonard finally moved. He leaned into the chair and said in a deep voice, "Old man, do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembles my teammate back in Tingen City, Klein Moretti?" In his mind, the aged voice said after some hesitation, "The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook?" "Yes," Leonard answered in a heavy voice. In his body, the parasite said after 2 seconds, "There's some resemblance." After receiving the reply, Leonard once again fell silent. After a long while, he took out a gold pocket watch and snapped it open to determine that it was still morning. Leonard snapped the pocket watch closed and stood up, nearly overturning the stack of documents. He hurriedly reached out his hand and held onto the documents. Then, he left behind a note, saying that he had found certain clues and planned to head out to do some investigations, thus making it possible that he would return very late. Let me see if someone is pretending to be Tingen City's hero, or if you've always been wearing masks. A secret organization member who sneaked into the Nighthawks. Your true motives aren't much loftier than in Sanguil. You were also targeting something behind Cheney's gate. Leonard no longer had that aloof attitude as his eyes narrowed as he quickly left St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. In Hillston Borough, outside a building with quite a unique architecture, Dwayne Dantes got off his carriage and saw the building that was built in the style of the late Fourth Epoch. The building was mostly comprised of huge stone slabs, creating a total of 4 stories. The windows on each level were like a door, and it was matched with a tiny balcony. Its entire facade had been weathered by the elements, revealing a sandy yellow color. The stone columns and arches held up a refined porch that made it seem rather magnificent. This was the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. Klein waved his cane and pointed at the building before him and said with a smile, "It has quite a historic feel." Member of Parliament Mocked nodded in reply. "It's actually a building built in an ancient style, but it has more than 100 years of history." As he spoke, he led Dwayne Dantes into the club and said to the lady at the reception, "Dwayne Dantes, unofficial member. I'll be his recommender." With that said, he turned to the tycoon and explained, "Not only have you not served in East Balham, but you have never participated in the wars that happened there. You don't even have a military background, so there's no way for you to be an official member. However, even being an unofficial member will allow you free entry and the use of the various facilities. You will be able to enjoy the delicious food and alcohol, and get to know different friends." "That's exactly what I was hoping for." Klein nodded with a smile. After the beautiful lady who was of Southern Continent descent finished the registration, Mocked added, "There's no admission fee. It's £60 a year for the membership." With that said, he chuckled and said, "It's not expensive, even more so for you. Here, you will get to come into contact with all kinds of weapons. There are enough shooting ranges to provide you with shooting practice. You can even learn horse riding. At a club of this level, £60 really isn't expensive. After all, generals often appear here, and they have many famous chefs." Klein didn't speak further as he took out his wallet. He counted £60 and gave it to the receptionist, obtaining a badge with the logo of a forest, ocean, and blades. "This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed with your contributions in East Balham." As Klein wore the badge with a number on its back, he said to Mocked, "If I wish to contribute to the cause, who should I look for?" Mocked pointed at the receptionist. "Just give it to her. She will jot it down and announce it on the notice board over there." Klein nodded slightly and said, "All right." He then turned his head and made Richardson take out the £500 he had already prepared. After giving the donation, Klein passed through the beautifully decorated foyer with Mocked, arriving at a room that resembled an activity room. As for his valet, Richardson remained outside in the break room. There were snacks, tea, and coffee there. In the small room, through Mock's introductions, Klein got to know 5 officers who were either still in service or were retired. Apart from a particular House of Commons Member of Parliament, the highest-ranking epaulette was Colonel Calvin. He was presently working at the Lone Kingdom's Ministry of Defense. However, his actual position was unknown. According to what Klein knew, for quasi-high-ranking members of the military at the rank of colonel, They were mostly Beyonders, mid-sequence Beyonders. Mocked, Calvin and company quickly began chatting. Klein didn't interject as he seriously listened to their conversations, occasionally echoing a sentence or two. In this relaxed atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head and said to Dwayne Dantes, "I heard you were often active in West Balham?" The colonel had a long face like a donkey's, but it didn't look comical at all. His gaze was rather deep. Klein smiled and replied, "Yes, that place is more chaotic than East Balham." Calvin laughed when he heard that. Of course, Intis made too many mistakes over there. He paused and continued asking, "How is your relationship with the people from Intis over there?" Klein didn't understand the colonel's motive as he bit the bullet and said, "It's all right. They're all very greedy." In fact, he didn't know a single one. He had only heard Anderson mention a few names and their corresponding matters. Calvin nodded and raised another question. "Are you familiar with the tribes over there, as well as the resistance?" "I know some," Klein answered vaguely. He only knew one Intis military leader of the resistance. It was the former Intis princess, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Calvin laughed as he took a sip from his cup of red wine. During this process, no one spoke, including Mocked. After putting down his cup, Calvin looked at Dwayne Dantes again and said, "This is the thing. Every year we would obsolete many rifles and cannons, and directly destroying them or processing them is too much of a waste or costs too much. It's not a good solution. I'm not sure if you're interested in buying a batch and selling it to West Balham. You can sell it to the regions ruled by Intis, selling them to the tribes and resistance. Trust me, this is definitely a very lucrative business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you're caught by Intis in West Balham, we will disavow you. This is making me an arms dealer? This is one of the most lucrative businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balham at all and lack any connections, I can sell it to Queen Mystic or the Resistance at the Rorstad Archipelago." Klein was tempted as he deliberately wore a mixed and hesitant expression. "I've never done such things before, but it's definitely attractive enough." Calvin laughed and said, "There's no need to rush to a decision. This is a very important matter that requires serious thought. Just give your answer to Mocked before the end of the week." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. "All right." Tingen City, Raphael Cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was rather strong, this place remained gloomy and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, staring silently at the tombstone. The sun hung brightly in midair. In a dark, silent corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly raised the shovel beside him. The two mounds of soil at the side gradually raised in height as the coffin pit became obvious. From time to time, there would be passers-by, but they didn't notice anything, as though a dream was happening over there. Finally, Leonard threw the shovel and bent down. He reached out and grabbed the ends of the coffin lid with both hands. Using immense strength, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick, long nails had fallen off at some point in time. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. Nothing. Leonard continued keeping his body hunched as he silently watched this scene without any further movement. He stood there like a petrified statue for a very long time. In his hazy dream, Klein saw a tombstone with an epitaph. It stood silently among many other tombstones as it was dyed in crimson moonlight. This scene shattered immediately as Klein snapped awake. He confirmed that he was still Dwayne Dantes and that he was still inside 160 Buckland Street's master bedroom. The dream seems to be telling me something. As a seer, Klein treated every dream seriously. This was no exception. He focused and shook himself out of his state of drowsiness before attempting to make an interpretation. That's likely a tomb. This represents a particular deceased or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the Church of Evernight and the Nighthawks. If I were to directly see the moon, it might involve the primordial moon, vampire ancestor Lilith, and the mother tree of desire. The tomb was dyed with a color almost resembling blood. This symbolizes something bad. As Klein did an interpretation of the dream, He gathered all the content and attempted to make an effective, meaningful conclusion. After some serious thought, he began to believe that the dream's revelation was referring to the past him and the Church of Evernight. After making the connections with what had happened the past few days, Klein slowly came to an answer. As Duane Dantes has repeated headed for St. Samuel Cathedral, he must have been added to a list of suspects. If Leonard hasn't left Backlund, this must have garnered his attention. After all, he knows that Duane Dantes isn't a simple person and has mysterious origins. As an angel from the Marauder pathway, Leonard's grandpa probably discovered that the Grey Fog and the Seer pathway has intricate ties, and knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they will naturally be able to make connections with the honorific name of the Fool that was previously spread, and they would believe that I'm a member of a secret organization that worships the Fool. And developing on this clue, it can also involve the person who killed Lenivus and Hero Bandit Black Emperor who used tarot cards, along with the Gehrman Sparrow clues I deliberately left behind, as well as Leonard's previous investigations into Sherlock Moriarty. It's not impossible for him to put things together and find what's highly dubious. And in the beginning, Sherlock Moriarty's disguise wasn't too good. As long as Leonard investigates seriously, it wouldn't be difficult to discover that the great detective resembled his former colleague. So, he went to Tingen to dig up the grave for confirmation? As he thought about the matter, Klein pulled a back cushion over and sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to his dream. He began seriously analyzing what could happen afterwards, considering if he should abandon the identity of Duane Dantes. Leonard has no way of conveying his theories and conclusion to the other Nighthawks because he won't be able to explain the key points for his inference. This will expose his own secret. Based on my experience and my understanding of him, he will steer the matter via different means. This will be more complicated and troublesome, wasting even more time. Before that happens, I should find him and give him another warning. It should snuff out whatever is on his mind. After all, the Church didn't suffer any material loss, nor did anyone die. Yes, for Duane Dantes I have taken note of the time. I specially created tracks of my activity in the southern continent over the past few months, staggering it with the decline of Gehrman Sparrow sightings. And this involves the Intis colony, so it will be rather difficult to verify the matter. That also means that Leonard has, at best, figured out that Gehrman Sparrow equals Sherlock Moriarty equals Klein Moretti. He will just believe that I'm in cahoots with them, part of a secret organization that believes in the Fool. Heh, to him, Duane Dantes is a powerful, mysterious beyonder who can sense the grandpa in him, a demigod. This is an obvious discrepancy with the other identities. Klein soon came up with countermeasures as he turned his attention to the matter he encountered at East Balham Military Veterans Mess in the afternoon. Why would they directly seek me out for such a private arms deal? I just established a friendship with Mocked and hadn't experienced any tests. I don't deserve such trust. Perhaps it's a test? In the beginning, it will just be rifles and cannons. The quantity would probably be limited, nor will it involve high-quality items. Furthermore, I'll need to come up with the cash before receiving the goods. If I have any real problems, they wouldn't suffer any losses. They will only suffer the repercussions of a small batch of weapons falling into hands within their own domain of control. Yes, to them, a tycoon like me with a complicated background and a deep understanding of West Balham really is an excellent candidate. First, I have the money. Second, I have the guts. Third, I have the resources and social connections, allowing the arms to be sold to suitable factions. Fourth, I have no background in the upper echelons of the kingdom. I can always be made the scapegoat and be abandoned. They must have sent people to monitor me in secret. As long as this business is smoothly completed, I'll be a close partner with the military. This will aid in my investigations of the truth behind the Great Smog of Backlund. The problem I have now is that I have zero actual knowledge of West Balham's resistance and various tribes. I've no idea where that fellow Anderson is. I don't have his method of contact either. Danitz might be aware of the situation in West Balham. Same for Ma'am Hermit. Likewise for Queen Mystic who's backing her. I'll first gather intelligence from these channels. Having made up his mind, Klein's working brain slowed down as a sense of drowsiness washed over him again. He let his body slide down bit by bit as he got under the blankets. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had returned from Tingen, managed to be in time for the team's internal meeting. Soest first briefed them on the conclusion of the Archbishop and what the other local Nighthawk teams had obtained. With the help from the Holy Cathedral, St. Anthony has confirmed that the infiltrator is Gehrman Sparrow. The conclusion is that this crazy criminal is still alive but doesn't exist in this world. This is truly a contradictory statement. I don't understand it as well. His Grace didn't explain anything either. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of Gehrman Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, Gehrman Sparrow is a fake identity. He originally came from Backlund. After Soest finished the briefing, he asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but his eyes shimmered twice before he fell silent again. Soest turned his head and glanced at him, calling him out by name. "Leonard, did you discover any clues?" Leonard remained silent for a second before shrugging. "That clue has been eliminated." Soest didn't ask further as he looked at the other teammates. After a series of supplementary information and analysis, he began assigning missions to his Red Gloves team. After everything was assigned, Leonard Mitchell held a name list that required him to enter their dreams for a cross-check. He returned to the break room above and threw his body into bed. He sat there silently as he raised his hand to comb his hair, preparing to begin taking action. However, the first dream he entered wasn't anyone in the name list. His target was Dwayne Dantes. After repeated considerations, he decided to speak to this secret organization member, an undying monster from the fourth epoch, face to face. He wanted to see what information he could sound out. This looked somewhat rash, but with both parties knowing each other's secrets, it was still a good choice. 160 Backlund Street. Klein's drowsy mind suddenly became clear as he knew that someone had entered his dream. He pondered silently, sitting in a reclining chair and turning his head to look at the balcony. He saw a black-haired, green-eyed man wearing a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap inside. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I haven't gone looking for you, and here you are coming to my doorstep." The other Nighthawks would politely knock on the door before entering. "Only you would jump into balconies," Klein lampooned as he looked at the poet approach him. At this moment, in Leonard's eyes, Dwayne Dantes was still wearing a formal suit in the dream. His sideburns were gray, and he had an angular face with an immense amount of charm. At this moment, the tycoon wore a smile, as though he wasn't hiding the fact that he remained lucid and that he wasn't affected by a nightmare. "Didn't Palaz Zoroast teach you some manners?" Klein said with a tone he believed matched Leonard's impression of him. "Palaz Zoroast. He's warning me again." Leonard was taken aback as he remembered the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a manner that lacked standards. "Please pardon me for the intrusion. You are on our investigation list. Was the infiltration done by you guys? Is that your goal for coming to Backlund?" "No." Klein and his Dwayne Dantes guys raised the cup of red wine and sipped it. "It's not us, but just him alone." He put on an act that he wasn't afraid of Leonard knowing. "Gehrman Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep tone. Klein glanced at him with his deep blue eyes that seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life. "Isn't that obvious? What does he actually want to do? He didn't take anything away." Leonard took the opportunity to ask. Klein raised his hand to stroke his white sideburns and chuckled. "What do you think is the answer?" "What do I think? If I were to know the answer, why would I be here? I'd have long handed this information to my superiors." Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he discovered that, although he was standing straight and looking down on Dwayne Dantes, the tycoon who was sitting leisurely in the reclining chair held the aura of having the advantage. It was like a high-ranking personage casually listening to his subordinates' reports. This made Leonard feel a little uneasy. He subconsciously surveyed the area and pulled a chair over as he leaned back into it, half out of habit and half as a deliberate action. I believe he or all of you are searching for something. Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks to search for something. In Backlund, he also infiltrated Cheney's Gate to search for that item. His search was fruitless the first time, so he escaped by feigning death by using Insangwal's assault. He still failed to find it the second time. Hence, he didn't take anything and directly left Cheney's Gate. While speaking, Leonard used a very certain tone to divulge that he had figured out that Gehrman Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty and also Klein Moretti. He wished to use the effect of pressure to make Dwayne Dantes not appear that calm or have any thoughts of resorting to sophistry. Indeed, he went to dig my grave. Klein sighed inwardly as he chuckled. He picked up the glass of red wine and gently swirled it. Do you think that we would consecutively make 2 rash attempts before having any confirmed intelligence? You should know that such matters can only be done once. Once there's a failure, there's no way it can succeed again. Therefore, who would use an operation to verify one's guess when the target isn't clear? He has tacitly confirmed my explanation. Klein Moretti is Gehrman Sparrow, Hero Bandit Black Emperor, a member of the secret organization who believes in the Fool. Leonard tried hard not to frown as he crossed his right leg and said, So, it's not that nothing was found, but that there was a failure due to other factors? During these 2 attempts, Tingen City's St. Selena Cathedral and Backlund's St. Samuel Cathedral only shared 2 common items. Sealed Artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook. Antigonus family's notebook, that's it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the process of inference is wrong, the answer is actually correct. Klein chuckled and said, Our brains aren't there just for show. If his goal was the Antigonus family's notebook, there was no need for him to join the Nighthawks. Before you obtained it, he had plenty of opportunities. And even after you obtained it, he had no lack of opportunities to obtain it. You should understand the situation back then better than I do. Also, since the target was the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it away? Upon being mocked by Dwayne Dantes, Leonard Mitchell realized that the theory he came up with on the spot was filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed as he showed some anger. He slowly took a deep breath and said, Then why would he infiltrate Cheney's Gate using 2 different methods? And not only didn't he take something away, but he didn't even leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state. Just as Leonard said that, he saw Dwayne Dantes with his gray sideburns produce a deep, profound smile. I'm not sure of the reason for the latter matters. Perhaps you should ask the Evernight Goddess. Goddess? What does he mean? Leonard instantly felt alarmed and puzzled. He found it unimaginable as to what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate. Right on the heels of that, he heard Dwayne Dantes say with a deep laugh, As for your first question, I believe you are mistaken about something. Our organization's members come from different places and join for different reasons, choosing to change their own faith in the process. As for what happened before that, their lives remain their own. Just like me, I had a past and have a present as well. The reason why I came here is because of the last name I gave myself. Dantes, the return of the Count. He joined the secret organization that worships the Fool for revenge, and came to Backlund? Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds as he casually sipped the red wine and wore a smile. He continued, Similarly, he, who was resurrected because of the Antigonus family's notebook's curse, does it for vengeance as well. Klein had deliberately mentioned his present last name, Dantes, and mentioned revenge. It was to preemptively distinguish himself from Gehrman Sparrow and Klein Moretti. It was to prevent Leonard from later finding similar objectives between the 2 and begin making a deeper connection from the similarities. By personally mentioning it, it framed the listener's thought processes and made them subconsciously follow the logic of the content. Thus, treating Dwayne Dantes and Klein Moretti as 2 completely different people. The only similarity was their thoughts of revenge. And in this world, there weren't only 2 Avengers. Leonard lowered his crossed right leg unknowingly as he leaned forward. Vengeance? Who does he wish to seek revenge on? After asking the question, The elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman curled the corners of his lips. Lenivis and Ince Zanguil. Ince Zanguil, Leonard blurted out as he couldn't help but have his expression repeatedly change. Finally, he fell silent. His green eyes looked ahead, unfocused, his thoughts a mystery. Phew. After a long silence, Leonard exhaled and released his originally clenched hands. He asked with his voice a little hoarse, "Lenivis was really killed by him?" "Of course," Klein secretly sighed as he replied calmly. Leonard's mouth gaped open as though he wished to say something, but he didn't. He tightly pursed his lips. Realizing that his goals had been met, he immediately changed topics and chuckled. If you have a similar goal or require help, you can also chant his honorific name. Perhaps you will receive a response. That secret existence, the fool? Leonard imagined that Dwayne Dantes was habitually proselytizing and attempting to develop the secret organization. Therefore, he didn't think further and replied with silence. Klein then laughed. "By the way, help me pass a message to Pallas Zoroast. One of our organization's members encountered blasphemer Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. This piece of information contained massive amounts of information, so much that Leonard was temporarily at a loss for a response. His mind kept reverberating with the relevant information. The Forsaken Land of the Gods? The Forsaken Land of the Gods that even the 7 churches are unable to find? Their secret organization actually has members who can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Blasphemer Amon. Old man told me that he's hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the last name Amon. He was heavily injured by Amon and had no choice but to parasitize me. Dwayne Dantes's tone and attitude really is like an undying monster who lived from the 4th epoch. He's also at the same or a similar level as Old Man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority. I even feel like I'm lacking confidence." As his thoughts ran through his head, Leonard forced himself to focus. "I'll pass on the message to him." Based on the circumstances after Leonard enters the dreams of others, it can be determined that the grandpa doesn't completely control his senses. Otherwise, he would definitely have an abnormal reaction when he hears the name Blasphemer Amon. Previously, Will Ossepton's words also corroborates this point. Only when my dear poet encounters true danger would the grandpa sense it and take action. Very good. He isn't a full parasite. As Klein interpreted the unspoken information, he smiled. "You may leave. You can also relax. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. My coming goals, not the ones of the past." Klein silently added inwardly. Leonard had already received enough information. Thus, he didn't dare overstay his welcome. He got up and bowed. Then he left Dwayne Dantes's dream. In a room on the back streets of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up and heard the aged voice from the parasite in him echo in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated over his words and said, "He directly admitted to being a member of that secret organization that believes in the fool. Likewise for Klein Moretti, whose alias is Gehrman Sparrow. Their goal is for vengeance, their own vengeance." Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a second before saying, "Did he say how Klein Moretti could be resurrected? Or how did he fake his death to such an extent?" Leonard recalled and said, "The explanation he gave was a curse from the Antigonus family's notebook." Curse. At this point, Leonard discovered that Dwayne Dantes's choice of words was rather strange. He had described the power of resurrecting the dead as a curse. Pallas Zoroast didn't seem to have any questions about that. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "What else did he say?" Leonard didn't hide it from him and said frankly, "He mentioned Blasphemer Amon, saying that a member of their organization met him in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." "Old man, is that the Amon you mentioned?" The aged voice replied after a while, "Probably." He paused for a moment before saying, "I believe that Dwayne Dantes, no, the fool that's backing him, might be some old friend of mine. Old man believes that he's at a higher level than Dwayne Dantes, or even higher. He's a grounded angel?" Leonard thought and asked, "Which old friend?" Pallas Zoroast didn't answer as he asked, Are you going to find an opportunity to reveal the situation about Dwayne Dantes and Klein Moretti? Leonard suddenly fell silent and only heavily said more than 10 seconds later, "Not for now. Perhaps he and I and them have the chance of working together." And the church didn't suffer any material loss this time. The parasite inside him didn't say a word, as though he had fallen asleep. Leonard slowly looked up and read the information in front of him. His eyes turned dark as he muttered, "He's overtaken me by leaps and bounds." Early morning, 160 Buckland Street. After Klein got out of bed and washed up, he didn't rush to leave the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the gray fog. He then conjured the world Gairman Sparrow and made the fake person pray piously. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please pass on the message to Danitz. I need him to provide me information on West Balham. It's best if he includes his social connections. Also, get him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being." Above the Golden Dream, Danitz, who saw the sun earlier than Backlund, was holding a cup of malt beer as he sat in the shadows, hiding away from the vile sunlight. "Lessons will begin in another 15 minutes. Captain said that a treasure hunter must have a sufficiently good grasp of mathematics. Sigh, this is really such a headache. But it's also something to look forward to." Dogs hit. Danitz placed one hand on his knee as he downed a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the gray fog emanated in front of him. The blurry figure that looked down from above appeared as Danitz's ears resounded with Gairman Sparrow's voice. "Information on West Balham? Although we've been there to search for lost ancient treasure and got to know a few tribal natives, that is pretty much it. There won't be much that I can tell him about. This is so troublesome. I'll have to do all sorts of work again. Why does Gairman Sparrow get involved in so many things?" Danitz silently grumbled as he vigilantly glanced to his sides, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. He drew a breath upon considering how he wanted to become stronger. He didn't wish to be of no help when his captain met with danger, having to shamefully hide at the back. Danitz slapped his face a few times with his free hand before standing up. He immediately left the shadows and found Iron Skin and Bucket. He asked them in detail about West Balham's situation and who he should ask for the various matters, only to obtain a unanimous answer: Captain Edwina Edwards or Anderson Hood, who previously joined our bonfire on the ship. Will she be suspicious if I directly ask Captain, making her believe that I have a secret and am secretly working for someone else? But I've no idea where that fellow Anderson has gone to. Dogs hit. Danitz fell into a dilemma as he couldn't help but think about something else. Recalling Gairman Sparrow's last words, "Be careful of the Church of Evernight." Danitz wasn't a fool. He knew that a matter that the crazy adventurer emphasized was something important. It also meant that he believed that he had a high chance of being an important target of the Church of Evernight. He would be wildly pursued by the Red Gloves. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of Storms, and the military are targeting me as well. It said that they have each sent a squad. Danitz thought as his heart palpitated. He soon revealed a puzzled and bitter look as he muttered to himself, "But I haven't done anything." After passing the message about gathering information on West Balham to Admiral of Stars Catlia, Klein left the area above the gray fog and returned to the real world. Like every other day, he had his breakfast and had lessons. After he woke up from his afternoon nap with Richardson's help, he changed into a formal suit for an excursion. He got into the carriage that had already been waiting for him at the door. "Head to St. Samuel Cathedral." Klein leaned on the carriage wall as he instructed the carriage driver. He had decided to continue maintaining his identity as Dwayne Dantes. He believed that it was best if he didn't change his former persona. Therefore, he couldn't change the frequency of his trips to St. Samuel Cathedral, nor could he donate less. Besides, this can effectively wipe away any suspicion they have of me. After all, it's hard to imagine that the criminal who infiltrated Cheney's Gate hadn't stayed behind, but would saunter into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. I'll have to thank Emperor Roselle for not plagiarizing criminal psychology. He didn't point out that intelligent criminals often return to their crime scene to admire their work and the helpless response of others. Klein mumbled inwardly as he took a sip of the black tea that Richardson had brewed. After moistening his throat, he glanced at his valet and asked, seemingly casually, "What is your deepest impression of East and West Balham?" Sitting beside him, Richardson didn't ask why. After some thought, he said, "East Balham is safer. West Balham is more chaotic." After giving a simple answer, Richardson turned to look at his employer, only to see Dwayne Dantes with his eyes half closed as though he wanted him to continue. Richardson scratched his ear and deliberated over his words. "There's also poverty, hunger, and whip abuse. People from East and West Balham originally worshipped death. Later, due to the perks of believing in the deities like the goddess, Lord of Storms, and the eternal blazing sun, allowing them to boost their statuses and receive protection from the cathedral, there was a large-scale change of faith. However, as the number of believers increased, that special status was quickly removed. The people of the lower class began worshipping death again in secret. It's more obvious for the more messy West Balham in regards to this point. The descendants of death often receive a great deal of support. This is what my father of mine occasionally mentions after he's drunk." Klein listened in silence and didn't stop his valet's recount, nor did he probe deeper. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein first took in the sight of the white flying pigeons before entering the prayer hall. He took off his hat and handed it together with his cane to Richardson. He randomly found a seat and looked at the altar in the darkness. He watched the stars and the dark sacred emblem as unease, embarrassment, and a lack of confidence arose in him. If he had guessed correctly, ever since he made contact with the holy sword and made a vow, the goddess had likely taken notice of him. Every time he entered the cathedral to pretend like he was praying, it had the feeling like the emperor's new clothes. I wonder what the goddess's opinion on this is, and what position is the church taking? I'll probe first. Klein clasped his hands and held it to his nose, looking as though he was praying seriously. After about 8 minutes, he slowly got up, walked to the donation box, took out £50 and piously threw it in. After doing that, Klein turned to the confessional along the sides of the hall and entered. Unlike most ancient confessionals, which were big wooden crates with 2 doors, the modern confessional was an independent spacious compartment. The confessor and the listening bishop were separated by a wooden partition, with each one of them having their seats. Using the dim light, Klein sat on the chair and listened to the bishop say with his mellow voice, "Do you have something you would like to say? The goddess cares about all her believers." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the lady. I wish to confess that 2 days ago, the military came to me, wishing that I can sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balham, to add coal to the chaos there." After he said that, the bishop on the other side didn't immediately give him an answer, as though he was alarmed by the arms dealing. He was momentarily unsure as to how to organize his words. The confessional instantly ended up being wrapped in an awkward silence. "You became frightened just from that? Have you never encountered a confessor as frank as me? If I were to say that I'm currently plotting the murder of a demigod while hiding from the mother tree of desire and the true creator, wouldn't you be jumping up?" Klein lampooned as he continued, "I did enjoy the adventurer's life when I was young. I obtained my wealth through metal, blood, and fire. But I'm already sick of that life. I only wish for a peaceful future. I originally wanted to decline the offer, but I'm unable to overcome the greed in my heart. This is a sufficiently enticing business, and it helps me in obtaining a firm footing in Backlund's high society. I confess that I ultimately chose the bustle and chaos." The bishop on the other side finally had a response as he said with a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't waver. You don't have to feel guilt for a certain level of greed. As long as you don't harm the innocent or commit any of the crimes as written in the Bible. Go, follow your inner heart and make the choice you wish to make the most. Only this way can you truly understand the teachings and understand the truth of those words. There's no need to be put in a difficult position. Remember this, no matter what you do, sincerely being contrite and penitent is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you. Praise the lady." Klein drew the crimson moon once again on his chest. His visit to St. Samuel Cathedral was to use the opportunity of a confession to inform the church of his intentions of engaging in arms dealing. He wanted to know their reaction, so as to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without saying anything extra, Klein slowly got up and left the confessional. He walked down the aisle and went towards his valet, Richardson. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She was wearing a hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush. She had quite an uncanny sense of beauty. She was none other than spirit medium Daly Simone. Daly looked up and similarly noticed Dwayne Dantes. Her expression momentarily turned adrift as though she had fallen asleep while praying and had entered a dream. Klein nodded at her indiscernibly as a polite gesture. Then, he took his hat and cane from Richardson as he unhurriedly walked out of the hall. Daly retracted her gaze as she looked down at the pew in front of her before slowly closing her eyes. Walking out St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein stood by the side of the staircase and paused for 2 seconds. The white pigeons suddenly flew up in the square up ahead, blocking the sights of all who were taking in the scene. Less than 30 minutes later, in the basement, Leonard heard that Dwayne Dantes, who had previously been investigated, was about to cooperate with the officials. He was going to be a merchant who would sell arms to West Balham. What is he trying to do? Leonard frowned, little by little, completely at a loss as to what the undying monster's thoughts were. As he returned from St. Samuel Cathedral to 160 Buckland Street, Klein saw his white-gloved butler, Walter, walk up to him. "Sir, someone delivered a name card. He said that his employer wishes to visit you from 4 to 5, Walter said with a staid expression. Klein tried figuring out who the visitor was, but he had no clue. He nodded gently and said, "Who's his employer?" Walter darted his gaze around and saw that the other servants were rather far away. He then replied, "Baron Sindras. Baron Sindras, that millionaire tycoon who obtained his aristocratic title with the help of the Conservative Party and Duke Negan, and is also one of the most famous bankers and entrepreneurs in the kingdom. I previously helped Ma'am Mary purchase the Coin Company shares. The competitor happens to be him and his friends. He's visiting me personally for that matter. It's only a transaction worth about £13,000. It shouldn't be something that requires him to go this far." As Klein's mind raced, he walked to the staircase that led to the second floor. Walter walked half a step behind him as he said, "Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindras, I'll inform him that you got caught up at St. Samuel Cathedral, listening to the bishop's preachings, and might return very late." In between the lines, the butler was saying that Baron Sindras was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was impossible for him to head directly to St. Samuel Cathedral to seek him out. Klein thought and smiled before gently saying, "This is a noble who has immense influence in the banking industry. I'll definitely come across him in the future, so I have to meet him. Arrange the meeting to be at the small living room on the second floor where there's the most sunlight." According to what Klein knew, Baron Sindras was the third largest shareholder of Backland Bank and the largest shareholder of Southville People's Bank. In Lone Kingdom's banking industry, he was definitely one of the few people with the greatest influence. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't nag on. At 4:10, Klein met the visitor who often appeared on the papers, in the predetermined living room. The only thing that was different and deviated from his expectations was that Backland turned cloudy after 3. The weather had turned dark and began drizzling. It didn't bring in the bright and warm sunshine. Baron Sindras was identical to how he looked on the papers. He had black hair mixed with some white hair that was neatly combed backward, revealing his broad forehead and receding hairline. His face was rather round, but it lacked the flesh needed to support it. His cheekbones were rather high, and his wrinkles were obvious. Unlike most Loanese his age, Baron Sindras didn't have any facial hair. He was clean-shaven, and his light blue eyes were nearly colorless. Beside him were a valet and bodyguard. They were the kind of people that didn't attract much attention. The former's greatest characteristic was his thin hair, while the latter had short hair if you didn't count the thick beard that reached down from his ears. "Good afternoon, Lord Sindras. It's my honor to have you here as my guest. Klein held his hand to his chest as he bowed. Usually, a host would mostly lean their bodies forward and reach out their right hand for a handshake when greeting a guest. But at this moment, he was in front of a noble, thus requiring him to be more courteous. Baron Syndras nodded gently as he smiled in response. You're being polite. I should have visited you a long time ago. Dwayne Dantes, an experienced gentleman who knows much about the southern continent. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two took their seats while the valets and bodyguards settled by the side. Klein was just about to say something when Baron Syndras said with a genial tone, Dantes, I'm really impressed with people like you. Not everyone can obtain riches from the chaos in the southern continent. This requires plenty of guts and the courage to face adversity, as well as stunning judgment. Back when I was facing bankruptcy, I had entertained the idea of starting anew in the southern continent. But unfortunately, I'm not a brave man. Although Baron Syndras later became a noble, he wasn't a commoner in the true sense of the word. His great-grandfather and grandfather had benefited from the development of the colonies, earning them plenty of money from the sea trade. They were rather successful merchants. As for his father, he had invested in industries, building up his reputation and acquiring several factories. When it came to his generation, he blitzed into the developing banking industry with his sizable wealth, becoming one of the earliest millionaires in loan. During this process, Baron Syndras had suffered 3 failures, but he overcame them one after another. The most harrowing incident was when the Southville People's Bank he founded suffered from a reputation crisis. A bank run happened, nearly bankrupting him. He keeps chatting about my experiences in the southern continent. Is he hinting to me that he has already discovered the problems with my background, and is using it as a warning? He probably never expected that the southern continent experience he keeps repeating is all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly, but he replied while looking absolutely normal. That isn't courage but rashness. Most people who head to the southern continent do have the spirit of adventure, but that's all they have. Without waiting for Baron Syndras to continue, he smiled and said, I nearly hired Mr. Reback some time ago as my butler. He said that you were an excellent employer. Baron Syndras listened in silence before sighing. That is something that fills me with regret. Back then, I was very sincere in hoping that Reback could continue being my butler, but he couldn't overcome the conflict within our positions. Upon saying that, Syndras looked at the handsome and elegant Dwayne Dantes, picked up the black tea that had been served by a servant, and took a sip. I also sincerely hope that we can be friends. I hope you can transfer the coin company's 3% to me. I will give you an offer you can't resist. Here it comes. But I have a contract with Ma'am Mary. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds and said with a smiling sigh, I deeply value my trustworthiness. Upon hearing such an answer, Syndras didn't show any obvious anger. He smiled, curious and surprised. Aren't you going to listen to my offer? Klein deliberately spread out his hands with a wry smile. I'm afraid I will find it irresistible. Ha ha. Syndras immediately laughed and slowly stood up. You're as humorous as they say. At the same time, you have a firm will that the rumors fail to mention. He looked at his bodyguard and valet before saying to Dwayne Dantes with a smile, being a partner with you is definitely better than being a competitor. All right, it's time that I leave. There are many things that require my attention. Is this sincere praise or a veiled threat? Klein wasn't a spectator, so he wasn't able to interpret the subtleties. All he could do was shamelessly reply, likewise. I look forward to having the opportunity to cooperate with you in other domains. Lord Syndras. Dressed in a formal suit and a tie, Baron Syndras smiled and nodded. Without saying another word, he was led out of the main door by Dwayne Dantes and his butler and valet. As he watched the luxurious carriage disappear into the distance, Butler Walter suddenly said, Sir, should I hire some temporary bodyguards? Klein nearly failed to understand his butler. Seeing his employer's expression remain unperturbed, Walter added, At times, competition in business can endanger one's personal safety. Mr. Butler also noticed the veiled threats by Baron Syndras. Klein curled the corners of his lips and said, I'm not too worried because this is Backlund. Because my name is known at the Church of Evernight. Because I'm about to cooperate with the military. Therefore, I'm not afraid of suffering any form of retaliation in the Beyonder domain. And I'm not afraid that matters will develop like with the Intis ambassador. Besides, Baron Sindras is a successful man with status and power. He won't be that rash. Klein thought inwardly. When Walter attempted to continue, Klein chuckled and said, However, being careful is forever a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards. Let them secretly provide me with protection. Try to not have them be discovered by the servants at home. Yes, sir, Walter immediately replied. Klein thought for a moment and said, Make a trip to Member of Parliament Mock's place. Invite him to dinner at the Intis Srenzo restaurant tomorrow along with his wife and daughter. If they have a prior commitment, we can postpone it to another day. He planned on informing Mock that he planned on taking the military's test and completing the small arms deal. The most convenient method was to visit Mock at his residence and mention it in passing, but considering how there might be a demigod of the Marauder pathway around Hazel, any close contact might result in the aura of the gray fog on him being detected. Therefore, Klein changed his plans and decided to have the venue to be at a restaurant. This way, based on his judgment, the demigod which had failed to parasitize Hazel was unlikely to accompany her. Zio hid in the shadows of the woods as she watched a brown carriage slowly drive past and turn into a particular street in Empress Borough. There was an obvious coat of arms on the carriage. It was mainly a flower and 2 rings. They belonged to the captain of the Lone Kingdom's Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford. Realizing that she had made 0 discoveries, she gloomily left her hiding spot and took a nearby public carriage. She returned straight to the Backlund Bridge area and walked into East Borough. Upon coming to the Dharavi Streets bar, Zio easily walked to the bar counter as the drunkards avoided her. She directly asked the bartender who was wiping a cup, Any new jobs? The bartender immediately smiled. Yes, Butler Walter, who previously offered a £200 bounty for a few cheats, has offered a new job. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be discussed face to face. It will definitely be a handsome reward. He was very pleased with your efficiency during the last mission. He requested that we give you priority. How about it? Are you interested? Zio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer because they had spent £200 to seek out cheats who had only scammed £1,000 of cloth. Very generous, and he's quick to pay. Zio did a slight recall before nodding and saying, All right, in an apartment in Sherwood Borough. Just as Zio entered, she caught the scent of fried food. She couldn't help but twitch her nose and looked towards the kitchen. Furs? Would there be anyone else? Furs peeked her head out from the kitchen and asked with a smile. Zio put down the papers in her hand, half surprised and half grumbling. Do you still remember how long it's been since you stepped into a kitchen? Making toast in the morning doesn't count. Furs returned to the kitchen, leaving only her voice behind. I choose the food outside because they're better. And now, the surrounding streets don't have any good fried chicken. I suddenly had cravings for it. When it comes to Intis cuisine, I like it the most. Zio walked to the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe as she watched Furs busily prepare dinner. She deliberated and said, I received a job, £100 a day, ranging from 3 to 5 days, but I need another helper. Weren't you previously lacking in money? Why don't we do it together? Actually, my financial situation has improved. However, a mission that pays £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save up as much as I can. There will be plenty of places that require me to spend money in the future. As Furs watched her oil-filled pot, she asked, What kind of job is it? She had already calculated how much she could receive. Zio combed her slightly coarse blonde hair and said, Secretly protect a tycoon named Dwayne Dantes. What did he encounter? Will it be very dangerous? Furs asked cautiously. Zio recalled and said, Apparently there was some kind of business conflict, and his competitor has threatened him. This isn't anything dangerous. As you are aware, the powerful Beyonders in Backland wouldn't dare to take any risks, as it's easy to expose themselves, causing them to be targeted by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Perhaps the other party is a lunatic? You can't rule that out. While retorting, Furs naturally thought of the world Gairman Sparrow. This gentleman was a lunatic who dared to pull off major upsets in Backland. She paused and scooped up the pieces of fried chicken. Since you've already accepted the mission and I have nothing coming up recently, let's do it together. It's good too. We will be protecting him in secret, so no one will discover that I'm a bodyguard. Otherwise, I'll have no way of participating in those literature saloons. Actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life and gathering material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and her male employer. Zio was already used to Furz's penchant for letting her thoughts wander. She scrunched up her nose and said, "Let's head over after dinner." 160 Buckland Street. Klein had set up a ritual in the master bedroom's bathroom and headed above the gray fog. He planned on handling some random matters before the bodyguards hired by Butler Walter came. It wouldn't be convenient for him to do them in the coming days. And among these random matters, the most important task was to confirm the situation with the creeping hunger. Sitting behind the seat belonging to the fool, Klein made the human-skin glove fly out from the junk pile. After a series of divinations, he discovered that the creeping hunger was rather stubborn this time. None of the negative side effects had changed. It's a result of Mr. A's corruption, so it's absolutely not giving up its praise of the true creator? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he seriously considered the solution to this matter. Find another way to threaten it? No, how can I call it threatening? Under the premise of being proactive, I will be engaging in friendly communication with it. Klein rapped the corner of the long modeled table and muttered silently, "I'll be writing to Mr. Azik later anyway. I can also mention in passing that the creeping hunger seal is no longer effective. I can also bring some mushrooms along with me." No, that wouldn't work. Although it will stop the creeping hunger from praising the true creator, it will make it unusable. I'll get a few of the original mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if there are other effects. After determining his thought process, Klein threw Azik's copper whistle and the adventurer's harmonica through the door of sacrifice and bestowment before returning to the real world. He packed up the ritual items and wiped away any traces of the ritual. After leaving the bathroom, Klein walked to his study desk, taking out a fountain pen and paper as he deliberated over the things to say. "Dear Mr. Azik, it's been a while since I've written to you. I wonder how you've been recently. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, your seal on the creeping hunger is no longer effective. Can you give me the corresponding method? I wish to apply the seal on it again. Have you heard of creatures known as spirit world plunderers? What level are they, and what kinds of characteristics do they have? Where are they usually active in? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll write to you as soon as possible." Putting down the fountain pen and reading it twice, Klein folded the letter and blew the copper whistle. Silently, white bones spewed out from the floor, gushing out like a fountain into midair, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton lowered its head to glance at Dwayne Dantes before bending its back, bending its right arm and spreading open its palm. "This messenger is becoming more polite." Klein nodded in satisfaction, handing it the letter. The skeleton messenger didn't stay, and it immediately disintegrated, pouring down like a waterfall before rapidly vanishing. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief as he retracted his gaze and continued writing a letter to Frank. "The dried mushrooms you provided were pretty good. Do you still have more? Do you find the idea I previously mentioned viable? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me." After folding the letter, Klein blew into the adventurer's harmonica. He saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker appear by his side. She still lacked a head as she wore a complicated black dress while holding 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. "Can you lock onto Frank Lee?" Klein asked rather confidently. After all, Miss Messenger was unlike ordinary messengers. She was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. Under normal circumstances, a messenger could only locate the contractor or the person who held the summoning ritual. As for the latter, there was a limitation. Once the ritual was too far away, the messenger wouldn't be able to find them. Inauthentic's 4 heads turned in unison and looked at Klein. Yes, it's that man who wants to plant everything right. What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? Back when I replied, she even said that she hoped that he wasn't dead. Klein nodded seriously. Yes. Inauthentic's 4 heads spoke one after another. Can locate. I labeled him. Klein turned agape, nearly forgetting his motives. Poor Frank, no, the great and powerful Frank. He actually got Miss Messenger to specially label him. May the goddess watch over him. Klein silently exhaled and handed the letter to Inauthentic. Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you the gold coin. One of the heads in Inauthentic's hand opened its mouth and bit down on the letter. Then it directly entered the spirit world, unable to be sensed again. After dealing with these matters, Klein left the copper whistle and harmonica on him. He went downstairs to have dinner. Midway, Walter entered and whispered into Dwayne Dantes' ear. The bodyguards have arrived. It's that Miss Zio and her friend from before. I will arrange for them to secretly provide you protection. Miss Zio and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magician. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words as all he could do was gently nod, acknowledging the new tidbit of information. His spirituality actually didn't sense that someone had infiltrated his house. However, this was very normal since it wasn't time for most people to sleep for the night. When it was that period of time, any abnormalities became rather obvious. Therefore, unless Klein specially used his spirituality to leave undetectable marks at key spots, or if the intruder had plenty of ill intentions towards him, he would find it difficult to notice them. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Zio and Furs each took a window. Through the glass, they looked down at the garden. This is my dream house. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house just like this in a scenic area. No, I'll still choose Backland. There are more delicacies here, and it's more convenient, Furs said sincerely. With that said, she sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I have the curse of the full moon. I can only continue improving myself. Otherwise, I'd have kept a house instead of selling it for cash. Zio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside, whispering, I lived in such a residence when I was little. Furs stole a glance at Zio. As she had no idea what to say, she changed topics. How should we provide him with protection? Zio retracted her gaze. When Mr. Dwayne Dantes is home and without guests, we'll just hide in the room and watch the surroundings to prevent anyone from infiltrating. When there are guests, we'll head to the adjacent room and keep close attention to any developments. We'll open the door at any moment to save him. If Mr. Dwayne Dantes were to head out, the butler will inform us ahead of time. I'll hide underneath the carriage to protect him while you'll follow on another carriage. Zio, you're becoming more and more professional. Furs seriously praised her before chuckling. I saw Mr. Dwayne Dantes' portrait just now. If you hadn't told me that the danger arose because of a business conflict, I would have suspected that the problem arose because of love. Before Furs finished her sentence, she suddenly saw a carriage stop outside the compound. Following that, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms got out of the carriage. What's happening? She looked at her friend and found Zio looking equally puzzled. Inside the living room on the 2nd floor, Klein met the 4 officers. Mr. Dwayne Dantes? Do you know Mr. Quarren? Quarren. Klein tried recalling and remembered that it was the gentleman who had sold him the coin company shares. Yes, what happened to him? Klein asked calmly. The officer that led the team replied in a rather polite manner. He committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a will, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and torturing him using all kinds of underhanded means, causing him to suffer from severe depression. And his family has provided proof regarding the contents of his will. Quarren committed suicide? His will accused me of forcing him to sell his shares? His family can even provide evidence? As Klein listened to the officer's description, he digested the relevant information and produced questions in his mind. After he understood the situation, his first reaction was, Baron Sindras has taken action. This powerful banker didn't hesitate to carry out his follow-up action against me after failing to cooperate with me, treating me as an enemy. He didn't hold back. Furthermore, he has clearly gathered enough information to know that Dwayne Dantes is involved with the Church of Evernight and Member of Parliament Mocked and the faction backing him. If he were to directly deal with me, it would easily attract unwanted trouble. Therefore, he chose to strike at the other end of the transaction, Quarren. This will be more indirect and safer, but it would be equally treacherous and ruthless. This is an utter disregard of an ordinary person's life. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who collapsed during the Great Smog of Backlund. He couldn't help but feel a sense of rage surge within him as it bubbled to the surface but was ice-cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making him look even more surprised as he asked, seemingly finding the situation incomprehensible, "Are you certain you aren't joking?" The leading officer nodded solemnly. "If we didn't have sufficient clues to support it, we wouldn't disturb a gentleman like you. Mr. Dwayne Dantes, I'll have to trouble you to follow us to the station for further investigations." Despite looking unperturbed, Klein's mind was racing. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed something illogical. Regardless, murder is a serious crime in the current Lone Kingdom. With Baron Sinders' identity, status, and social connections, he will have at least a few dozen effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon that just came to Backlund 2 months ago. There's no need to go this far. After all, as a member of high society, he will more or less understand or be in contact with Beyonder powers. He knows that there are all kinds of incredible means to pursue the true murderer. Unless he's completely confident, taking the risk to frame someone for murder is definitely the worst choice. If Sindras were to use his authority to suppress the investigations of the official Beyonders, it will definitely be more effective and simpler to employ other means. Even if he temporarily isn't aware that I'm about to work with the military, he's definitely aware of my connection with the Church of Evernight and Member of Parliament Mocked. He wouldn't do things in such a simple and brazen manner. Most importantly, even if he's the kind of murderer who would kill for 3% shares, why didn't he do it earlier? He could have held Quarren at gunpoint early on, resolving the matter without causing any fuss. Klein glanced at the officers in front of him while in thought without immediately giving an answer. And in an adjacent room, Zio and Furs were leaning against the wall. Using the latter's ability to open a small door, they didn't miss any parts of the entire conversation. What do we do? If the police want to arrest him, do we still provide protection? Furs, who lacked the experience of a bounty hunter, hurriedly suppressed her voice as she asked her friend. She never expected that the business conflict would result in a case of murder and suspicion of framing. The enemy she had imagined had transformed from an infiltrating murderous bandit into a police officer. She was momentarily unsure of what to do. Zio was also in a dilemma. Usually, a bodyguard will only deal with illegal encroachers. But they have given a sufficiently sizable remuneration. Furs was surprised and amused by the response as she asked, "If he really is imprisoned, are you thinking of breaking him out of jail? Let's put aside the problem of danger. That way you too would be wanted, and you won't be able to be a bounty hunter again. When the time comes, do you plan on fleeing elsewhere with this gentleman?" As she spoke, Furs, who had already come up with a story, discovered that Dwayne Dantes had a response. This elegant gentleman with white sideburns turned to look at Walter and said with a calm and gentle voice, "Two matters. First, visit Baron Sindras and tell him that someone is trying to frame him." Walter revealed a rare look of surprise and confusion, finding his employer's instructions incomprehensible. From his point of view, this matter was highly likely to be machinated by Baron Sindras. It was pointless visiting him, as it would only result in mockery. Klein smiled. He was a guest recently, and he had threatened me for the shares. Following that, Mr. Quarren met with his demise. I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be under suspicion. Therefore, I believe that it's necessary to warn him. This is what a gentleman should do. The officers were slightly perturbed by what was said. They had the inexplicable feeling that the matter was more complicated than they had imagined. As for Walter, he was somewhat enlightened as he replied, "Yes, sir. I'll immediately visit Baron Syndra's and inform your friends and his of this matter. This way, if this wasn't done by Baron Syndra's, all subsequent trouble would be dealt with by him. If he were the mastermind behind this, by involving him in the name of kindly warning him and spreading the news, it could create sufficient pressure from public opinion. It would make it easier for Member of Parliament Mocked and company to rescue him. Smart. A good butler really helps." Klein silently praised him as he continued, "Second, please call for my lawyer to handle this tiny inconvenience." After instructing his butler and valet, Klein looked at the few officers in front of him. "All right, I'll follow you back to the station. I won't make things difficult for you. However, I wouldn't answer any of your questions before my lawyer arrives." The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief as he said with a nod, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantes." At this moment, in the adjacent room, Furs hurriedly said, "Are we following?" "Yes, I'll hide underneath the carriage now and follow it to the station. We can't be certain that those police officers are real ones," Zio replied rather cautiously. She paused, seizing the moment to ask, "What else do you wish to say?" Furs thought for a moment and poignantly said, "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." Zio was taken aback. She didn't speak further as she walked to the window. Supporting herself with one hand, she nimbly jumped down, landing in the shadows of the building. A few minutes later, Klein and two officers boarded a carriage belonging to Dwayne Dantes. When he sat down, he looked at the thick carpet, his expression the same as before. At the police station, Klein was directly brought to an interrogation room. However, he didn't give a response, regardless of what the officer asked. Only when his lawyer arrived did he give an account. He said that he had only met Quarren once. He also mentioned that the negotiation of the share purchase was completely handled by a professional team. Hence, he didn't personally involve himself in it. He repeated his statements, saying that he was unaware of anything else. This left the interrogator at a loss until he was called out of the room. After a while, the officer responsible for recording the statement walked in and said, "All right, you may leave. A gentleman with an honorable status has vouched for you and paid for your bail." Klein didn't immediately stand up as he continued sitting in the chair. He looked up and asked, "Who is it?" The officer said with a respectful tone, "Baron Syndra's." Klein immediately revealed a smile as he slowly got up. He left the interrogation room with his lawyer before meeting up with his butler and valet. At the entrance to the police station, he met Baron Syndra's once again. This powerful banker's hair was still neatly combed back, with silver and black interweaving with each other. Beside him was a valet and his bearded bodyguard. "Thank you for your warning, Dantes. Few people would be so calm and sharp when they encounter such a sudden turn of events." Syndra smiled as he took 2 steps forward, reached out his palm, and shook Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I was simply trusting your character." Syndras obviously didn't believe such lip service. He found an excuse and, with his bodyguard, boarded Dwayne Dantes's carriage. As for his valet, he sent him off to his luxurious carriage to instruct the carriage driver to follow behind. As parasol trees flew past outside the carriage window, Syndra spoke first. "Dantes, how did you come to such a judgment?" Klein glanced at his butler and valet beside him and chuckled. 2 points. First, I believe that you will have a better solution. You wouldn't do something this violent. Syndras drank a mouthful of white wine on the carriage as he chuckled. "Indeed." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he said, "I'm very curious as to what kind of methods you would employ." He had only asked in passing, without the extravagant hopes of obtaining an answer. However, Syndras chuckled and said, "With matters developing this far, it doesn't matter if I tell you. It's very simple. Isn't your goal to enter high society? I plan to hire women of different ages. They will accuse you on different social occasions that you toyed with their feelings and bodies, but you refuse to be responsible for your actions. If necessary, I'll find a few toddling children to clasp you around the legs, calling you PA1. Perhaps I might get some civilians to accuse you of seducing their wives and destroying their marriage. This is Lone, a rather conservative place. No one would wish to have such a person as a friend. Likewise, the Church of Evernight, who values marriage and family, will also distance itself from you. It will be difficult to clear the air on such matters. Yet it wouldn't be a big deal. They wouldn't use their resources to help do an investigation for you. By the time you eventually find a loophole, your image would be hardened and known by all. How many people do you think will believe your explanations? You are just a newcomer and have yet to build a reputation. You aren't that trustworthy. Of course, if you were willing to accept my conditions, I'd stake my reputation for you. That will be the first step. Now, it wouldn't happen. Klein was almost stunned by what he heard. He found himself too inexperienced compared to a seasoned banker who had established a commercial empire for himself. I believe I should thank you, he replied with an unfazed smile. Second, if you really wanted the 3% shares, I wouldn't be your match when it comes to wealth. It would ultimately be better to force Mr. Quarren rather than killing him after the sale is completed. Sindras raised his right hand and pressed his fingers to the corner of his forehead as he chuckled. No, you're mistaken. I was bent on obtaining the 3% share. However, you're right about one thing. I did prepare an irresistible offer for Quarren, but he suddenly made a decision and completed the deal with you at an extremely fast speed. It caught me by surprise. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as he suddenly fell silent. Returning to 160 Buckland Street, Zio circled the area and entered the third floor again, seeing Furs, who had easily entered by using door opening. How is it? Nothing happened, right? Furs, who had only followed from a distance away, asked curiously. Zio shook her head in a slightly wooden manner. No. She then revealed a poignant expression. Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying. On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein stood behind a railing in the form of Dwayne Dante's. He silently watched Baron Syndras's luxurious carriage depart. His mind was still resonating with the conversation he just had. He believed that there had been a secret plot behind the acquiring of the Coin Company's shares from the very beginning. According to Syndras, although the Coin Company has great potential and bright prospects, its current value is only limited to Backlund. It's constrained by many conditions, making it not worthy for a powerful banker to place such great importance on it that he had to take on a stance of being hellbent on acquiring it. After all, even if he didn't succeed, it would only be a difference in monetary profit. It wouldn't result in any losses. For the seller, Quarren, it's very normal to be under external stress to sell his shares for cash. It's also very normal for him to be unwilling to see moneybags Baron Syndras from the Conservative Party. But herein lies the problem. As a businessman, faced with a deal that isn't considered important, the political inclinations are something to be considered when prices are similar. There's no reason to reject the possibility of receiving an extremely high premium. Yet, he had deliberately rushed to close the deal with Dwayne Dante's before Syndras could make his final offer. It's as if he has a grudge with money or views the Conservative Party with extreme prejudice. And this doesn't match the current political climate. The Lone Kingdom's internal politics hasn't reached such a splintered state. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Syndras to do this, and someone had designed a trap, using Quarren's 3% shares as the bait and me as the cover to lure Syndras into the trap, wishing to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps under the night sky as he sighed poignantly. Based on my assumption, if I hadn't discovered the problem tonight and hadn't sent someone to Syndras, the subsequent developments would definitely have me crushed by all kinds of seemingly incriminating evidence. And when the military or the Church of Evernight intervenes, there will undoubtedly be a twist in the evidence, incriminating Syndras. During this process, just a tiny misjudgment on Syndras's part will result in him treating Dwayne Dante's as an accomplice of the mastermind behind this ploy. He would use a rather intense method in response. hammering the final nail in my coffin. As for who the mastermind was and their true goals, Klein had no idea. All he could do was confirm that Ma'am Mary likely wasn't aware of the truth. She was only used due to her anxiousness to preserve her control over the coin company. In short, she wasn't qualified to be deeply involved in the mastermind's ploy. Environment protection, new party, conservative party, bankers, acquisition, framing. One word after another surfaced in Klein's mind, seemingly allowing him to see through the present calm in Backlund. He saw the dangerous stirrings that were hidden beneath the surface. They existed for a long time and hadn't been quelled because of the Great Smog. It was even possible that it was just an extension of the tragedy. When all of these meshed together, mixed with the tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word: revolution. In that second, Klein seemed to catch a whiff of the impending storm. Together with the prophecy of the apocalypse, I wonder how much chaos and madness are brewing in secret. Currently, my main goal is to start from the military and investigate the truth behind the Great Smog of Backlund. If I were to get caught up in this maelstrom, there's a high chance I'll get involved in unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it might expose my sequence powers, preventing me from continuing my act as Dwayne Dantes. Klein retracted his gaze, having made up his decision. It was to quickly extricate himself from the matter. As for Cinders' safety, he wasn't too worried. First, the former had the Conservative Party backing him, and he had his own faction. With him on alert, it would be difficult for him to suffer any further harm. Second, Klein didn't have any deep ties with him. Thus, providing a warning had already spoken volumes of his character. As for the truth behind Quarren's death, he had no right to carry out any investigations. All he could do was trust in the Nighthawk's rich experience and the myriad of means to have a chance of finding the real clues. How should I extricate myself? As long as the shares are with me, it implies that I'll ultimately remain center stage. Get Ma'am Mary to acquire it ahead of time? That will be very difficult. She likely doesn't have the funds. Sell it to Cinders? That will be in violation of the contract. Amidst Klein's flurry of thoughts, he gradually had an idea. His facial muscles twitched a little for some baffling reason before they relaxed. This was because what he wanted to do was something he had planned on doing but lacked the ability to do so. Furthermore, it would also benefit him by establishing an image, bettering his chances of entering high society. In the room adjacent to the balcony, Zio and Furs were observing the streets and garden. One of them was looking at the crimson moon that was half hidden behind the thick clouds. There was a prolonged silence. Only when Dwayne Dantes' lights were extinguished did Furs turn to look at her friend. She said in excitement and clear poignancy, "Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. If you were him, you might have gone bankrupt in 3 days and be sent to jail." Zio shot her a glance and said, "I can hire a powerful butler, a professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help me." Furs didn't continue putting her down as she said with a smile, "If I were you, I would change all of it to cash, bonds, and property. I'll use the annual income they bring about to maintain a decent life." Just as she said that, she saw Zio frown slightly. She cast her gaze towards the first floor. "What happened?" Furs tensed up. Zio observed for a few seconds before saying, "My spiritual perception tells me that an item or matter related to black magic has appeared. One of the biggest advantages of a sheriff was that when they were close enough, they could sense matters related to evil, chaos, and madness that weren't screened." Black magic. Furs was considered a senior beyonder, so she wasn't unfamiliar with that. Strictly speaking, anything that didn't pass through the 7 orthodox deities was considered as black magic. It included ritualistic magic that prayed to secret existences. In the typical sense, black magic referred to the use of flesh and blood, hair, and all kinds of strange items to cast strange spells. It partially involved evil gods, one's beyonder powers, the spirituality of the materials used, and the correct symbols and magic labels. Zio nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here to protect Mr. Dantes." Furs kept silent for 2 seconds and nodded without wasting any time. Okay. After Zio left the balcony's half-open room, Furs took out Lamino's travels from a hidden pouch, prepared to immediately take action if anything amiss happened. Elsewhere, Zio nimbly and briskly arrived at the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside a room. After confirming that the target was inside, Zio was surprised as her expression gradually darkened. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room likely belonged to butler Walter, who had hired her. During her momentary daze, the black magic item or matter which triggered her spiritual perception vanished. Calm returned to the room as though nothing abnormal had happened. Zio hurriedly pressed her ear to the door and carefully listened, confirming that there was the breathing of a human inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter wasn't doing anything else, she returned to the third floor with a look of suspicion. She recounted her findings to her friend and finally said, "Do we feign ignorance, or think of a way to remind Mr. Dantes?" First thought and said, "Perhaps the butler doesn't have any ill intentions? Let's keep observing." After deciding on their stance, she'd sked in wonder. "I have to say that Mr. Dwayne Dantes is a really pitiful person. Not only was he used by others to harm Baron Syndras and get framed, nearly throwing him into jail and losing his reputation, but he also has a butler who researches black magic with an unknown motive. I hope he doesn't lose his life because of that. On this front, he's only a helpless commoner." Zio nodded in agreement. "If we're unable to determine the butler's intentions after 3 days are over, we can leave a slip for him to warn him." The next morning, Klein glanced at Walter in a normal fashion after having breakfast before leaving home with Richardson. He rode a cathedral to St. Samuel Cathedral. After the preaching and prayers, Klein didn't make any donations. Instead, he directly came to Bishop Electra. "Is there something?" Although this bishop was under immense stress due to the infiltration of Cheney's Gate, he was still rather friendly when dealing with the faithful. Klein smiled and replied, "I've recently been involved in certain matters and have come to recognize my true self." Without waiting for Electra to inquire, he continued, "I wish to establish a foundation that targets the poor. I hope that they can receive help from the church. I will place the coin company shares I have on hand into this foundation, so as to kickstart this initiative using all the funds obtainable from the contract." Electra was nearly stupefied by what he heard because it was definitely a sizable sum. Although it wasn't public knowledge how much Dwayne Dantes spent on acquiring the 3% shares, just from the relevant sources of information, it was estimated to be over £10,000. Furthermore, the future returns were nothing to scoff at. And back then, Ma'am Mary had been pursued by many men of status who had wealth in the range of tens of thousands of pounds. Therefore, for Dwayne Dantes to suddenly donate more than £10,000 was definitely considered a generous move. In the whole of the Church of Evernight, apart from donations from a deceased's will, there were only a handful of one-time donations that exceeded this amount. "This is an act that deserves all kinds of praise," Electra said from the bottom of his heart. "However, I have the obligation to remind you that you shouldn't do something that exceeds your reach." Klein smiled and replied, "This isn't a small sum for me as well, but it's still acceptable. It wouldn't affect my life and business." Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he said with a nod, "The goddess will definitely watch you." Upon hearing this blessing, Klein's expression nearly froze. Electra continued, "I will report the matter to His Grace and try to organize a charity party for this foundation. When the time comes, I'll invite the goddess's faithful from different domains. They will include powerful aristocrats and their families. Let's see if there are more people who are willing to participate." He knew very well that Dwayne Dantes was attempting to enter high society. Therefore, he had deliberately made mention of powerful aristocrats. In the bottom cabin of the future where it was pitch black, Frank Lee lit a candle which illuminated a table covered with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He casually pushed the items away and cleared out a space that was just enough to accommodate a piece of paper. Right on the heels of that, he spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression, My dear friend, Gairman Sparrow, I'm delighted to know that you found the dry mushrooms to be pretty good. Perhaps it's more useful than I imagined it to be. When I'm free, I'll take another look at them. As I've been fully focused in both body and mind, in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped all other creations. Most of the mushrooms have been burned away by Nina, leaving me with the last 3. I hope it will be of help to you. Placed together with them are my latest products. One of them is a type of mushroom that grows by feeding on flesh and blood. They have 3 breeds. The first is crossbred with wheat and can be ground into a mushroom powder that can be used to make bread. Another has the characteristic of being mixed with milk, allowing milk to be drawn from them. The last has been crossbred with fish. They come with a refreshing taste and it has a thick meaty texture. The things to take note of is that they are absolutely not to be eaten raw. They need to be cooked in 90 degrees Celsius hot water for at least 5 minutes so as to kill any living characteristics. Otherwise, regardless of what it turns into, it will absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point, it's unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor can they deal with the latter properly. They will accumulate with the corresponding toxicity and madness. I think they will experience different mutations because of the different types of monster flesh, producing different kinds of danger. However, I wasn't able to verify that because I lack a sufficient number of monster corpses. If you were to obtain one while adventuring, please mail me one. I only need a tiny amount. As for any other problems that might exist, I'm not sure either. It's still a prototype, preventing further attempts and observation. I wish you all the best and to have a bountiful time adventuring. Sincerely, your friend, Frank Lee. After putting down the fountain pen, Frank read his reply in its entirety before folding in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and placed it over the letter. He quickly set up the messenger summoning ritual in preparation to chant the incantation. At this moment, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and was stunned. Then Frank moved the nearby pile of soil out the door. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey was hiding in her room, observing the glass bottle in her hand. In the bottle was a translucent, colorless, sticky liquid. It was like a mirror when still, completely reflecting everything within its vicinity. When undulations happened, a very tiny whirlpool would silently spin beneath the surface. This was none other than the hypnotist potion which she had just successfully concocted. Audrey had already digested her psychiatrist potion and planned on advancing to sequence 6 before Backlund's psychology alchemists contacted her. After using placate to quell her mental state, Audrey gently bit down on her lip, raised the glass bottle and downed the potion. After a brief chill, she suddenly felt her mind seem to explode. Her body also seemed to be contaminated as it turned somewhat incorporeal. At that moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body were being absorbed and assimilated by her body of heart and mind. Her entire person was like an amalgamation of pure thoughts that began churning. She felt the boundless sea of collective subconscious which connected all living creatures, and she sensed the spirituality sky that stood in contrast. Having experienced the sense of alarm she received during her psychiatrist advancement, Audrey didn't panic. She ultimately maintained a sliver of lucidity and curbed her instinctive urge to fuse into the sea. She allowed her consciousness to spread out in all directions before contracting like a rubber band. After an unknown period of time, she finally found her inner self. She saw the back of her hand covered in dense, firm golden scales and saw that the hair on her shoulders turned luxuriant and heavy, as though they were really made of gold. After these anomalies receded, Audrey quickly recovered. However, when she looked into the mirror, she found her green eyes appear clear, but deep down was a strange bottomless whirlpool. It made it difficult for others to shift their gaze away from them, easily drowning within them. This is a sign of the dispersing spirituality that has yet to have been fully converged. Audrey slowly eased her brows as her smile turned bright. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently, finding it hard to hide her smile. Audrey, you are already a sequence 6. After she calmed her emotions, She seriously introspected herself to determine her new beyond her powers and the qualitative changes. After some work, Audrey came to a rough understanding of the situation. First, her constitution had received a significant enhancement. Be it her strength or agility, it had exceeded an ordinary person's. She could also form a layer of scales over her skin, largely resisting and reducing any damage. Second was a qualitative change in psychological cue. It became a form of hypnosis within the non-combat domain. As long as she made the target focus on something, Audrey could open the door to their body of heart and mind and directly alter their conscious and affect their subconscious. This way, the target wouldn't notice that they were abiding by her arrangements, taking actions that didn't match their true intentions. Of course, if Audrey's arrangement directly harmed the target's life or something he subconsciously placed great importance to, then the target would produce an intense resistance, causing the hypnosis to fail. In addition, if the target had a strong soul and firm body and mind, they would be able to resist the hypnosis to a certain extent. Third, battle hypnotism. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize an enemy, making them do something abnormal, such as attacking their companions or avoid her, the hypnotist. However, such hypnosis only lasted for short periods of time. The target would quickly snap awake and sense the problem. Similarly, it was unable to harm the target's life and make the enemy commit suicide. Fourth was psychological invisibility. With one's control of the target's body of heart and mind, allowing oneself to remain in the blind spot of one's consciousness, she could achieve the effect of invisibility despite someone standing in front of her without being able to sense her. Very impressive. My only regret is that I still lack beyond her powers that can launch direct attacks. Audrey puffed her cheeks in an indiscernible manner as she tried hard to converge her spirituality and make her eyes less intoxicating. After mostly eliminating her abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in. With the help of her golden retriever, she began familiarizing herself with her new beyond her powers. Before long, her lady's maid, Annie, knocked on the door and entered with an invitation letter in hand. My lady, the church will be organizing a charity party on Saturday night for a newly established bursary foundation that's targeted at the poor. They have invited you. Audrey didn't directly agree as she asked, did they invite my parents? Yes, they were also invited, as well as Lord Hibbert, Annie replied honestly. Audrey nodded and said with a smile, tell the church that I'll be participating. Also, figure out the exact situation with the charity foundation so that I can better decide on the amount to donate. In the evening at the Intestrenzo restaurant. This place is truly dazzling. It's much prettier than the living rooms and activity rooms of many nobles. Furs looked around as though she was here to gather material. Although she had participated in many noble-organized literature saloons, she had always visited them at their residences and not at such top-end restaurants. Zio grabbed at her coarse blonde hair. This is the style of Intis. It's different from us. It might look pretty, but it lacks substance. How does it lack substance? Look, those are all famous oil paintings and sculptures. Furs deliberately retorted. During this process, she suppressed her voice, as they hadn't entered by the main door. As she spoke, she found the private room mentioned by Walter. Furs directly used door opening and pulled Zio in. They hid inside a pantry cupboard and waited for their target of protection, Dwayne Dantes, and his guests to arrive. How much do you think the 3% shares of Coin Company is worth? Bored? Furs casually asked. In the morning, she had entered St. Samuel Cathedral with Zio to provide protection while feigning prayer. Zio hesitated and said, at least several £1,000s. The bishop seemed to place a great deal of importance on the matter. How rich, donating thousands of pounds just like that. Why doesn't he save poor people like us? Furs said poignantly in a joking manner. At this moment, the door to the room opened. Dwayne Dantes and Mock's family walked in and took their seats. The waiters also started rushing around. Zio and Furs didn't speak further as they eavesdropped on the chit-chat outside as they observed the surrounding situation. From time to time, their noses would twitch because of the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Zio frowned as though she had sensed something before quickly easing her brows as though nothing had happened. What's wrong? Furs leaned in towards her friend's ear and whispered. Zio shook her head. Nothing. I was uptight, causing me to overreact. At that moment, Klein put down his fork and knife, glancing to the side with a normal expression. In his eyes, which had his spirit vision activated, a blonde, red-eyed head had appeared out of the void. In its mouth was a thick letter. Klein faintly caught the scent of milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched as he secretly reached out his left hand to grab the letter. And sitting in the other 3 seats, Mocked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket without anyone noticing as a waiter walked out of the pantry, serving a new dish to the 4 customers. Among the dishes, 2 of them were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt disgusted. His expression turned odd as his left palm that remained in his pocket trembled. Thankfully, it's not a mushroom dish I ordered, or else it would have been a waste of a dish. Despite believing that he no longer affected by the trauma inflicted upon him by mushrooms, the smell that came with the letter successfully made him suffer a relapse. Klein's expression rapidly restored itself as he retracted his left hand and placed it on the cup to his side, drinking the ice water inside. Please give me another cup. As though nothing had happened, he turned his head and instructed the waiter who was at the door. At the same time, he pressed down his clothes and slowly got up while expressing his apologies before heading for a bathroom attached to the private room. It was opposite the pantry, placed on either side of the main door. Hiding in a cupboard, Furs heard footsteps approach as the bathroom's door opened and closed. She couldn't help but lean into Zio's ear and whisper in amusement. It's the second time. They've been here for slightly more than 30 minutes, and Dwayne Dantes has already gone to the washroom twice. The first time was clearly to pee. If it's for the same reason, it means that this gentleman's kidneys, bladder, or prostate is problematic. He's coming out. He's coming out. He's really only peeing. TSK, he seems to drink plenty of water usually and often heads to the bathroom. It's difficult being a tycoon, but it's even more difficult being a good-looking tycoon in particular. Zio rolled her eyes. What has that got to do with you? Focus and be serious. We're on a mission. Also, that bodyguard of the member of parliament named Mocked seemed pretty strong. He's probably a beyonder. We need to be careful. Furs had no choice but to suppress her desire to chat as she shrank back. They're guarding the area outside without being wary of others passing through the walls. How unprofessional. All right, we'll chat when we're back. At that moment, Klein had returned to the table and sat back in his seat. He drank a mouthful of ice water, sipped on some white wine, and said to Mocked with a smile, "Having been here in Backlund for nearly 2 months, I've been busy getting used to the environment and hadn't found the time to start a new business. Every day I wake up seeing money flowing out without any coming in. Heh. It's about time I do something." He indicated his willingness to participate in the arms dealing by cracking a joke. Mocked stroked his cup and said with a warm smile, "I can empathize with that. In the beginning I was in such a stage as well. How much money do you have to spare? I can introduce you to some friends for a partnership." Klein replied in a calm tone, "I'll be able to spare a maximum of £20,000 at present." "You're richer than I imagined," Mocked said with a heartfelt sigh. Under normal circumstances, a tycoon who had a liquidity of £20,000 was definitely someone whose overall wealth was on the order of £100,000. Not giving Dwayne Dantes a chance to be humble, he casually said, "Didn't you buy 3% of the coin company's shares before? You can pledge it for at least £10,000. That will give you some liquidity." Klein immediately smiled and sighed. "I have already donated those shares to the church. I plan to establish a bursary foundation that's targeted at the poor." "You donated it to the church?" Mocked had yet to meet the priests or bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral today. Furthermore, he had been out and had yet to receive the invitation. Therefore, he wasn't aware of the new development. Ma'am Rihanna and Hazel, who were enjoying the delicious food, looked up as well, subconsciously casting their gazes at Dwayne Dantes. At their level, it wasn't uncommon to have friends they knew that could donate £10,000, but very few could donate that much in one go. And among these few people, there might not even be one who was willing to donate such amounts. No, there was one now, Dwayne Dantes. Yes. Klein nodded with his usual expression. If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school and study, perhaps my life would have been completely different. Thus, I wish to give those children who desire to change their fates some hope. Your character is as amazing as your generosity. Rihanna lowered her cutlery and praised sincerely. Hazel also nodded indiscernibly. The way she looked at Dwayne Dantes turned significantly gentler. Seeing her parents begin an idle conversation over the charity, she excused herself and walked to the bathroom, seemingly pressing her right hand onto her abdomen. When she arrived at the door, she was just about to turn right when she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard beside the pantry. She frowned slightly and revealed a look of confusion before retracting her gaze and opening the washroom's wooden door. When Hazel came out after washing her hands, she had apparently forgotten the abnormality that had happened. She touched the necklace at her chest and returned to the dining table. Dinner came to an end after the dishes and dessert were served. The four left the private room and met the two bodyguards outside with their servants. They were preparing to return home. At this moment, Hazel suddenly paused and said, "I think I dropped my ear studs inside. Sorry about that. Please wait a moment." Without waiting for Ma'am Rihanna to instruct a waitress to do the search, Hazel turned around and circled around the bend, returning to the room she had been in. Hazel lowered her hand that held her left ear and directly entered the connected pantry until she was in front of the cupboard. She then placed her hand on it. She had planned on opening the door to the cupboard at an extremely fast speed, but after some thought, she decided to be cautious by holding onto her necklace with one hand and turning her body sidewards to prevent any sudden attacks from whatever was inside. As she held her breath, Hazel took the chance when the waiter was clearing the table inside to suddenly pull the door open, exposing whatever was inside. However, apart from some spare cutlery and tablecloth, there was nothing. Hazel once again wore a look of puzzlement, as though she couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. "I clearly sensed something very valuable inside," she muttered under her breath and quickly closed the door before her maidservant chased up to her and walked out of the pantry. Outside the Intis Srenzo restaurant, Furs and Zio turned their heads simultaneously and looked inside. "That girl actually noticed us?" Furs whispered in disbelief and amazement. If she hadn't used door opening and sneaked out from the back of the cupboard, she and Zio would have been discovered, having no choice but to admit that they were secretly protecting Dwayne Dantes. Zio wore a confounded look as well. "I remember that you didn't speak or move about when she was heading to the washroom. Perhaps she's a beyonder as well and has a certain type of spiritual intuition." Furs made an uncertain guess. "Mr. Dwayne Dantes sure leads a difficult life. He often encounters the power struggles between tycoons and nobles while having a butler that secretly studies black magic at home. Furthermore, there are beyonders with mysterious powers living nearby. By the way, what's her name?" "Hazel." Zio was looking for Dwayne Dantes' carriage, preparing to hide underneath when her gaze suddenly froze. "Furs, look. That person is acting oddly." Furs traced her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black formal suit. He was pacing along the sides of the street, looking very anxious and frustrated. "How is he acting oddly?" Furs didn't have the time to observe him carefully as she directly asked. Zio answered simply, "He's dressed as a decent gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. It's as though he hasn't shined them in a while. As you know, Backlund is covered in dust. Also, he would touch the area underneath his armpit. I dare bet that there's an underarm holster hidden there. Apart from that, his expression and attitude imply that he isn't normal." They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Watch that person and ensure that Mr. Dantes is protected." "All right." As Furs found it troublesome, she also found it rather interesting. Hence, She retreated to an area that concealed her as she observed the entrance of the Intis Srenzo restaurant. Nearly 30 seconds later, Dwayne Dantes and the mocked family walked out. After bidding each other farewell, they headed for their respective carriages. At this moment, a two-wheeled carriage charged out from the end of the street at an extremely fast speed, as though it would topple at any moment. The horse that pulled the carriage wore a rabid look in its eyes, as though it had been alarmed. It charged for the Intis Srenzo restaurant's entrance in its panic. Of Mock's two bodyguards, one went forward in a bid to subdue the runaway horse, while the other protected the member of parliament and family. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been loitering around had approached from the back and drew a revolver. With a warped expression, he aimed at Mock's head. Klein's right hand was raised indiscernibly before he retracted it without doing anything. He nimbly performed a jump, dodging the runaway horse. At the same time, Furs, who was hiding elsewhere, clenched her palm gently and pulled to the side. The assailant's leg suddenly went limp, as though he had stumbled over something, as he fell to the ground, failing to pull the trigger. In his haste, he pressed down with one hand and immediately leaped up, planning to shoot wildly without aiming. However, when he squeezed his finger, he didn't feel any tactile feedback. The revolver had already dropped by Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the runaway horse was subdued by the bodyguards. "Why did you attempt to assault me?" Mock held back his churning emotions as he took a step forward and asked with a deep voice. The middle-aged man immediately laughed as he shouted with a hysterical expression, "It's you! It's all because of you and the others. You talk about atmospheric pollution, wanting things like anthracite. My factory is going bankrupt. My child is dying from an illness. And my wife has committed suicide." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's shout and seeing his warped expression, Hazel's eyes, which were filled with rage and hatred, gradually froze before melting into a confused and lost look. It wasn't only her. Mocked and Rihanna, as well as Dwayne Dantes, fell silent. No one spoke for a moment. Even Furs, who had concealed herself, also lost the sense of excitement she originally had, no longer having that strong sense of justice. After more than 10 seconds, Mocked stopped looking at his assailant and turned his head to say to his bodyguards, "One of you stay here. Watch the scene and the suspect. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused and said to his valet, "Get a few reporters to cover this matter." After preliminarily dealing with the matter, this House of Commons member of Parliament surveyed the area and discovered that several passers-by were attempting to gather over to check on what was happening. He then looked at Dwayne Dantes and apologized with a smile. "My apologies for putting you in such danger. I never expected the matter to develop this way. We did consider the actual situation of similar factory owners and coal suppliers, and we had provided them some assistance and interim measures. Who knew? Coming up with a bill is something, but the actual implementation is an entirely different matter. When atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally pressing and the various parties exert immense stress, it's no surprise that a cookie-cutter solution is employed." Klein sighed and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "There's no need to keep my feelings into consideration. I've been in even more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, it appeared as though he was referring to his encounters when doing business in the southern continent's West Balam. In fact, he had recalled Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn, the terrifying meteor that had crashed down from the sky, Cynthia, who wanted to bear a child for Admiral Amirius, and the Rose School of Thought Angel and Numinous Episcopate monster who had collapsed the mountain outside Byam. Compared to these, what had happened here was like a drizzle. He didn't even need to consider his own safety since there was Zio, Miss Magician, and Hazel. He didn't even take action besides dodging normally like any experienced adventurer would do. His focus was on whether this would result in a storm. Mock sighed and nodded. "I can tell that you're very calm. I once doubted your experiences, but now I'm convinced. All right, Dwayne, let's return home separately. Leave the rest to the police. If there's a need to take a statement, they will do it at your residence." Klein nodded and said to Mocked and family, "Be safe." Mocked nodded seriously and sighed once again. Backlund's social season has just begun, and this happened. Cherish the peace we have now. Backlund's social season is marked by the return of the House of Lords members of Parliament. It seems to have begun since last weekend, and this week, 2 cases have happened consecutively. The harm dealt to Baron Sindras, and the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, as he thought Klein didn't stay put. He brought Richardson, who clearly looked a little shaken, and walked towards his carriage. When he got into it, he watched the scenery fly backward as he sighed and half-closed his eyes. He was presently unable to determine if the assault hadn't involved beyonder powers, as everything that had happened could be done by ordinary people. As for the middle-aged man, he had sufficient reason to do so. This didn't need deliberate fabricating, as Klein believed that in Backlund, at present, there were more than one former factory owner or employer that had lost their livelihood because of similar developments. The only thing that felt questionable was that Mocked was the target. Although the House of Commons were the supporters, advocates of the environmental measures, often making relevant speeches and are interviewed by the papers, he wasn't the most obvious target during the passing of the bill. In comparison, there was a higher chance that members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council were picked as targets for revenge. Klein leaned on the carriage wall as he slowly opened his eyes, seeing that it was already dark and cloudy with rain already pattering down. Once again, he realized how the maelstrom hidden beneath the seemingly calm Backlund surface was intensifying. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm and tapped his pocket. In it was what he believed to be Frank Lee's reply and some unknown mushrooms. Klein really yearned to return home to head above the gray fog, and use the newly received mushrooms to communicate with creeping hunger, doing so to regain the use of the sealed artifact. With the storm already brewing, he believed that there was a need for him to quickly be returned back to his optimal combat strength. And in this aspect, creeping hunger was essential. Unfortunately, he had 2 Beyonder bodyguards following him, so it was best if he didn't head above the gray fog for the time being. I clearly don't need any protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my actions. How helpless I am as a tycoon. Klein finally sighed inwardly as he raised the cup of black tea that had just been prepared by Richardson. He took a sip as his facial muscles tensed up before relaxing. Klein looked down and discovered that there had been twice the number of lemon slices in his black tea than usual. He glanced at Richardson in an unnoticeable manner, and he saw that his valet was in a daze, as though he was still lost in the horror of the assault. As cowardly as usual, Klein commented inwardly as he placed the porcelain cup on the table. Late at night, 39 Backlund Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel sat before her dressing table, looking at the gray rat sitting on a powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Was my father wrong? The matter he pushed for is clearly a good thing. There is nothing that is beneficial to everyone. There will always be those who benefit and those who suffer from it. At such times, a relevant bill or plan requires thought, compensation, and aid. If your father had done them, the problem isn't his. Conversely, it also means he's cold and ruthless," the rat said perfunctorily. Hazel recalled for a few seconds and relaxed her expression. During dinner, I sensed that there was something very valuable hidden inside the cupboard in the pantry, but when I later got an opportunity to open it, there was nothing. The rat was taken aback as it said in thought, "Perhaps that was Dwayne Dantes' bodyguard. He was recently embroiled in a suicide case, and it said that it involves Baron Sindras. Hiring a bodyguard to protect him in secret is normal. The bodyguard inside the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers, carrying mystical items with them. That's why you were able to sense it." Hazel nodded gently and accepted the explanation before subconsciously muttering to herself, "I wonder what kinds of supernatural powers those bodyguards have." After saying that, she swept the gray rat with a puzzled look. "How do you know Dwayne Dantes was embroiled in a troublesome case?" The rat squeaked. "My present state is very suitable for me to eavesdrop into the conversations of others." As it spoke, it looked in the direction of 160 Backlund Street, the glint in its eyes shimmering. Based on the sleeping rotation, Furs was asleep as she felt herself float to an ancient and majestic castle. In it were all kinds of beyonder ingredients and mystical items. There were even 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she didn't take any of them away, as they were sealed by an invisible force field. Furs looked around in an attempt to find the means to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol drawn at the top of the dome. It was a symbol formed from fate and concealment. If I find an item engraved with this symbol, I'll be able to unseal some treasure. Furs immediately came to a realization when she snapped awake. She discovered that she had curled into a ball on the carpet in the room. She had a thin silk blanket covering her. She and Zio didn't dare sleep in the reclining chair, afraid that Dwayne Dantes, who often sat in it, would notice something different. Rubbing the edges of her brows, Furs sat up and saw Zio having her back to the wall of the master bedroom. She was seriously listening for any stirrings. As Furs walked to Zio, she said with a frown, "I feel that there is some secret hidden here. I had a strange dream, dreaming of an exaggerated treasure trove and a complicated symbol." As an astrologer, she instinctively believed that there was a problem with her dream. Noticing the serious look on Furs's face, Zio suppressed her words of doubt and said after some thought, "Perhaps there really is some sort of secret. I once heard a proverb regarding the mysterious world. It goes, when a beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there must be a second one. Ignoring the butler who we can't tell if he possesses beyonder powers or not, that Miss Hazel is someone with a beyonder element. Around her, or should I say, that this street likely has a second one." Furs nodded gently before laughing. "However, it has nothing to do with us. We will receive our remuneration tomorrow evening and terminate this bodyguard mission. We will leave this place. The most pitiful of all is Dwayne Dantes. He's innocent and ordinary, but he ends up involved with troublesome matters and beyonder elements." Having said that, Furs looked at Zio and joked, Quickly wish him that the goddess would watch over him. I'm a believer of the god of steam and machinery. I won't be able to do so." Zio seriously considered for 2 seconds before drawing a crimson moon on her chest, piously muttering, "May the goddess bless Mr. Dwayne Dantes." Furs was snapped out of her reverie as she covered her mouth and yawned. "I'll head out to patrol the building. It's your turn to sleep after another 15 minutes. "All right." Zio was clearly more awake than Furs. Furs immediately headed for the door and pressed on the wall with her outstretched hand. Arriving at the corridor, she was just about to walk to the staircase when she sensed that there was a slight stir coming from the room of Dwayne Dantes's valet. Furs's eyes darted slightly as she cautiously headed over. She opened a tiny door in the wall and peeped in. She then saw Richardson jumping a crazy dance that had a tinge of mystery. A spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Furs frowned as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance, softly praying for death's protection to help him avoid all kinds of danger. After everything came to an end, Furs sked and shook her head. She silently said to herself, "What a pitiful man, Mr. Dantes." After returning to the room with the balcony, Furs looked at Zio, who had her back against the wall, and whispered, "Guess what I saw? That male servant, Dantes's valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing a spirit dance and praying." Zio widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. "When it comes to Mr. Dantes, that's the least of his concerns. Yeah, that valet named Richardson is clearly of Southern Continent heritage. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he worships death." Furs replied with a smile, "I know. I just find it interesting. Aren't there a little too many people with secrets around Dwayne Dantes? I won't be surprised if I were to discover one day that all the living beings in this building accept him, including the housekeeper, maids, gardeners, carriage drivers, earthworms, bugs, and rats are related to mystery and beyonders. I would be able to easily accept that reality." Zio rolled her eyes. "If that were the case, Mr. Dwayne Dantes definitely wouldn't be a simple person. Having beyonders and supernatural creatures around him means that he might be the spawn of an evil god or a grounded angel. Without waiting for Furs to expand the scope of the conversation, Zio asked, "Didn't you say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious or considering what it symbolizes? That perhaps it might actually exist?" Furs chuckled. "Such a dream often implies trouble and danger. I'll consider it again if I have a chance of encountering that symbol." Although she said that her true thoughts were, "There's quite a bit of a problem with that dream. Who knows if there's a ploy behind it? I'll consult Mr. Hanged Man, Ma'am Hermit, and Mr. World at the Tarot Gathering next week before deciding what to do. They are experienced and powerful beyonders. Perhaps they have had similar experiences." "You've matured." Zio nodded, and exerting strength in her back, she bounced off the wall and walked to the spot where Furs had been sleeping before. "Mature?" Furs scoffed and leaned in towards her friend. She straightened her back and looked down at her friend's hair. Without waiting for Zio to become enraged, she sighed. "You're the one who matured. I still remember this time last year. You did things based on instinct, arbitrating with your fist. From time to time, you would commit mistakes without realizing it and become lost. You're much better now." Zio was stunned as she lay down and covered herself with the thin silk blanket. With her back facing Furs, she grumbled, "The main reason why I got lost was because of you being a burden by my side." Furs chortled and nodded in thought. "That's a characteristic of an apprentice. It has nothing to do with me. Get it?" Seeing Zio on the floor, she walked to the wall adjacent to the master bedroom and seriously started being a bodyguard. As the night slowly passed, the sky gradually lit up. Klein got up to have breakfast and received visits from 2 batches of policemen and a batch of reporters. They were here for further investigations regarding Quarren's suicide case, while another was to obtain more details regarding Member of Parliament Mock's assault. With Walter's help, Dwayne Dantes met them and quickly handled the matters. In the afternoon, Mock suddenly visited and urged Klein, "Join me at the club for a game of tennis." He was a member of a few clubs, but there was only one club that overlapped with Dwayne Dantes, East Balham Military Veterans Mess. This is to confirm the arms deal. Klein managed to read between the lines and immediately got Richardson to get his coat, top hat, and cane. He rode on his carriage and headed to the Sandiello Unique building at Hillston Borough with the Member of Parliament. They entered the club and used the same room as before. Klein once again met the long-faced Army Colonel from the Ministry of Defense, Calvin. After habitually exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, Calvin finally focused on the main topic at hand. He looked at Dwayne Dantes and said with a chuckle, "I heard from Mocked that you can have £20,000 available? Although it will make me tight on funds, it's true that I can," Klein replied with a smile. Calvin nodded in satisfaction and said after some pondering, "There won't be any need for £20,000 for now. The batch of firearms, explosives, and small number of cannons reserved for you is in a particular warehouse in East Balham. There's not that much, enough to equip about 3,000 to 4,000 people. Based on the price of decommissioning them, it will cost £10,000 at most. Of course, you will have to give me £15,000. He didn't mince his words in any way, as though this was common in the lone military. "No problem," Klein said and nodded calmly. Calvin immediately chuckled. "Excellent. Mocked has a keen eye for people. A person who wants to do such business absolutely mustn't be stingy. That batch of firearms is worth at least £20,000 in West Balham. If you can find a suitable buyer and fully showcase your experience in the area, it's entirely possible to sell them for £30,000 or even more. By the way, the transportation fees and escort fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 personnel to assist you. As expected, there will be monitors." Klein listened in silence, believing that it was time that he urged Admiral of Stars and Danitz to quickly provide him with information on West Balham. He pondered for a moment and said, "Roughly when will it begin? That batch of firearms will take another 2 weeks before being placed in the corresponding warehouse. When it happens after that period is up to you. You don't have to pay it in full at once. You can first pay £8,000 to £10,000 and pay the rest when everything is settled. Calvin wore an expression as though things were highly negotiable. 2 weeks later. That will be closer to the end of the month. I'll definitely have to wait until the party of the Snake of Fate's birth before leaving. I'm still waiting for his placenta blood. Klein's thoughts raced as he said, I'll need to carry out some preparatory work. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July. Calvin exchanged looks with mocked and gently rubbed his palms. No problem. Outside the East Balam military veterans mess, Zio and Furs hid themselves on the roof of a nearby building, monitoring the people that were coming and going. Zio knew that there were many Beyonders in the club, so she didn't dare get Furs to sneak her in to provide protection to Dwayne Dantes at a close distance. All they did was wait outside. Thankfully, this is Backland. Even though there's no smog this season, there will be no lack of clouds. The sun wouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, my skin would definitely turn red. Furs mumbled as she hid herself in the shadows. Zio was about to say something when she saw a carriage drive into the back door of the club. It was entirely brown in color and had a trademark coat of arms. It was made of flowers and rings. Viscount Stratford's carriage? Zio silently mumbled as she hurriedly widened her eyes and focused. She then saw a familiar figure who was a stranger to her get off the carriage. Surrounded by bodyguards, the figure entered the East Balam military veterans mess. What's wrong? Furs noticed her friend's abnormality. Zio didn't conceal the matter as she frankly said, I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. That captain of the Royal Guards? Furs asked in surprise. Yeah. Zio nodded heavily. Furs turned agape, hoping to say something, but she was at a loss as to what to say. All she could do was look around, pretending to monitor for anything that was amiss. After a while, she saw Dwayne Dantes walk out. 160 Baclun Street received another guest in the afternoon. This time it was the largest shareholder of the coin company, Ma'am Mary. I'm very sorry that my request embroiled you in such trouble. I never expected Baron Sindras to do something like that. Poor Quarren. He was planning on bringing his family to Winter County for the summer. Mary Schott apologized with hints of anger. Klein replied calmly, I agree with your views on Quarren. He was really unfortunate. However, this matter probably wasn't done by Baron Sindras. It might be a trap that's targeting him. Mary nodded heavily. I've heard of the theory. It's said that the police department is planning to hire a skilled forensic pathologist to dissect the corpse to search for any missing clues. Her final sentence was automatically replaced by Klein as, the police department is planning to hire a skilled spirit medium from the Church of Evernight to examine the corpse to search for any missing clues. I wonder what will be discovered. Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess give Quarren peace, and that the true murderer behind his death will suffer punishment. Mary responded in the same way before saying, in order to prevent you from being affected by this matter, I plan on purchasing the shares from you ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000 above the highest price to date. You don't have to worry about my funds. I've recently been busy borrowing money from the banks. Klein sighed and replied, I'm very grateful for your kind intentions, but any advance transferring of the shares will need to be done with the church. I've already donated it to them. I plan on using the income one received to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. This was the first time Mary was hearing of such news. She was momentarily stunned and speechless. After 10 seconds, she exhaled and said, Your character, generosity, and wisdom truly impresses me. As she said that, she looked at Dwayne Dantes with an additional look of admiration. Klein humbly diverted the compliment to the goddess before pausing. He then asked with a stern expression, Ma'am Mary, I have a question that I hope you can answer. When you decided to clash with Baron Sindras to protect your control over the coin company, was it purely by your own will, or a result of persuasion by others? Mary frowned and frankly replied, All the persuasion that was directed at me was to ask me to give up. Klein immediately fell silent as he didn't discuss the matter further. He casually mentioned Member of Parliament mocks assault before sending the lady out of 160 Buckland Street. After dinner, Walter came to the half-opened room with the balcony and said to his employer on the reclining chair, "Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been dismissed. It cost a total of £300 for 3 days, excluding the food provided. They're finally gone." Klein immediately relaxed as he nodded, acknowledging his butler's reply. Following that, he eagerly entered the master bedroom, planning on taking out the mushrooms sent to him from Frank Lee and bringing them up above the gray fog to communicate with creeping hunger. When he came to the desk with the hidden mushrooms, he saw a letter held down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up in puzzlement and tore it open. He quickly scanned it as his expression turned odd. "Dear Mr. Dantes, we are the bodyguards you hired. In the past few days, we discovered certain matters that we feel obligated to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom to leave this letter while you were having dinner. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet is secretly worshipping death. Someone among your neighbors has supernatural powers. The street where you live might have certain secrets that cause people to have strange dreams. You should understand some of the terms mentioned. We won't provide a further explanation. May the goddess bless you." Klein looked at the letter in his hand as he was momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. "Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really quite pitiful, and the matters described don't seem to be problematic in any way." As he shook his head with a smile, Klein held a letter in one hand and suddenly shook it to the side. Scarlet flames surged and devoured the piece of paper. "Regardless, Miss Zio and Miss Magician are rather kind people. The only problem is that what they mentioned are things I already know. In fact, I'm more aware of the reasons than they are." As Klein mumbled, he found the mushrooms he had hidden. There were a total of 4 breeds of mushrooms. One was 3 dried products that could react with water and fish. The second was a new breed with golden caps as they emitted the smell of flour. The third was white with specks of black spots. They were swollen and puffy, as though a liquid was flowing within them as they exuded the smell of milk. The fourth had strange gills running down its 2 sides. Their surface was filled with dense and soft scales. Klein swept his gaze at these mushrooms and took out a gold coin. He caught it after flicking it. After confirming the results, he took off the ordinary glove he previously wore. With his bare skin, he grabbed the 3 new mushrooms to test various scenarios that Frank Lee hadn't mentioned. They felt normal to the touch, and there weren't any changes to the mushrooms. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, no longer afraid that the level of danger they possessed had exceeded his capability. He was previously afraid that these mushrooms would immediately produce roots upon contact with items of flesh and blood, devouring whatever was in its path to grow before dispersing its spores. Perhaps it's the relatively strong light from the gas wall lamps? Or it might be as a result of plucking them which causes these mushrooms to lose most of their living characteristics. They will be revived only under special conditions, such as being in the stomach of a living creature. With the intention to figure out the truth, he drew all the curtains to the master bedroom and extinguished all the wall lamps. Then, he picked up the new mushrooms with his bare hand and determined that there wasn't anything abnormal about them as they hadn't fed on his body. After doing this, Klein lit the wall lamps again and set up a ritual, sacrificing the mushrooms above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, he wasn't in a rush to summon creeping hunger. He first summoned a metal bottle that had his blood inside to the long bronze table. Right on the heels of that, he poured a drop of blood on the table and piled the 3 new breeds of mushrooms onto it. In just a second, the mushrooms suddenly softened at the parts where they made contact with the blood. They squirmed as they enveloped the blood. Whatever they made contact with grew a dense array of needle-like hair. The corners of Klein's lips twitched when he saw that. He directly adjusted some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, suppressing all the mushrooms. Then, he sent the drop of blood back into the metal bottle and closed the lid. He had roughly understood the characteristics of the mushrooms. Without wasting any time, he summoned creeping hunger from the junk pile. Holding the thin human-skinned glove, Klein placed it on the table and removed the seal around the mushrooms. Then, he saw the creeping hunger support itself with its 5 fingers before standing up with great difficulty. It began retreating rapidly like it was playing a piano. "So you do no fear?" Klein revealed a genial smile. He pressed the glove down and gifted it with some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Then, he grabbed a mushroom with his other hand and brought it close to creeping hunger. The human-skinned glove struggled with all its might but ultimately failed to escape his grasp as it clearly began trembling. Klein stopped moving the hand with the mushroom and chuckled. "Are you still going to randomly praise the true creator?" Creeping hunger continued struggling without giving a reply. Klein thought for a moment before he compromised. "I'll allow you to praise once a day. In the day or in the evening." Creeping hunger's struggling weakened, but it didn't stop. "TSK." Klein continued negotiating with an unperturbed expression. "Thrice a day, during breakfast, lunch, and dinner time. However, you will need to warn me ahead of time." Creeping hunger struggled twice before sprawling onto the desk, motionless. After another round of negotiations, Klein successfully reached an agreement with creeping hunger. However, eating daily was instinctual to the item. It was unable to be weakened much as a result of the negotiations. Therefore, he needed to wait for the sealing method provided by Azik. At present, what Klein could do was bring creeping hunger around without it eating. However, he needed to come up with a meal within 24 hours. How troublesome. Thankfully, after creeping hunger fused with Mr. A and the mushroom, its living characteristic has strengthened. Otherwise, there would be no way to make any negotiations with it, Klein commented wistfully. Finally, he did a divination regarding the recent matters, and he received a conclusion that there wasn't too much danger. He also got confirmation that Quarren's suicide was a result of the influence of a beyonder. After busying himself with all of that, he left the gray fog and returned to the real world and continued waiting for Mr. Azik's reply. On Saturday evening, Klein, who wore a formal suit, arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with Richardson on a carriage to participate in the charity party. After passing through the main entrance, he was led by a priest to a huge adjacent hall. There was a baldachin with the sacred emblem representing the Evernight goddess placed inside. High above were a few miniature crystal chandeliers that hung down. In front of it were thin and long candles as well as overturned round metal lids used to store wax. At this moment, all of them had been lit, illuminating the hall with brightness. It had quite a holy feeling to it. Klein glanced over and saw a series of neatly arranged seats and guests who wore out of the ordinary attire. Among them, the women mainly wore 2 types of clothing. One was dresses that were either bright or dark colors, and they were bold and liberal in their dressing, allowing one to see the fair flesh at their bosoms or their shoulders. The other type wore pure and fresh colors in relatively conservative dressing. Even their collar bones could hardly be seen. Some of them even had theirs concealed. Based on what Klein knew, this was the difference between married and unmarried women in the Lone Kingdom. As for widows and divorced, they could choose between the two. However, the former tended to choose darker colors. Aside from those, Klein also saw shimmering necklaces and exquisite earrings, as well as all kinds of valuable accessories. They were a lot more impressive than what the guests that attended the ball or banquet which Mocked and himself had hosted. After walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishops, Mocked, and others he knew and exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, there was a sound from the door as many guests turned to look back, revealing their smiles as they walked over. When Klein looked over, his gaze first lit up before it froze. At the entrance to the hall, the most attractive one, there was a girl with lustrous blonde hair that softly cascaded down her shoulders. Her beautiful eyes were green like emeralds. They appeared like the sea which hid a maelstrom within, making anyone who looked at her unable to move their gaze away. Her facial features were pretty, and she had an outstanding bearing. Her looks were nearly flawless, making the men and women present find it difficult to notice what kind of dress she was wearing or the designer of her jewelry. However, Klein had swept his gaze to the necklace at her collarbone. A lustrous and perfect pearl was being embedded within the crevice between the intersection of her collarbone. It softened the lines at her neck, making her accentuate a clean and mesmerizing feel. Klein had met her before and he knew her. She was none other than the Tarot Club's Miss Justice. Back when she used magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her before. Immediately, Klein moved his gaze away, without daring to take another look. This was an instinctive reaction of his, as he knew that Miss Justice was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. If he garnered her attention, it was very easy for her to read his true thoughts and secrets based on the changes in his expressions and body language. But his racing mind quickly forced him to turn his head back as he continued casting his gaze at Miss Justice. He discovered that him avoiding her had made it worse and more obvious. How could a gentleman who liked all kinds of women not take a few more glances when encountering such an abnormally beautiful lady? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular man. His sideburns are a little white. His looks and bearing aren't bad, making him appear profound. This is likely Mr. Dwayne Dantes, who donated more than £10,000 in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. His reaction was a little odd, as though he was trying to hide something. To Audrey, Dwayne Dantes's act of moving his gaze away was actually very normal. She had encountered many similar situations in the past. Some men would indeed subconsciously turn their heads away after seeing her, as though afraid that she would notice it, or that they would make eye contact, exposing their moment of being mesmerized. Therefore, what was odd wasn't that Dwayne Dantes had moved his gaze away. Instead, he had turned his gaze back again. In addition, Audrey felt that the greatest problem was that the gentleman's emotions were more of shock instead of amazement. What's he shocked about? What is he trying to hide? With her questions, Audrey greeted her parents and brother, and the people that gathered over with a faint smile. Seeing Miss Justice no longer paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he began thinking. I need to be careful later and play the role of Dwayne Dantes well. I mustn't let a spectator notice any problems. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I've already thought of the excuse for my abnormal reaction. Miss Justice is indeed a lady from a powerful aristocratic family. I wonder what her last name is exactly. I'll ask Mocked or Bishop Electra later. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. Following his spiritual intuition, he swept his gaze towards the door. Outside the door in the shadows, there was a golden retriever sitting there silently. When the ghostly gaze of the golden retriever pierced through the curtains from the shadows, Klein's brows indiscernibly twitched as he failed to hide his alarm. He then naturally shifted his gaze away and looked towards Miss Justice and company. How terrifying. Why is that dog sitting in the corner, hiding in the shadows for no good reason? It was silently looking at everyone in the hall. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal, and had once asked Mr. Hanged Man for advice. Don't tell me it's that golden retriever? 2 spectators, one out in the open and one in the dark. Which actor can handle that? In high society, Miss Justice and the dog are unlikely to be the only spectators. Her joining the psychology alchemists was a result of other nobles as well. It seems like it was done by Duchess Negan's sister. As Klein lampooned and analyzed, he walked to Mock's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner. The ones who just entered seemed to be very noble people? Mock glanced Dwayne Dantes and chuckled. East Chester Earl's family. You can directly call him Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Ma'am Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You should have already met him. Upon hearing Mock's introduction, Klein suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. This was because he had indeed met Hibbert Hall at the ball Mock had hosted. However, he had failed to notice the Lord, or he wouldn't have raised the question. I was shocked by Miss Justice's sudden appearance. Klein maintained his smile and listening stance. Mock continued. That's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. In the social scene over the past 2 years, she has the title of being the most stunning gem in Backland. It's very apt, isn't it? Without waiting for Dwayne Dantes' reply, he minced his words by saying, "She is courted by princes, duke heirs, and many honorable excellencies and gentlemen." Mock's concealed meaning was clear. He was saying to this man, one who liked all kinds of women, not to place his sights on the lady. She was a target he had no thoughts of making contact with. As for Klein, he was having other thoughts. So Miss Justice is Earl Hall's daughter. It's no wonder she's so rich. It's no wonder she's never bargained. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. He's the most influential member of Parliament of the House of Lords, and one of the hereditary peerage. His wealth is much more than Baron Syndra's. Even if Miss Justice is unable to inherit the aristocratic title and family estate, the wealth she will inherit will be at least £100,000. With her looks, birth, and character, she is indeed the best choice for a marriage partner with the royal family or powerful nobles. However, the way she has been repeatedly buying mystical items doesn't look like she's someone with a wealth of only a few £100,000. She's able to claim it from her father? I also wish to have one like that. Amidst his racing thoughts, Klein replied to Mock's warning with a smile. I've heard of the various rumors about Miss Audrey. It's only today that I have realized that they aren't that exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince or the heir to a duke, marquis, viscount, or earl. Otherwise, I would also be one of her pursuers. He was implying that he knew his status and standing. Mock didn't continue the topic and began introducing the various guests he knew to Dwayne Dantes. He had truly led him into high society. Of course, the greatest supporter involved in this was the Church of Evernight. Without the charity party they held for the foundation, Mock wouldn't have the chance to bring Dwayne Dantes to meet so many honorable people. Marquis Lockent, Earl Gross, Viscount Loveland, the aristocratic believers of the goddess separately exchanged pleasantries with Dwayne Dantes with a rather genial attitude. Before Mock was done with the introductions, an elder walked into the hall. He was wearing a black clergyman robe with red accents. By his chest hung 5 dark sacred emblems. He was clean-shaven, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face the elder and respectfully bowed. Good evening, Your Grace. This elder was none other than Saint Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight. He was the person in charge of the Backland diocese, and he was part of the upper echelons of the church in the true sense of the word. When Klein saw the archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled as he found it difficult to hide it. It was as though he stumbled upon a grave on an unlit village trail back when he was young. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have any strong reactions. He immediately realized that the horror which St. Anthony carried with him was more clearly felt by people with stronger spirituality. He hurriedly entered cogitation in an attempt to calm himself down. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already smiled. He surveyed the area and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the lady. Praise the lady. The guests at the charity party replied one after another. With the archbishop's arrival, Mock stopped introducing Klein to the other guests because the party had officially begun. According to convention, everyone would take their seats and piously pray to the goddess for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral would begin singing and walk to the baldachin and use their ethereal, uniform, and seemingly cathartic voices to praise the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Electra received St. Anthony's instructions to stand to the side of the choir. There was a podium there with all kinds of books placed on it. Everyone, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Your character is a resplendent star in the serene night. Electra first said a few words of pleasantries before saying, Our establishment of a bursary foundation that targets the poor stems from Mr. Dwayne Dantes' suggestion. He is truly an honorable gentleman. His piousness and character are impeccable and a definite role model to others. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Dwayne Dantes to give everyone a brief speech. Although Klein was already prepared, he drew a gasp inwardly when he heard the last sentence. This was different from usual. There were 2 or even more spectators around. It wasn't something that he could bullshit through if he wanted to. The content of his speech needed to be sufficiently realistic, without them being able to see through his lies or fake examples. Pressing down his clothes at his abdomen, he quickly stood up and walked to the podium as he buttoned his suit. Coming behind the podium and steadying himself, he surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, clergymen, and high-ranking civil servants. He said with a smile, "I'm a little nervous. This is my first time being stared at by so many people of such honorable standing. I was once active in a region where the poor gathered. I was active in the chaotic southern continent and, thus, saw many things. There was a young lady who helped her mother make pasted matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, they wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread after paying rent. The rye bread they eat is filled with mill feed, and occasionally they will bite into gravel or rocks. The hardness make it usable as a rod to attack others. When this girl gradually grew up, although she led a laborious daily life, and her family lacked any additional funds, she still looked forward to the night schools run by the church. She wished to study how to read in order to grasp knowledge. This is because she knew that only by doing so could she stop living the way she did. Only by doing so would she not starve and be able to wear clothes that could really protect her from the cold. She wouldn't need to work at factories with harsh conditions and end up dying in her 20s. Klein had selected a portion of the experiences of the poor kids he had met before, merging them together as he conveyed them with his true feelings. He could clearly see many ladies more or less reveal looks of empathy. A number of girls even had their eyes flicker, such as Audrey Hall. She really is an easily moved child. I've acted from the bottom of my heart. I've even moved myself, much less a spectator. However, most gentlemen aren't moved. Some of them seem to already be aware of the situations of the poor. Some do not mind those of the lower class. Klein swept his gaze as he continued. Our industry has been developing. In the future, we will definitely need more literate workers. Our election criteria has been relaxed. In the future, the ones who are eligible to vote will definitely include most of the educated. With the empathy towards these poor children and my expectations of the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all my coin company shares that I have on hand to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. It lets them have the opportunity to enter official institutes of higher learning after attending the free night classes. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, nodded when he heard that. He was the first to raise his hands to gently clap. Amidst the vigorous applause, Klein returned to the seat belonging to him. Bishop Electra headed up and announced, "The shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantes donated are valued at £15,000. We would use it to establish a lone charity bursary foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with him and pity those children who thirst for knowledge, you can contribute to this foundation." As he spoke, he pointed at the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze and pressed the corner of her eye and said to her father, "Father, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you?" As she spoke, her mind quickly summarized what she had observed. Dwayne Dantes has likely lived a lower-class life. His pity, empathy, and speech were all very realistic. Those poor children are truly pitiful. Just now, when the bishop mentioned that the shares were valued at £15,000, the corners of his lips twitched unnaturally. From the looks of it, he likely feels the pinch over donating the money. However, the sincerity of him donating it doesn't seem fake. This means that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he loves kindness even more. Why was he shocked when he saw me, and what is he hiding? He has seen me somewhere before but doesn't know my identity? But there's no need to hide that. He identified my necklace as a mystical item, so he was shocked before trying to attempt to hide this matter? If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder, one that isn't a low-sequence beyonder. I'll ask Susie later when I'm back. Perhaps she noticed other details. She was hiding in the darkness, so he wouldn't be on his guard against her, allowing her to discover more. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father smile as he took out a checkbook and fountain pen. The value he wrote down was £10,000. £10,000. Audrey blinked as she used a very slight change in expression to express her surprise. Without needing her to voice out her question, Earl Hall had noticed her puzzlement. He chuckled and said, "This is an insightful man. His ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore the misery that objectively exists just because it cannot be resolved anytime soon." Audrey vaguely understood her father, but she felt that she didn't fully understand him. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook from her purse that matched her dress and wrote down the £1,000 value. This was a charity ball. Furthermore, it was held in a side hall of the cathedral, so there weren't any dances or extravagant arrangements. There weren't any valets or ladies' maids following by their sides. It was simply a charity event that had some degree of donations involved. The ladies undoubtedly brought their bags on them. The guests subsequently threw their checks into the donation box and headed for the 2 long tables for some beverages or simple food, after which they walked around the hall socializing instead of sitting. This was closer to that of a buffet party. Klein also accompanied Electra and came to St. Anthony's side and was introduced to him. St. Anthony smiled in response to Dwayne Dantes' greeting. He sized him up and said, "Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. It's the goddess that has taught us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are an extremely honorable gentleman." To be frank, faced with this saint, Klein's heart was drumming because deities or beyonders related to the fate domain was able to see the gray fog's aura on him. For example, everyone from the monster pathway or the Evernight goddess who wielded the authority of misfortune. As for St. Anthony, if he was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway and grasped beyonder powers involving misfortune, then there was a chance that he could see that there was a problem with Dwayne Dantes. As such, Klein had headed above the gray fog to divine so before attending the charity party. He received the answer that there wasn't any danger. Since the goddess didn't say anything, even if her archbishop were to discover some problems, he will probably feign ignorance. Klein replied with a warm smile, "I've been to the cathedral frequently to pray and listen to Bishop Electra's preachings in recent times. Even my soul seems to have been cleansed. Therefore, I abided by the goddess's teachings to pass such beauty and hope to others." St. Anthony nodded and said, "In front of the goddess, all believers are differentiated by their character. Regardless if they are nobles or commoners, male or female, they are all the same. I hope those people who live in poor environments will liberate themselves of fear and receive serenity. Praise the Lady." Klein and Electra tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the Lady." Seeing St. Anthony turn towards the other believers, Klein planned on heading over to the table to get a glass of champagne to quench his thirst. At this moment he saw a gentleman approach him. This man had somewhat loose skin with an obvious potbelly. However, it could be seen that he was rather handsome in his youth. Even now, his blue eyes that had a smile on them and his beautiful mustache made him appear good-looking. Klein had previously learned from Mock's introduction and knew he was the House of Lords Member of Parliament and powerful banker Earl Hall. Of course, to him, the most important identity of this noble was that he was Miss Justice's father. And Audrey happened to be by his side. She was observing Dwayne Dantes with her bright eyes, awaiting her conversation with the gentleman later. This made Klein immediately feel a little uncomfortable. "I need to present the persona that matches Dwayne Dantes, a person of ordinary birth who's working hard to get himself into high society. At this moment, he's bound to be a little nervous and restrained. Likewise, a gentleman who loves beautiful women will feel the same feelings when faced with the most stunning gem in Backlund's eyes. But he will also unknowingly showcase his own breadth of knowledge and show his charms to express his desire. Yes, an experienced tycoon who survived the chaos must be someone who has pride and confidence hidden in him. No matter what he faces, he will try his best to appear calm, respectful but not sycophantic." Klein's thoughts raced as he smiled and politely said to the approaching Earl Hall, "Honorable Earl, I happen to see the check you donated. Your kindness and generosity truly impresses me. Yet, you've never flaunted that or informed others how much you've donated." Earl Hall chuckled. "No, compared to you, the price I pay is far inferior to what you made." Between the lines, he meant that £15,000 might be a tenth of Dwayne Dantes' overall wealth or even a fifth, but £10,000 to him was just a thousandth or even lesser. Clearly, the former paid a greater price, and his willingness to do was even more pure. From my point of view, as long as the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates can be helped, all donations are kind and sufficiently benevolent. From this angle, the only difference between £10,000 and £15,000 is just £5,000. Klein tried hard to express his sincerity as he deliberately glanced at the listening blonde girl without leaving a trace. He knew that an ordinary without a trace was obvious in the eyes of a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile as she silently listened to her father's and Dwayne Dantes' conversation, as though she hadn't noticed the gentleman peek at her. This made Klein lack confidence from his failure at receiving any feedback in his performance. Earl Hall laughed and said, "Then we shall agree to disagree. This isn't anything bad. At the very least, we are praising one another. I can tell that you once had a difficult period and had once led the life of the poor." Klein nodded and said, "I do not avoid such a past. They are my valuable riches. And this is something me and my friends lack," Earl Hall commented with a smile. "And it's because of this that you possess a unique and wise point of view. I hope there will be opportunities in the future to work with you." "That is also something I look forward to," Klein replied with a suitable level of sincerity. Earl Hall pointed to the side and said, "A couple of friends are waiting for me. I hope that your charitable ways and wealth keep increasing." Klein didn't drag on the conversation as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady. Praise the lady." Earl Hall and Audrey tapped their chests in a clockwise fashion in unison. Watching them walk past him and in another direction, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he tensed up as he naturally looked around the hall and noticed the shadow at the door. Silently sitting there was the golden retriever. On the carriage back to Empress Borough, Earl Hall, who looked like he was resting with his eyes closed, looked at his daughter and said, "Audrey, didn't you mention that you wish to join one of the church's charitable organizations? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation?" Ah! Audrey had already sensed that her father might have such thoughts back in the cathedral, so she expressed the appropriate level of surprise and confusion. "It's only a small charity foundation." Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hall, argued for his sister. Earl Hall shook his head and laughed. "I've asked a few bishops. The total amount of donations tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much?" Hibbert frowned slightly as he said in thought, "They were bribed." At the same time, Audrey gave her own point of view. "Knowledge and the relaxing of the electoral qualifications?" Earl Hall nodded and sighed. "Nothing is an essential existence, including humans themselves as well as the nobility." He then looked at Audrey and said with a smile, "There's no need to force yourself. I can get others to join the Bursary Foundation. I just wish that you will gain more knowledge because of this and now view certain matters as definite and immutable. Even if you miss this, there will be other charity organizations." "Father, I'll consider it," Audrey replied seriously. After hearing Dwayne Dantes' recount of the stories of the poor, she had already decided on joining to gather more donations, to contact the government, and organize events to contribute her efforts to the cause. She was hesitant because she felt that the middle-aged man was a little problematic. After returning home, Audrey immediately brought Susie to her room and closed the door. "What's your take on that Mr. Dwayne Dantes?" Audrey asked directly. The golden retriever sat opposite her and thought. "He seems to know you or something on you. Also, a lot of the time he's acting and leaving a certain degree of clues. He seemed to be guarded against me. He's extremely sharp." "Yes, I noticed it too. He might be a beyonder. He acted very well, but it's still an act. However, this is also very ordinary. At a social event, and faced with different people, we would all play different roles and engage in a corresponding act," Audrey said in thought. "The biggest problem stems from his shock when he saw me. He was almost horrified. Also, he was embroiled in 2 cases, one after another, especially with that case regarding Baron Sindras. It seems to have some beyonder elements involved in it, with signs of someone being cued to do so." Susie gaped her mouth. unable to give a definitive explanation. All she could do was woof. Audrey began another train of thought. I'll get someone to investigate Dwayne Dante's, and after confirming that there aren't any major problems, I'll join the Bursary Foundation. Alright, it's almost Monday. I can request Furs and Mr. Moon. They're both in Backlund. Monday afternoon at 3. Dark red beams shot up in the Grand Palace, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and looked to the seat of honor at the bronze, long table and bowed with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly had a strong wistful feeling. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding as to why Audrey's tone had a happy and radiant air. He understood where they essentially came from, but he didn't end up envious or jealous because of that, nor did he believe that she lacked the toughness that was brought about by misery. Instead, he felt that in this world that had chaos, warped, and madness underlying it, having such a lady exist was really nice. A smile surfaced on his face as he gently nodded as an acknowledgement of Miss Justice's greeting. After the Tarot Club members exchanged greetings, Katlia nudged her glasses and turned her body sideways. She bowed in the direction of the blurry figure that was enveloped by gray fog at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic has finally come online again. Klein lampooned and said with a smile, Very good. A few seconds later, Katlia conjured the diary pages after receiving approval before seeing them leap into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein glanced at it casually when his heart skipped a beat. He realized that the diary pages provided by Queen Mystic depicted Emperor Roselle's early days. It didn't seem to contain anything important. Logically speaking, when being unable to distinguish the importance of entries, one will definitely prioritize the later diary entries. This would best restore the mystery as to why Emperor Roselle was agitated. I believe Queen Mystic is sufficiently clever. As Klein wondered to himself inwardly, he began seriously reading the first page. September 21st. Arrived at St. Millom. I've officially begun my first state visit. Faysac's weather is really a little cold. It's not even October and it looks like it's about to snow. It's no wonder it's famous for its various coats and winter wear, as well as its liquor. Fuck. The people here are ridiculously tall, as expected of a country that descended from giants. However, I have to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight, I'll be going to a bar to find a Faysac beauty to share some drinks. Upon reading this, Klein suddenly suspected if Queen Mystic Bernadette's question was if she had a brother of Faysac descent. Holding back his sking inwardly, Klein swept his gaze to the second diary entry. September 22nd. I think I blacked out. What happened last night? What happened to my Faysac beauty? I actually lost out to her in drinking. The embassy staff told me that the women here are often better at drinking than men. I should show some temperance when I head to bars in the future. I sure don't want some ugly, middle-aged woman to do unspeakable things to me when I black out. The alcohol here sure is strong. My headache has lasted an entire day. Thankfully, my stomach doesn't hurt. I should sleep early. I'll be visiting the Great Twilight Hall tomorrow. September 23rd. The Great Twilight Hall is indeed grand. It's like a myth materializing into reality. That building seems to be completely prepared for giants. Since I don't share their faith, I could only circle the perimeter. The square at the bottom of the Great Twilight Hall is also filled with the fragrance of alcohol. There were plenty of people there, some kneeling, some sitting, others playing musical instruments. They exude a rather relaxed and open feeling. I got to know a Faysatian who blows a bone flute. Compared to his kinsman, he's ridiculously tall. He's roughly 3 meters tall. His name is Honegger, and he claims to be from one of the clans in Faysac that have the purest giant bloodline. The way he plays the bone flute looks very sorrowful, as though he doesn't belong here but has no idea where to go to. Compared to the skirt chasers at Intis, he's a lot more like a poet. Now that I mention it, I really can't help but give some criticism. Those guys seem to wear any sexual diseases as a badge of honor. It just messes up the entire social market. I had a chat with Honegger for a while and raised my question from before. He said that he's only homesick. But the problem lies in the fact that he's a true blue native from St. Millum. He has never left this place before. Honegger didn't immediately reply to me as he played the bone flute for a few more minutes. He later told me that he misses the origins of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court mentioned in myths. He told me that he and his clan of Phasacians often dream of tall mountains that are used as giant city walls. It's a palace forever bathed in twilight's glow, with tall towers and other kinds of buildings. It resembles the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more fascinating, epic, and miraculous. Without anyone needing to tell them, Honegger and his clansmen believe that it's the giant king's court. Towards the end of our conversation, Honegger slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He was going to leave Phasac to seek out the giant king's court, to find the home of his soul. He believed that in the zone at the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, there might be a path that leads to the giant king's court. He said that a millennia has passed, but the giants have never forgotten their home. Now, it's his turn to follow the footsteps of his ancestors. This path would never stop until the destination is reached. He played the bone flute again and gradually left amidst that ethereal and sorrowful tune. Home. Home. Upon reading this, Klein felt for the first time that his feelings resonated with the emperor. Although Roselle only wrote the word that seemed to repeat without describing his feelings, Klein could understand the undulating feelings within the emperor. This was because he and Roselle were like Honegger. They had a home they belonged to spiritually. Sighing inwardly, Klein flipped to the second diary page. January 10th. Visited Sonia Island. This place is also called Ancient Elf Island. It has plenty of elvish ruins and customs left over. I was surprised on the first day. The elves actually make blood cake, and they enjoy eating animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks? Thinking about the elvish depictions on the murals, apart from their blue hair, their facial contours and eyes are similar to Asians on Earth. Could they be my fellow countrymen? Yes, back then I had such suspicions as well. However, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate at once since it's almost an entire race. I felt that I was overthinking matters, but it doesn't make sense that the customs and cutlery that appears on Earth won't appear here. Klein thought in interest as he quickly continued reading. He wanted to know if Roselle had gotten to the bottom of it. January 13th. I've been so busy searching for writings, relics, and folk tales that I forgot to write my diary for a few days. Although many objects have been taken away by the various churches, I've still obtained something of value. Various legends have it that Elf King Siniathrum created chopsticks. There are records of him using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. There are stories of this ancient god being good at identifying and using spices. It's acknowledged that he is their founding ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he led the race and left the western continent that only existed in legends, bringing them to the northern continent. Could it be that this is a fellow countryman of mine, a transmigrator? He later produced an entire race? There's nothing ancient gods can't do, including having children. He apparently had a wife who was also an elf. I'll need to think this through. January 16th. After further investigation, elves might really have nothing to do with transmigrators. At the very least, they didn't leave behind any Chinese, English, or other symbols. They have likely been using Elvish all the time. Nothing of it gives me a sense of familiarity. Furthermore, the inventions we have in common didn't appear before I came. Likewise for famous quotes. There are only proverbs and idioms with similar meanings but with a completely different choice of words. From all the items and legends I have now, none of them support my theory. This is a little disappointing, but it also makes me relieved. If I were to encounter another transmigrator or other transmigrators, I really have no idea how to face them. January 17th. I dreamed of the home I've nearly forgotten. Indeed, the Emperor more or less gave up on that theory. Klein flipped to the next page and saw the final diary entry. April 2nd. My daughter is smart. She can speak before the age of 1. Although she has only learned a few words, I believe that her subsequent development can't be slow. She must have inherited this from me. No matter how I look, she looks a little like how I looked like on Earth. Could it be that a soul will also bring about some level of inheritance? Haha, I'll just treat it as so. Bernadette, this name is quite good. It sounds beautiful, but deep in my heart, I keep having the urge to give her a Chinese nickname. Sigh. She won't get to see her real grandmother and grandfather. April 3rd. I suffered from insomnia last night because of the wistful thoughts I suddenly had yesterday. Thankfully, I know cogitation. However, this also made me consider a problem. That is whether I should secretly teach Bernadette Chinese. No, I can't. If she were to understand the diary entries her father had previously written, I'd rather kill myself. In my daughter's heart, her father is filled with honor. However, using Chinese to write my diary is my final tether to Earth and my past. My daughter should inherit this tether to a certain extent. April 6th. After a few days of consideration, I've decided to teach Bernadette 2 Chinese characters as though they are special symbols. I'll tell her that this is a protective incantation that her father is giving her and that she is to remember it forever. She doesn't need to know the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is to remember it. The word in Chinese is home. Home. Klein repeated this word again as he felt his eyes redden a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic had chosen these 3 diary pages. This was because it was the protective symbol her father had left her. Home. At this moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. Its surface was flowing silently, but there were infinite eddies flowing underneath, churning without end. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary pages disappear. Looking up at Katlia, he asked, "What's your question?" When looking at Katlia, Klein had actually guessed what her request would be as he sighed and felt confident. How did Mr. Fool know that I'll be asking a question and not making a request, as expected of Mr. Fool? Katlia thought before politely asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the meaning of these 2 symbols." After receiving permission, she conjured the Chinese characters. They were Gu and Xiang. As expected, Klein sighed silently. When combined together, they mean home, the homeland for one's soul. When combined together, the homeland for one's soul. Katlia placed the emphasis on the second sentence because she knew very well where home was for Queen Mystic, nor did she believe that it was anything special. Audrey, Alger, and the other Tarot Club members took the opportunity to learn the new Roselle text and tried hard to memorize the symbols and their combined meaning, except Derek. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back into his chair. "You may begin." Alger immediately turned his head and looked at the world. "Your mystical item is ready. I'll give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item made from an ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic. The artisan had first rushed to finish Miss Justice's glove. As for the world's request, it had been delayed until this week. With Mr. Azek not replying yet, and with me unable to restore the seal on creeping hunger, this mystical item's arrival is timely. Klein controlled the world and made him nod. That's still an acceptable speed. An acceptable speed. If I had delayed it for another 2 to 3 weeks or even a year, would you be teleporting to me? Alger thought with a baffling sense of wariness. As his original plan was to obtain the cataclysmic inter potion from the church, and with him just beginning to digest the ocean songster potion, he wasn't looking to purchase any corresponding Beyonder ingredients. He fell silent again and began watching the other members begin their transactions. To Alger, the most important thing now was to obtain 1 or 2 mystical items to match with Whip of Mind. After all, although mystical items were more about quality than quantity, with the need to avoid having the negative effects stacking with each other, to only have 1 mystical item for a Sequence 5 Beyonder was quite an embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 5 Beyonders would have 2 or 3 mystical items whose negative effects didn't overlap, making them the best combination. Of course, Alger had already reserved one. Once the artisan finished the world's item, it would be his six-winged gargoyle's core crystal. For that, he needed to pay £1,000. Together with the fee he needed to pay for the world, the little amount of money he had was reduced by £2,000, leaving him with £1,800. Out of that, £500 was a commission he had earned from Miss Justice's glove. With no one speaking, Emlyn looked at the sun and asked after some deliberation, "I need a Sequence 5's artificial vampires Beyonder characteristic. What do you wish to get in exchange?" In recent times, he had learned that the Sanguine had the means to eliminate the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic, but he needed to make sufficient contributions to make an application. Therefore, Emlyn wished to first obtain the main ingredient needed for advancement before considering the other problems. Based on his observations, such a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic roughly cost £8,000 based on Mr. World's pricing. As for himself, he only had £5,400 and was still a little short. Based on Emlyn's original thoughts and habits, he needed to save up £8,000 before requesting a trade with the sun. He wasn't a sanguine who liked to buy things on credit, even for the newest and best doll. Nor could he thicken his skin to borrow from others. All he would do is be more frugal, work harder, and save up more. However, he quickly realized something. The sun didn't accept cash. To the residents of the City of Silver, loans cash was no different from scrap paper. Therefore, Emlyn believed that the sun would make a request for an item, so it was better to learn of it to prepare it ahead of time. Furthermore, the sun doesn't understand the market prices. Perhaps the thing he wants only costs £5,000. In the hopes of being pleasantly surprised, Emlyn lifted his chin slightly and looked at the sun beside him. Derek thought seriously and said, Sun Pathways Sequence 5 Potion Formula. He originally wished to request him to repay his debt with Mr. World, but he realized that Mr. World hadn't raised any requests at all. Hence, he didn't find it appropriate to relegate it to someone else. In addition, having participated in so many tarot gatherings, Derek was no longer the newcomer who knew nothing. With the City of Silver having an exchange standard, he knew the difference between a Sequence 6 Notary Potion Formula and a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic very well. Using the former to cover the debt of the latter would be a terrible deal. Therefore, he changed his request to the Sequence 5 Potion Formula. Sequence 5 Potion Formula. That's very difficult to purchase. It will cost between £4,500 to £7,000. It will mainly depend on how urgent both parties are. Also, there's a cost to verifying its authenticity too. Emlyn was just about to answer when he heard Mr. World's hoarse voice sound, "I have it." Instantly, the palace that looked like a giant's residence fell silent. All the Tarot Club members appeared a little wooden. Is Sequence 5 that common? Emlyn fell down when he realized that he still wasn't at Sequence 5 yet. After calming down, he asked, "How much will it cost?" Considering Emlyn White's financial situation, Klein made the world chortle deeply. £5,000. Priest of Light Potion Formula. £5,000? Emlyn was first taken aback before he said without hesitation, "Deal!" It was like he was facing a discount for a doll he had been longing for. All right. The world nodded as though it wasn't a major transaction. Then, he saw Miss Justice look around and hear her say, "I'd like to commission an investigation mission." Investigation mission. The fool Klein's heart skipped a beat as the world's expression turned somewhat sluggish. "What is it?" Furs asked proactively. Her impression of Miss Justice's commissions was that they were relatively simple while paying handsomely. She definitely needed to take it. Audrey organized her words and said, "There have been two matters that happened in Backlund recently. One is Baron Sindras. He was suspected to have been framed. The other is Member of Parliament mocked being assaulted because of the environmental measures." Furs found Miss Justice's description especially familiar because she had been present for the two matters. She had witnessed them and was involved in them. She unknowingly straightened her back, waiting for Miss Justice to continue. "And in these two matters, there is a tycoon named Dwayne Dantes involved. He came to Backlund 2 months ago, and he had donated more than £10,000 of shares to the Church of Evernight in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. Audrey described using a tone as though she had never directly interacted with him and was simply suspecting something about him from the data and rumors she had received. I wish to hire someone to investigate the actual situation with that gentleman. I know this too well. He's rather rich and he looks pretty good. He handles matters with experience and in a mature manner. He's someone with kidney or bladder problems. Furs nearly raised her hand to shout out her thoughts. If Miss Justice wasn't pleased with that, she had even more information, such as Dwayne Dantes was in a rather pitiful state. His butler studied black magic, his servant worshipped death, and one of his neighbors was a beyonder. There was a secret to his street, and that he had donated the shares to extricate himself from trouble. In short, he perfectly fits the image of a foreigner who is being bullied. I nearly recommended him a medicine that treats kidney and bladder problems. After all, Mr. Moon is skilled in such matters. I can still earn a commission through this. Yes, there's no rush. Let's hear what Miss Justice has to offer. Furs curbed her heart, which was awash with excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language and emotional upheavals had betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was rather surprised and puzzled by this. She never expected Furs to know Dwayne Dantes and seemed to know quite a lot about him. This made her have a new guess as to why Dwayne Dantes was shocked when he saw her. She suspected if Furs had once said or shown something to the man. Meanwhile, Emlyn was a blank. He knew nothing about what Miss Justice had mentioned. All he could do was confirm that these happened in Backlund. As for the fool Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, leisurely looking at the members, he nearly twitched the corners of his mouth. Miss Justice's commissioning of others to investigate Dwayne Dantes had exceeded his expectations. This was because they had only met once at the charity party. They didn't seem to have any deeper interactions, so there was no need for any further investigations. Could it be that I exposed something about myself that garnered Miss Justice's interest? Or could it be that by donating £10,000, it shows how much importance Earl Hall places on this? Hence, Miss Justice decided to secretly carry out investigations because she's worried for her father? Klein's mind raced as he hurriedly thought of a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment and looked at Miss Magician and said, "An initial investigation for £500. If you encounter danger, causing the difficulty to rise, I'll compensate you with more." "No problem." Furs hurriedly organized her words inwardly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the World Gairman Sparrow raise his hand. He had raised his hand. Furs was taken aback, suspecting that she had seen wrong. Following that, she couldn't help but have thoughts surface in her mind. Mr. World wishes to take this mission. That's right, he's in Backlund. But this is an investigation, not a murder. Dwayne Dantes is already pitiful enough. Leave Dwayne alone. Eliminating the investigation target implies completing the investigation, because there will be no need to make another investigation. What do? Do I still take the mission? It's a full £500. I just need to recount what I previously discovered to receive £200. But the competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps we can cooperate and not compete? Why would Mr. World be interested in this mission? His focus is actually on the framing of Baron Syndra's or the assault on Member of Parliament mocked. Furs finally grasped the problem at its core. As for Alger and Catlia, they had already cast their gaze at the world. To them, be it the framing of Baron Syndra's, the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, or Dwayne Dantes's donation of more than £10,000, they weren't something that needed special notice. However, to have Mr. Fool's Bless choose to accept the investigation mission meant that the problem was bound to be extremely complicated. It made them feel that there were important secrets underlying the matter. Emlyn didn't think too much about it, but he had also sensed that the seemingly ordinary investigation mission wasn't that simple. His plans on earning some pocket money to make up for the £5,000 that he had just lost were overturned as he suddenly didn't want to say a word. Dwayne Dantes is really something. There must be a big problem with him that makes Mr. World choose to investigate him. Or are those two cases more important and more critical than I imagined? Audrey's mind stirred as she turned her eyes, and she used the advantage of her seating position to take in all the reactions of the Tarot Club members. Among them, Derek was the only exception. To him, wasn't it normal for the Tarot Club to help each other? If someone gave a mission and one was capable of completing it, wasn't it normal to take it? Audrey moved her gaze to the world and asked with hidden anticipation, "Mr. World, you wish to receive this mission?" After returning to Backland, she had gathered up the news at sea over the past few months, roughly confirming that Mr. World was the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow. While she was deeply impressed by this seemingly polite but dangerous gentleman who had accomplished many great deeds, she felt that her feelings to adventure out at sea had waned. Klein had already thought of a response. He had controlled the world to lower his hand and wait for Miss Justice to ask. At this moment, he made Gairman Sparrow's expression turn solemn and reply with a deep voice, "Dwayne Dantes is an identity." After a period of brief but repeated considerations, Klein decided to expose some information. He made Dwayne Dantes be one of his public facades as a blessed. He believed if he chose to conceal the matter, there was a chance of being exposed in the future. This was because Dwayne Dantes was about to enter Backland's high society. He could find clues to the Great Smog of Backland or other cases. This way, he might very well need Miss Justice to provide him with assistance. When that happens, the spectator would probably sense something and discover that the world was previously hiding something and that Mr. Fool had never mentioned it. This would lower her sense of belonging and make her even begin suspecting even more matters, causing her faith in the Fool to be borderline dangerous. With two members not knowing each other, or knowing of the other's existence, to tacitly work together to complete a specified mission together to accomplish a complete goal sounded perfect, but in reality, its success was very difficult. Even more so, there was no way he could fool her. Therefore, most of the time, honesty was more effective and less worrisome than lying. As for why he didn't directly say that Dantes was Gairman Sparrow, it was because Klein didn't wish to leave the Tarot Club members the impression as to why it was the same person again. He didn't want them to have the impression that he was the only blessed of Mr. Fool that appeared. Dwayne Dantes is only an identity? Audrey sharply read between the lines and had a theory. Then, she heard the world simply say, "A common identity that me and my companions share. I will occasionally disguise myself as him." Upon saying that, he emotionlessly swept his gaze across the magician. A common identity, occasionally disguised as him. That very pitiful Dwayne Dantes is Mr. World? That tycoon with kidney or bladder problems is Mr. Gairman Sparrow. Furs felt as though she was struck by lightning as she froze up. Her brain turned numb as she felt struck with fear, subconsciously feeling that Zio's unintentional comment made a lot of sense. When a butler, valet, neighbor, and surroundings had problems, the person that seemed ordinary definitely wouldn't be ordinary. No, it's not the street where Dwayne Dantes stays at or that he happened to hire a butler with a secret. It's because of that secret that he was selected by Dwayne Dantes. Selected by Gairman Sparrow. The pitiful one isn't Dwayne Dantes but the Beyonders and Beyonder items around him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten Zio to ask the goddess to bless him. It's more of a curse for Mr. World. Furs suddenly trembled, thankful that she hadn't left a comment in her note that Dwayne Dantes should check on his kidneys or bladder. Otherwise, she suspected that she wouldn't be able to participate in the next tarot gathering. Or perhaps, she would appear in the form of a Beyonder characteristic sold to the other members by the world. Logically speaking, Mr. World shouldn't know that I'm the magician. But I was carrying Lamino's travels with me. He had used the spellbook before and had added demigod-level Beyonder powers to it. He had definitely observed me in secret, remembering my appearance and evaluating my value. The fear in Furs was surging like a tumultuous sea as her expression was filled with misery. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold glance at her, her feelings of regret instantly becoming that of extreme regret. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer and mention my impression of Dwayne Dantes. When Furs gradually calmed down from her horror, she couldn't help but think of another problem. During the bodyguard mission, were we the ones protecting Dwayne Dantes, or was Dwayne Dantes protecting us? Should I refund Mr. Gehrman Sparrow his money? This, at times, Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first stunned before finding all her questions answered. Furs does know Dwayne Dantes, but she didn't know that he's Mr. World. Can be proven from her shocked reaction just now. The reason that Dwayne Dantes was shocked when he saw me was because he recognized Lie. Although this mystical item has changed, it comes from a beyonder characteristic that Mr. World provided. Perhaps this crazy adventurer can sense it somehow. After all, Gehrman Sparrow can transform into anyone with the powers of shape-shifting. Although I only asked Mr. Hanged Man what will happen when an animal consumes a potion, the potion ingredients I gathered later were always in pairs. Mr. World might very well have guessed that I have a spectator beside me based on that. Hence, he became wary against Susie, who was secretly observing everyone in the hall. Others might not doubt an animal, but Mr. World is experienced. He must have interacted with beyonder creatures, so it's very normal for him to be wary against such things. Which is to say, Dwayne Dantes, no, Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact or communicate with me. There's nothing wrong with his choice of actions. Under those circumstances, unless he directly says it, it will be difficult for me to guess or believe it. Furthermore, talking about the Tarot Club in St. Samuel Cathedral is just too crazy. After a brief moment of surprise, Audrey's emotions calmed down, leaving her only with excitement. Apart from the magician Furs who she introduced, this was her first meeting with another member of the Tarot Club. It feels like a historic moment. Yes, Mr. World as well as Mr. Fool's other blessed. They should also be considered the world. But why was the identity of Dwayne Dantes made? What are they up to? The matter of Baron Syndra's being framed, Member of Parliament mocked being assaulted, and their donation to establish a bursary foundation really are more complicated and important than I originally imagined. Why do I feel that the kingdom's upper echelons are beginning to stir in a state of unrest? I had this feeling back when Prince Edisac died during the Great Smog of Backlund. Today, it's even more intense. Now that I know the identity of Dwayne Dantes, I might be able to participate and cooperate indirectly, reducing the risk my parents might suffer, reducing the risk of the innocent. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickly made up her mind. She would accept her father's choice to join the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Then she inwardly quipped, wouldn't it be very logical to have Justice from the Tarot Club join the charity foundation established by Mr. World from the Tarot Club? Alger and Catlia weren't too surprised that Dwayne Dantes was the world, that he was the amalgamation of Mr. Fool's blessed. In their minds, another thought flashed through their minds. Something major is about to happen in Backlund. Is something brewing in Backlund again? An extension of the Great Smog of Backlund? As Alger and Catlia wondered about the framing of Baron Syndra's and the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, they planned on using their own respective channels to obtain more detailed information to see if they could discover anything abnormal. They weren't in a rush. They had no intention to directly ask the world what his motives or exact plans were. They felt that he wouldn't answer in detail. At best, he would just make a comment. Therefore, they planned to gather more information first to do some preliminary investigations. They would then decide on their subsequent course of action depending on the exact situation. At the same time, they suddenly realized that the public announcement of the identity of Dwayne Dantes seemed to be a boon for them. As long as they paid attention to news of the tycoon, they could roughly grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's blessed, and from there, they could provide tacit cooperation or help. And since this was just a fake identity, it could be disposed of the moment any problems were exposed. Similarly, they could be a witness for this identity, making Dwayne Dantes appear more realistic. The simplest example was that if this tycoon had a background at sea, Catlia could provide her crew, friends, and partners the relevant information, making them believe that such a man existed. By the time the official organizations attempted to investigate Dwayne Dantes' origins, they would discover that he did exist and that those matters did happen. After a brief silence, Audrey was just about to answer Mr. World's question when she saw Mr. Moon sit up straight and look to the end of the long bronze table, taking the initiative to ask, "What is this public identity used for? Are there deeper problems present in the cases mentioned by Miss Justice?" As a citizen of Backlund, Emlyn was quite concerned about his living environment. Why don't you investigate all these questions yourself? To not be swept into the vortex, I have already exposed myself. Klein lampooned Emlyn and made the world give a deep chuckle. Of course. It's awaiting further investigation. His succinct answer could be translated in detail to, the two cases definitely have deeper problems, but that's a secret. I don't plan on telling you. Likewise, don't ask about the purpose of the identity of Dwayne Dantes. Although Emlyn was quite bad at reading people, he could still understand what the world was getting at. He chuckled dryly and leaned back, pretending as though he was very pleased with the answer. When Audrey saw this, she used a second to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. Then, she said to the world, "All right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, she was further convinced that joining the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation was a good thing for her. In the future, if she were to face any danger or had any matters she couldn't handle herself, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time. Then, she could head to the foundation as per normal, busying herself in the office adjacent to Dwayne Dantes's. If the psychology alchemists have their suspicions about me, or if they use a mission to test me, I'll get them to meet me at the foundation. Dwayne Dantes's image is completely different from the way he acts as the world above the gray fog. Yes, Mr. World is an experienced actor. Also, Dwayne Dantes is a public identity. He won't always be synonymous to Gairman Sparrow. It's no wonder there are rumors of him liking a wide range of women. A crazy murderer and adventurer like Gairman Sparrow definitely is a good match with a pure and innocent girl. As a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but imagine that. As for Klein, he couldn't help but lampoon when he heard her reply. What do you mean, thank you for the information? Shouldn't you be paying £500 in investigation fees? Are you treating it as something shared among members? He made the world nod without further mentioning the matter of Dwayne Dantes. He then turned to look at Little Son. Do you have Bizarro Banes over there? The world paused and added, perhaps you use a different name to refer to it. In short, it's good at disguising itself and it has bizarre powers. It's nearly at the demigod level and has a mane I gathered from its characteristic. He deliberately mentioned that it was nearly at the demigod level, not to flaunt the fact to him, but to warn Little Son that this was a very dangerous monster. However, Alger and Catlia didn't pay attention to this point. As a representative of Mr. Fool's Blessed, it was very understandable for the world to purchase demigod-level materials on behalf of his peers. Besides, even if he was preparing it for himself, it wasn't anything astonishing. Gairman Sparrow was already a Sequence 5. It was very common for one to gather the ingredients ahead of time. Without realizing it, they felt that Mr. World's advancement from Sequence 5 was seemingly a good thing. Derek thought and said, "It's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone might have encountered it before. I will search through the books or help you ask." The world tersely answered and fell silent. After Furs made her request, to buy an ancient wraith's cursed artifact and remnant spirituality, to no avail, the transactions came to an end. Before Mr. Hanged Man could ask the Sun, Furs stole a glance at the world and said, "I recently had a strange dream. In it was an almost genuine treasure trove, including," she described, in detail, the scene she had seen, and towards the end, she said, "That is the complicated symbol formed from fate and concealment." Furs was just about to look towards Mr. Fool to request permission to conjure it when she heard the world say, "Are you talking about this symbol?" The world first made a request before conjuring the symbol. The badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the surface, there were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It came from Lenivus, and it was the proof of admission to the Hermits of Fate's gathering. However, Klein had never made any attempts to participate in it before. "Ah!" Furs glanced at it and stammered a reply. Yes, that's it." After she answered it, she realized that Mr. World hadn't only produced the symbol, but he had also produced an item. Suddenly, she came to a realization. Dwayne Dantes had chosen Buckland Street for a reason. Just as she had the thought, she saw the world say with a hoarse voice, That treasure is a trap. He does know. Thankfully, I was wise to seek the advice of the experienced. Furs heaved a sigh of relief as she smiled. Thank you for your reminder. Audrey asked out of curiosity. Mr. World, what does that symbol represent? Why do you call it a trap? Klein controlled the world and answered simply. It represents a bunch of thieves that called themselves Hermits of Fate. Hermits of Fate. Thieves. Alger and Katlia thought as they memorized the two names. Based on their own knowledge, they had a certain guess. The former suspected that it was an organization established by a bunch of marauders. The latter believed that an ancient family from the Fourth Epoch was involved. After some careful recalling, Emlyn White confirmed that he had never heard of such an organization, and he planned on learning more from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. As for Klein, he thought of another problem. That demigod from the Marauder pathway who was sealed deep in the sewers hasn't left Baclun Street as expected. He might be hiding at Hazel's place. Furthermore, this demigod isn't staying put. He actually tried to influence Miss Magician via a dream. This won't do. I can't give him free rein to do as he wishes. I have to eliminate this latent risk as soon as possible. I'll find my dear poet later and warn him. The grandpa inside his body wouldn't be uninterested in a demigod of the same pathway. With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at the members, curled his mouth into a smile. Audrey vaguely sensed the emotional changes of Mr. Fool as she mumbled inwardly. That bunch of thieves who call themselves Hermits of Fate are friends related to Mr. Fool? The talk about the treasure in the dream quickly came to an end. Katlia thought of something and said to the world, I'll give you the intelligence you want this week. At this moment, she was a little curious as to why he needed information on West Balam. However, she wasn't the sun or the moon who would ask the moment they didn't know something. She was more accustomed to do a search for clues first. All right, the world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With this secret organization, many things were indeed much simpler. Seeing that he had nothing else to say, Alger turned to look at the sun. Have you figured out the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Derek said, somewhat ashamed. I just made 2 friends. As a Beyonder from the Sun pathway, he won less than 1 in 10 matches when in combat at the training field. After suffering plenty of beatings, he finally established a relationship with his former acquaintances. However, the ones he could call friends only numbered 2. Without waiting for the hanged man to answer him, he hurriedly added, However, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open the mausoleum. Regardless, they wish to retrieve the characteristic at the very least. In the City of Silver, no one felt that such an operation was problematic. To them, being wasteful was a sin. Alger nodded gently as he changed his admonishing words he was about to say. Not bad. They don't necessarily have to be friends in order to provide you with help. When you establish a bigger network, you will naturally obtain more intel. Upon gaining recognition, Derek was taken aback for 2 seconds. His shame lessened as he said, somewhat embarrassed, I will take further steps to understand this matter. I will work hard to make 2 sources of information know a friend before the next tarot gathering. Derek quickly made a target for himself. Upon seeing this, Klein made the world hoarsely say, If it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. And I can seek Mr. Azek's advice. He silently added. As for Frank Lee's new mushrooms, he had no plans on transferring them to Little Sun, as they were still incomplete. The fruits that were eventually produced were filled with poison and madness. Thank you, Mr. World, Derek answered gratefully. After a short exchange regarding other matters, the Tarot Club entered the learning segment until it ended. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately wanted to resolve the problem of the Marauder demigod. But the plan he conceived of was met with an obstacle at the first step. He had no idea where to find Leonard Mitchell and the grandpa inside his body. St. Samuel Cathedral? Leonard is most probably underground, but I have no way of entering. He only prays in the cathedral once or twice a week, and he doesn't do it at a fixed time. I can't be heading there thrice a day all week just to meet him, right? What kind of crappy plot is this? Is this what's called a stakeout? Even if I really did it, it might not be effective. As a red glove, he might have left Backlund. As Klein lampooned, he felt a deep sense of regret. He regretted being too focused on the sophistry and in fooling Leonard Mitchell, thus forgetting to ask for his contact method. I should have said to Leonard, I will inform Klein Moretti about his identity being exposed. If he has anything he wishes to say, I will pass it on for him. That way, I'll be able to establish a private method of contact. Klein exhaled slowly. All he could do was use his final solution. That was to ask the magic mirror. Drawing the symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying, Klein cast his gaze at the full-body mirror. He saw aqueous light ripple, producing white Loanese text. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble, terrified servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Before answering any questions, I want to say, I was wrong. I was wrong. Klein pricked up his brows and asked, why are you suddenly admitting to a mistake? On the mirror, the white Loanese words warped and turned into new words. In short, I was wrong. After a series of ellipses, the white words trembled into shape. Recently, there have been many people trying to find out about you, and they have learned of the reputation of your present identity. So, Dwayne Dantes' amorous preference of liking anyone beautiful has spread. So much so that even Miss Justice knows of it? Well, that's good. I used the explanation that it's a shared identity. More than one blessed plays as Dwayne Dantes, so having a myriad of preferences can be explained. Look at this mirror. The scared white. Klein was somewhat enlightened as he secretly laughed before saying, it's your turn to ask. The full-body mirror's words remained white as it formed new words. Will you forgive me? No. I mean, are you willing to watch my subsequent performance? This attitude, Klein sked inwardly and said with a sullen expression, work hard. Yes, great master. The mirror surface's ghastly white words bloomed with silver light. Since you have summoned me, do you have a question to ask me? Klein nodded. Yes. Where will Leonard Mitchell be living in the next few days? The silver marks distorted quickly, forming new words. 7 Pinster Street. Beneath the words, the aqueous light rippled, forming a scene. It was a terrace house numbered Unit 7. There was a black-haired, green-eyed youth just about to get his keys. It's the same old place. There hasn't been any change. If I were to pay a visit directly, it will sully Leonard's impression of Dwayne Dantes. It will be quite a step down. Get Emlyn White to go? Leonard has probably figured out that the vampire and Sherlock Moriarty, who is also Klein Moretti, have ties. The current problem is that it's hard to determine that Grandpa's stance. I have no way of confirming his true motives. Giving him a big gift based on his present state might not be appropriate. Perhaps it will bring extreme danger to Leonard. As it doesn't involve myself, doing a divination above the gray fog won't be effective. Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he changed his plans. Compared to directly informing the grandpa in Leonard's body about the marauder demigod, using Pallas Zorost's or Amon's name to warn the target to force him to leave the area was a milder method that led to fewer repercussions. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds and asked again, where is the demigod beside Hazel mocked hiding? The mirror's surface had aqueous light ripple out as the scene changed. On a thick carpet with beautiful embroidery, there was a small leather sofa. On the surface of the single-seater was a white, furry cushion. In the middle of it was a gray rat. Compared to its kind, its eyes were closer to dark red. Rat. That marauder demigod has parasitized a rat? And he's sleeping inside Hazel's room in broad daylight? He got himself what looks like a very expensive cushion. He had to transform into this because I foiled his plans? Klein was surprised before he felt a little amused. The scene fixed as silver lines surfaced. Great master, what other instructions do you have for me? Very sharp. Klein tersely answered and said, use the mirror in the room to warn that demigod. Tell him that all around this street there is an angel from the marauder pathway with ill intentions plying it. Furthermore, Blasphemer Amon might come at any time. All right, master. I'll do it immediately. The words on the mirror sparkled. In Hazel's room, the gray rat felt his spiritual perception stirred as he hurriedly stood up and cast his gaze on the full-body mirror in the room. On the surface of the mirror, words that seemed to be written with fresh blood that had yet to coagulate appeared. Leave this area. The gray rat's gaze froze for a second as it fell silent for a moment. Why? The blood seemed to flow as the words spread out and formed new words. The surrounding area has an angel from the Marauder pathway in urgent need of replenishment plying it. This pathway is the nemesis of all high-sequence beyonders. Blasphemer Amon is rushing over. I'm warning you because I do not wish for them to benefit. The gray rat squeaked softly before asking in a deep voice, Who are you? It was extremely frustrated that the strength it accumulated would often be forced to be drained. Otherwise, it could use astromancy to confirm the situation. The full-body mirror, which had dimmed at some point in time, suddenly had bloody words appear again, presenting new information. I've already answered one question of yours. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask. Following that, a new line of bloody red text appeared underneath. After you hurriedly parasitized a rat, you should be influenced by the body's construct and hormones. Now, which entity will make you have the desire to mate? Female human, female rat, male rat, or all of the above? Please answer. At this moment, Hazel cracked open the door, and for some reason, the gray rat inside didn't notice it, seemingly affected by something. The door opened slightly again as Hazel discovered that the entity who claimed to be a demigod that existed in legends was staring at the mirror in a daze. It seemed infatuated with its present appearance. A gray rat. Hazel's brows twitched slightly as she subconsciously paused her action of opening the door. Then, she saw the gray rat's body tremble, its red eyes effusing a clear, murderous look. Stop fooling around with me, the gray rat growled. It turned its head to leave the room, but invisible chains suddenly bound its rat's body. This strength wasn't anything for it to fear when it was in its optimal state. But now, everything it had accumulated had been drained. The latest action was to infuse a dream to the Beyonder bodyguard whom Dwayne Dantes had hired. Boom! A thick, silver bolt of lightning descended down from the sky, smiting the gray rat. The scene before Hazel's eyes turned blinding white as she couldn't see anything. Immediately, her vision recovered as she found the gray rat on the ground, charred black. Its limbs were twitching. What happened? The sudden change made the inexperienced Hazel momentarily lost as to how to react. She stood there in dazed silence for a few seconds before pushing open the door and rushing in. When she arrived beside the charred rat, the existence that claimed to be a demigod rolled in a fit, speaking with a calm tone. You forgot to close the door. Hazel first wore a blank look before realizing that she had failed to close the door like she usually did because of her eagerness to access the situation. Doing so prevented the maids from peeping in. With the rat appearing fine, Hazel pursed her lips and turned around, walking back to the door. During this process, she didn't forget to glance at the full-body mirror. She saw that everything in it looked normal without any problems. It clearly reflected everything in the room. There weren't any additional people or objects. As the door clicked shut, Hazel asked, Teacher, what happened just now? The charred rat looked at her sidewards as it cast its gaze beyond the window. In the world of mysticism, anything that involves supernatural power is filled with danger. You can't be too careless. I had tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up garnering the attention of an unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem and prevented the danger from spreading across the street. The rat spoke fluently without any stammering or hesitation, as though being struck by lightning was something trivial. Is that so? Why didn't you warn me of such matters in the past? Hazel couldn't help but frown, as she could smell the mixed smell of charred fur and disintegrated fat. Without waiting for her reply, the rat turned to face the balcony and said to her with its back towards her, My physical condition has deteriorated as a result. I'm no longer suited to staying here, or else I might be discovered by the Church of Evernight. Yes. Find an opportunity to send me to your manor in the countryside. Looking at the rat's charred fur, and smelling the fragrance of roasted meat, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. Suppressing her doubt, she nodded and said, "All right." 160 Buckland Street. Sitting in the reclining chair, Klein saw the full-body mirror ripple with aqueous light again as silver light arose. The silver words formed into a sentence. "Great Master, your puny servant, Rhodes, has followed your instructions to warn that demigod from the marauder pathway. I have also given her a tiny punishment." Her? Just as Klein was ruminating over the pronoun Rhodes had used, light from the mirror's surface turned clear as it presented a scene. A silver bolt of lightning smote down, causing the gray rat to collapse while convulsing. "This is way too weak." Klein suddenly understood why this demigod's condition was weaker than he expected. "Are you satisfied with the way I handled it?" The silver lines quickly warped into a question. "Not bad." Klein nodded. Considering the demigod's condition, he paused for a second and probingly asked, "Why didn't you directly kill her?" Rhodes's mirror outlined silver words. "If one can't be certain in killing a demigod target, it's best not to force them into a corner. Once they aren't repressed, they will completely let themselves go. That would result in them mutating into an incomplete and irrational mythical creature. Most of the time, to have a problematic condition and to having trouble fully expressing their powers is because they are resisting their inclination of losing control. I am not here in my actual form, so all I can do is deal a small punishment." When the final line appeared, the full-body mirror's aqueous light shimmered. Klein suddenly had the feeling that a creature was looking at him with widened, watery eyes. He didn't respond towards that and instead nodded. "That's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else." "All right, Master." The mirror immediately produced a hand-waving emoticon. After cleaning up the room, Klein finished his afternoon nap and left the master bedroom. Before long, the white-gloved Walter came to the third floor and entered the half-opened room with the balcony. He said to his employer, "Sir, the church has sent a letter. They've invited you to be a director in the board of directors for the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. You can choose to directly take up a post there to receive a sizable salary, or you can choose to take on a symbolic role. You will only participate in the discussion and vote when handling major matters. The church sure is efficient. It has already set up the framework." Klein thought and felt that since he had already donated more than £10,000, there was no need for him to claim a salary. It was better to not expect anything in return as he deliberated. "I'll take on a symbolic role. However, I wish to participate in some of the actual operations of the foundation in the future. I wish to contribute further to spread aid to help more people." "I will inform the church of your thoughts," Walter seriously replied. "If you have nothing else, it's best you head over on Wednesday morning to witness the official establishment of the foundation." Dwayne raised his porcelain cup and drank a mouthful of black tea. "Okay." On the Golden Dream, Danitz sat in front of the deck, worriedly looking at the azure blue sea that was churning with waves. After being urged once by Gairman Sparrow, he felt that he couldn't delay any further. Otherwise, he might become a bounty at any time. "I don't want to become a pile of cash while I'm sleeping, so what if I'm suspected?" Danitz gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. He passed through the cabin door and headed straight for the captain's cabin. Being unable to find Anderson Hood in a short span of time, he could only ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. After reaching his destination, Danitz took 3 deep breaths and raised his right hand, prepared to knock on the door. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg's voice sounded from inside. "Please come in." Danitz's right hand paused in midair as he forced a smile and entered. He saw that his captain was sitting behind a desk, holding a dark red fountain pen. He had no idea what she was writing. "Captain, I have something I'd like to consult you about." Danitz came over and bent his back slightly as he said with a smile. Edwina put down her fountain pen and pulled at her sleeves that were laced with flowers. She glanced at Danitz and said, "You wish to ask about West Balham?" "Ah." Danitz's expression froze. "The captain already knows?" "It must be those bastards and dogs hit like Beryl and Iron Skin. They told Captain about it. I know that no secret can be kept on this ship. And it's even more so for Captain." After cursing inwardly, Danitz forced a smile again. "Yes, as you know, I'm very interested in history and geography." Edwina's limpid eyes moved slightly as she looked out the window. "This is international politics." Without waiting for the stiff Danitz to find another excuse, she continued on. "In West Balham, there are cities managed by the Loanese, valleys belonging to Intis, native generals who are supported by loan, and tribes who follow Intis orders. There are also powerful independent states who rely on the requirement that both nations are balanced. They are secretly connected to the different factions of the numinous episcopate and are in a rivalry with those who claim to be the descendants of death. In addition, the Rose School of Thought and Fasak Empire have a deep influence on West Balham. On the surface, none of the factions belong to them, but in fact, many of the generals and tribal chiefs have submitted to them. Among them..." Danitz listened in surprise before he lowered his hand suddenly with a dry chuckle. "Captain, I need to take notes. Or else there's no way to memorize this." Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't mad. She pointed at the fountain pen and paper on the table. "That's a good habit. I believe Gairman Sparrow doesn't wish to receive erroneous information." "Ah!" Danitz was stunned once again. "West Balham sure is chaotic. It's difficult to even tell which backing faction that a medium-sized warlord belongs to, or who he's supported by. The Rose School of Thought has a very strong influence there. That means a sharp rise in risk for me." Klein had quickly scanned through Danitz's letter after receiving it from Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker. It made him believe that he shouldn't head to West Balham alone unless Mr. Azik accompanied him. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein glanced at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balham again. He believed that he needed to make preparations in case that Mr. Azik wouldn't reply to him in the next month. That also meant that when July came, he might very well have to head to West Balham with a few military personnel, without the Death Consul's protection. If that happened, the shadow of the Rose School of Thought would ultimately hang over him. Two choices. If I confirm that it's extremely dangerous, I'll directly abandon my identity as Dwayne Dantes. On the contrary, I should seriously consider a customer list. I will not have myself involved in any faction that's suspected to have ties with the Rose School of Thought. I might as well set a target first to make any unexpected developments be controllable. The information provided by Danitz likely comes from Vice Admiral Iceberg. The two native generals mentioned seem rather special. The other factions, regardless of the reason, will have a note of their ties with Lone, Intis, Fasak, and Fainapotter, or the various inclinations of internal factions that form a counterbalance. Only, for them, there is no mention of foreign countries other than the point about receiving support from the numinous episcopate. Klein read the content from beginning to end as he vaguely figured something out. He had his initial suspicions that the two native generals were related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The reason why Edwina didn't make any note was to deliberately point out their uniqueness, telling Gairman Sparrow that they were targets to cooperate with. This way, she didn't need to worry that there would be a leak from Danitz, as there was no information to leak other than a hint. May Sanchez, Catamia, the former receives the support from the royal faction of the numinous episcopate. The latter secretly claims to be a descendant of death. Even if it's real, who knows how many generations separated he is. If he were to meet Mr. Azik, how should he refer to him? Klein chuckled and shook his wrist, burning up the letter. Following that, he began enjoying an exquisite afternoon tea in the half-opened room with the balcony until Walter entered and whispered, "Sir, the police are here again. It's regarding Quarren's suicide." The matter's clues superficially pointed to Dwayne Dantes, so even though Baron Sindras had handled the matters, the police would visit him from time to time. Otherwise, the reporters would claim that it was a dereliction of duty by the police. As for the assault on Member of Parliament mocked, as Dwayne Dantes was only a relatively important eyewitness, they didn't disturb him further after taking his statement. Invite them to the activity room on the second floor with the garden. Klein placed the butter sponge cake he had taken a few bites from onto the plate and drank a mouthful of tea. As the master, he didn't need to worry that his food would go to waste. This was because the leftovers would be given to the servants. If he were to eat them clean all the time, or request them to prepare the perfect proportions, then his reputation as a stingy master would spread across the servants on the street before reaching the ears of the ladies and gentlemen. Walter replied with an unperturbed expression. They wish for you to head to the police station. Today is the day the Quarren family will be identifying the suspect in a police lineup. They say that they are very sorry, but this is a necessary process that cannot be skipped. Klein slowly got up as he said, Understandable. Richardson, get me my coat, hat, and cane. Since he was already no longer involved in the matter, he was rather willing to figure out what Quarren and his family had encountered from a bystander's perspective, and also how the matter had been directed towards Baron Sindras. Inside a spacious room in the police station at Northborough, Klein stood behind a glass wall and saw Quarren's family. It was an elderly man and woman, a woman in her late 30s, a teenager who was around the age of 15, and a girl who wasn't older than 10. Their gaze swept the suspects behind the glass wall before landing on Dwayne Dantes at the same moment. It's him! It's him! The teenager yelled as his eyes turned red. He clenched his hands into a fist in an attempt to rush towards the glass wall. It's him, officer. It's him. The lady in her late 30s suddenly wept as she looked at Dwayne Dantes with eyes filled with hatred and animosity. The little girl who was holding her hand wailed, Daddy! Return Daddy to me! The two elders were wiping their tears. One of them was trying hard to keep calm, while the other was nearly fainting from her sobbing. The sorrowful mood instantly spread out. However, Klein had never even met them before today. Implanted memories? He frowned slightly. As he sighed, he began wondering what the Quarren family had encountered. Meanwhile, in the mortuary beneath the station, Daily Simone held a pencil and began sketching as her body shook slightly. As she was here to help at the police station, with the possibility of her encountering reporters when entering or exiting, she didn't wear her usual spirit medium robes. She changed into a female black and white police uniform set. She had a blouse and skirt on with matching leather boots. At this moment, her palm was moving uncontrollably, and soon, there was a desk, oriel window, ink bottle, revolver, and other items appearing on the piece of paper. On the oriel window there was a figure reflected there. This figure's hair was neatly combed back, a mix of silver and raven black. The wrinkled figure had a broad forehead and high cheekbones. He was none other than Baron Sindras. Pa! The pencil in Daly's hand dropped onto the piece of paper. She then looked up and said to Leonard, who offered to help, and the two police inspectors who were in charge of the liaison. In the second that Quarren committed suicide, he struggled deeply in his heart. That is to say that his suicide is a result of cueing and guidance. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It must have involved beyonder powers at a rather high level. And this contradictory struggle resulted in his emotions breaking down, suffering an explosion from his spirituality. Before his death, he would restore the truth to a certain degree. This is the scene that's fixed in his eyes. The high-ranking inspector beside her furrowed his brows. Ma'am Simone, are you implying that the last person Quarren saw is the real murderer? Baron Sindras is actually the real murderer. Leonard Mitchell immediately scoffed. What you see might not be equivalent to the truth. You might not understand it if I call it an illusion, but if I'm a murderer, I can find a person that looks like Baron Sindras so as to make him appear inside the room before Quarren committed suicide. The two inspectors were very pleased with the explanation as they heaved a sigh of relief. We've already arranged for Quarren's family to pay a visit. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more clues that point towards the truth with non-intrusive means. All right. Daly rubbed the corner of her eyes. "I'll use the washroom first." She hadn't put on her strange eyeshadow or blush. Apart from her skin appearing rather pale, she didn't have that uncanny look to her. Furthermore, she seemed younger, looking more like a woman in her 20s than 30s. Her eyes were bright, and she had beautiful facial features. Believing that they were in for plenty of work, Leonard Mitchell also left the mortuary and walked towards the washroom above them. Just as they finished climbing the staircase and turned a bend, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear on the other end of the corridor. He was walking out of the police station with his valet. This gentleman was mature and elegant, with eyes that were like a lake under the moon. He was none other than Dwayne Dantes. Daily Simone's mind went adrift for a moment as she turned her head in thought. She looked at Leonard Mitchell and discovered this black-haired, green-eyed poet was looking at Dwayne Dantes. "Why did you suddenly file for permission to help me? That member of the numinous episcopate will soon be found. You have no lack of tasks to do." Daly didn't give Leonard a chance to find an excuse. After pausing for a second, she directly asked, "You believe that gentleman from before is problematic?" Leonard retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. Dwayne Dantes has met His Grace before. He deliberately didn't provide any sort of confirmation or denial, as though the question she had should be posed to St. Anthony. In between the lines, he was saying that His Grace didn't mention if there was any problem with Dwayne Dantes. Whether it was a lack of any detection or simply because he didn't say, that was up in the air. Daly nodded gently as she turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Audrey Hall, who had received an invitation, rode on a carriage to arrive at the St. Samuel Cathedral on Phelps Street. The Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, which was about to be established, was situated on 22 Phelps Street. The building belonged to the Church of Evernight, so there was no need to pay any rent. Before getting off the carriage, Audrey held the invitation and looked out at the scenery. She was filled with anticipation for the future. She was to become a director and would work on raising funds and with external liaisons. After entering 22 Phelps Street, Audrey instantly saw Dwayne Dantes walk out from the side corridor. This good-looking and gentlemanly gentleman was wearing a black formal suit and holding a gold-inlaid cane. He was communicating with the foundation staff beside him. As though sensing Audrey's gaze, Dwayne Dantes naturally turned his head and looked at the door. Then, his eyes lit up in amazement like he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and gently nodded as a greeting. Audrey returned with a smile and nod that wasn't a breach of etiquette in any way. She then followed the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation staff that came to escort her and walked up to the second floor. During this process, although she didn't look in any other direction, but be it the talent of a woman or her instincts as a spectator, they told her that Dwayne Dantes's gaze kept following her figure in secret until the wall beside the staircase blocked his view. Impeccable acting. He perfectly played out the reaction of what a gentleman who has zero resistance against beauties, but remains sufficiently reserved and cultured would do when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we have only met once at the charity party the last time. It's exactly as I imagined. He was even able to light up his eyes. This is a technique that's part of his Beyonder pathway, or is it an ability that he possesses to begin with? I have to say that Gairman Sparrow, I think it's better to use Mr. Gairman Sparrow as a professional, no, an excellent actor. Furthermore, he doesn't act in an exaggerated manner like those play actors. Audrey complimented in thought before seeing a few reporters waiting to interview her about the establishment of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation on the second floor. She wasn't a noble lady who enjoyed having her photo plastered on the papers. As she exchanged a few words with her valet that had accompanied her to inform the reporters that pictures were forbidden by Earl Hall's authority, she went into the VIP lounge with her lady's maid, Annie. Earl Hall was friends with the owners of a few publishing houses and had made the corresponding investments to acquire quite a bit of their shares. If Audrey so wished, she could exchange some of the estate she received in order to create a sizable publishing house. In the VIP lounge, Audrey, who didn't find it appropriate to bring her dog, greeted the children of the rich and aristocracy, as well as the church's clergymen. She habitually found a seat where she could see everyone, and she waited until the opening ceremony began and for the first board of directors meeting to begin. She surveyed the area and said to the female staff that was in charge of escorting her, "Lovisa, this is my first time joining in the actual operations of a charity organization. I wish to know what we should do." The lady named Lovisa was still in her 20s. She also had blonde hair with somewhat rough skin and tanned freckles. However, her smile was brilliant, making her rather affectionate. Upon hearing Audrey's question, Lovisa introduced without holding anything back. "The current plan is to not be too eager in widening the scale. We will start mainly with Backlund and reach deep into the public primary schools, weekday schools, and night schools, promoting the bursary to all the students and let those in need to apply to us. After the application, we will organize a committee to do the exact audit. This will not only require us to make some verifications with the government, but we would also walk across the grounds to understand the candidate's actual situation. Once the examination is over, we will disperse the bursary and help the poor who yearn for knowledge to change their fates." Just as Lovisa said that, a male voice filled with magnetism interjected, "I have 2 suggestions. The first suggestion is that staff are to be gathered today to head to the different weekday schools, night schools, and public primary schools to promote the bursary. June is the examination period, and it's a critical period for them to enter institutes of higher learning. If we aren't efficient enough, there will be many students from poor families that will give up taking the examination because of the lack of funds. Even if they later learn of the existence of the Bursary Foundation, they won't be able to withstand the loss of wasting a year. As such, they will lose the chance at changing their fate. What we are doing might seem simple, but it completely affects each and every child's life. Therefore, we need to begin quickly and not waste any time." The person who was speaking was none other than Dwayne Dantes, who had just entered the lounge. He expressed his thoughts with a warm but serious expression. "All right, June is the examination period. Be it entering grammar school or the preparations to enter university, as well as the various technical schools to gain experience in their profession, this is a critical period. Once they give up the entry examinations this time, they will have to wait till next June. I actually forgot this. Ma'am Lovisa and the foundation staff seems to have missed this problem. Mr. Dwayne Dantes actually noticed such a detail and had considered those children who are so close to giving up their dreams. He's actually a person with a gentle heart." Audrey suddenly felt that she had a new take on Dwayne Dantes on Gairman Sparrow. This was what a spectator had just obtained. A cold assassin, adventurer on the surface but has a warm heart deep down? Unfortunately, I've only been able to obtain descriptions regarding Gairman Sparrow's crazy side. I'm unable to find any concrete proof. Audrey blinked as she carefully listened to Dwayne Dantes' suggestions. Second suggestion. In regards to the bursaries that are to be disbursed, it's best if it's put in the corresponding bank account. When school fees need to be paid, they can bring their documents to us to apply for a withdrawal. For relatively cheaper board and lodging, things don't have to be that troublesome. They can obtain a fixed sum of money every month or week. This is to prevent the applicant's parents and siblings from spending the money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Similarly, an account corresponds to one person. No matter who is withdrawing it, the person has to be present. This can effectively prevent people from suffering from the trial of greed. Having said that, Klein pressed his palm to his chest and said to Audrey and Lovisa, "Sorry, pardon me for barging into your conversation." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Dantes, your suggestions are excellent. You have opened my eyes to matters that I never considered before. The only problem is that what you say to us is meaningless. I'm only listening to Ma'am Lovisa's introduction." Lovisa smiled and said, "Yes, you should mention all of these at the first board of directors meeting. Don't you see me deliberately coming over to convince Miss Audrey first? With Justice's part in this, I can ensure that there will be no objections from the board of directors. Otherwise, it might easily be tabled or altered by someone using some excuse such as lacking manpower." Klein made an enlightened and regretful expression as he rubbed his palms slightly. "Look at me, being all anxious about these matters and forgetting my place. Ha ha ha. Sometimes, I just wish that things will be made into reality once I'm given the chance. Mr. Dwayne Dantes' acting is a little exaggerated. He should know that he can't fool me. Oh, he's doing it deliberately to communicate with me ahead of time without leaving behind any traces. He wants me to support him. Audrey instantly read his thoughts as her smile turned clearer. Although she hadn't communicated with the world ahead of time, she believed that she would support this tarot club member of hers. However, being able to exchange some ideas ahead of time left her rather happy. This was because she felt that he was treating her as an equal. After forgiving Dwayne Dantes' recklessness and watching the man walk to the table with beverages and pastries in the lounge, Audrey looked away and said to Lovisa, "What I'm responsible for is to raise funds at different occasions and to communicate with the government and parliament? That should be a simple matter for you," Lovisa answered frankly. This was also why the church's charity department didn't object to Audrey Hall's participation. In fact, they were very supportive of it. Audrey nodded in thought and said, "If I have the time to spare, can I join you in visiting the different schools for the promotions, as well as the examination of the candidates?" Lovisa was originally unwilling to agree, worried that the environment wasn't suitable for Miss Audrey. But when she saw her clear green eyes and took in her request that she couldn't resist, her heart softened. She felt that such kindness shouldn't be stopped. It wasn't to be isolated from the reality of the lower class. If Miss Audrey sees true misery and ugliness and is still willing to help the pitiful people, she will definitely be able to be of greater use. It will prevent the higher-ups from always formulating unrealistic measures. Lovisa quickly found a convincing reason as she sighed and smiled. "No problem. However, you won't be able to wear such a dress or wear any jewelry. What do I do with Lai? Turn it into a bracelet and hide it under my sleeves?" Audrey thought as she replied with a smile. "All right." With Miss Audrey Hall's support, the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's first board of directors meeting ended perfectly after its establishment. Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street in a good mood. Following his usual habits, he entered his master bedroom at around 2 to have an afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake and sensed something. Someone was attempting to infiltrate his dream. Who is it now? I'm even getting disturbed in my afternoon naps? As Klein mumbled, he made the dream transform into the half-open room with the balcony. Then, he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with his unkempt clothes somersault through the window. Does this fellow not know how to use the main door? Why is he suddenly here? I should remember to get his contact method. Klein sat in his reclining chair, feeling peeved and amused. He looked at the poet with a leisurely expression and said, "This is an impolite way of visiting me." When Leonard heard that, he bowed in a manner that lacked standards. "Mr. Dantes, I have something I would like to consult you on." "Consult? That's a nice attitude. Also, it doesn't seem to be anything major." Klein secretly scared as he said, "What's the matter?" Leonard grabbed a seat and deliberated before asking, "You were embroiled in Quarren's suicide. Who do you think the real murderer is?" "If I wanted to know, I would have thrown out Frank's mushrooms. However, I can't say that I've no idea at all. That just lowers the impression he has on me." Klein was very accustomed to such situations, so he expertly laughed and, instead of answering, asked, "How were your investigations?" Leonard Mitchell clasped his hands together and leaned in slightly. "We have restored the scene Quarren saw before his death. This didn't directly show the murderer, but the glass on the oriel window happened to reflect Baron Sinders's figure." After a pause, Leonard added, "This is too simple and unconvincing. A powerful banker and noble at Baron Sinders's level wouldn't need to personally take action or be present to watch if he wants someone dead, unless he has some special fetishes. And as you know, there are many ways to replicate such scenes, be it via an illusion or disguise." When he mentioned disguise, he looked up slightly and glanced at Dwayne Dantes. It was as though he was implying that the latter's present appearance was unlikely his true appearance, just like Gairman Sparrow and Sherlock Moriarty. What a simple and direct way of framing someone. It's really suspect if the murderer behind the scenes really wants to frame Baron Sindres. I should process everything from the beginning. First, assuming that in other words, Dwayne Dantes act like an ordinary person, Anyway, I won't mention the conclusion and only raise questions to guide his train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, that must be because my dear poet misinterpreted it and was unable to figure out what I was getting at. Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of black tea. Let's not consider this problem first. If the person who wasn't embroiled in this matter wasn't me, how would the case have developed? Leonard raised his clasped hands slightly as he tapped his index finger. As a suspect, Dwayne Dantes would be remanded at the police station, but his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends will be able to testify that he has never made contact with Quarren's family. Hence, the testimonies from both sides will contradict strongly. The police will be unable to handle it and request the Nighthawks to intervene. Using mediumship means, we will see the scene Quarren had before committing suicide, thus obtaining Baron Syndras's figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few minutes, he continued speaking under Dwayne Dantes's smiling gaze. Regardless of the unconvincing, odd, and simplistic nature of the clue involving Baron Syndras, we will follow protocol and make contact with him and begin the relevant investigations, and this will lead to certain problems related to him being noticed by us. Baron Syndras is involved in matters involving the Beyonder domain, so he can't stand up to further scrutiny from the Nighthawks? The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. It was as though he had figured out the mastermind's line of thought. He or they might not care if their trap is seen through. As long as they get the Nighthawks to do a routine investigation on him, their goal will be achieved. This is because Baron Syndras hides a rather serious and easily discoverable problem. Yes, that's the same conclusion I have. This is actually closer to sounding the alarms by providing a tip-off, but it's more mild. It looks like a trap that will make the Nighthawks definitely investigate things while hiding their existence. Of course, I won't directly acknowledge your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I was actually wrong? Klein crossed his right leg over his left and laughed. Baron Syndras, who has been alerted, definitely won't show any problems now. Leonard slowly nodded and said as though explaining to himself, this Baron's experiences are rather legendary. He has been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy a few times, but he managed to turn the tide and ended up reaching a new height. Perhaps, in one of these instances, he had sold his soul to the devil, an evil god, or some other secret existence out of desperation. This story is quite reasonably crafted. Klein didn't comment on the accuracy of Leonard's guess before asking, on the other hand, how would the Nighthawks treat the real murderer that led to Quarren's suicide? Leonard temporarily put aside all his previous thoughts, and he began following the train of thought based on an ordinary development. The design trap is too crude. The cueing, guidance, and memory implants were done in an insufficiently concealed and mild manner. It's easy for people to discover problems. Therefore, it's unlikely to be done by mid- or high-sequence beyonders from the spectator pathway. It looks more like it was done by a beyonder from another pathway who relied on a mystical item to pose as a spectator. Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence again, his thoughts a mystery. Klein maintained his faint smile as he calmly looked at the poet. It was as though he had everything under control, but he wasn't going to say a thing. Everything depended on what Leonard figured out. This is very similar to what Old Man said from before. Is it really done by some mid- or high-sequence beyonder from the spectator pathway? His seemingly crude and flawed setup was actually a precise consideration of everyone's reaction. Everyone's response at every step of the way was taken into consideration, with the only mistake stemming from Dwayne Dantes's experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had already figured out the truth as he got up and coughed gently. Thank you for your advice. Klein immediately chortled and said, I didn't say anything. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he said, your former colleague got me to ask you how he should inform you if he were to discover traces of Insanguil. Leonard, who had planned on getting up to bid farewell, sat back down. Colored with a complicated expression, he said after more than 10 seconds of silence, pass the information in the form of a letter to 7 Pinster Street. This means that he won't be leaving Backlund anytime soon? Or is it that no matter how far he goes to carry out missions, he will have the means to monitor 7 Pinster Street and read the letter remotely? It might be the latter assumption. A Marauder Pathways angel definitely has many magical secret techniques. Leonard can definitely use one of them. I can't ask, or else it will lower Dwayne Dantes' level and destroy my setting. Klein wore an unperturbed expression as he said with a smile, I'll inform him. Leonard didn't immediately leave as he opened his mouth, paused and asked, if I wish to contact him, how should I do it? His green eyes were deep as they spoke volumes when he asked. Klein was already prepared, so he said with a smile, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. You can ask Palez about the exact ritual if you aren't too sure. Leonard knew that Gehrman Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was also Klein Moretti. He nodded indiscernibly and stood up. Thank you for informing me. Please pardon me for my intrusion. With that said, he retreated to the door, opened it, and left the dream. Hey, you left just like that? As a nightmare or as a former nightmare? Shouldn't you consider how there might be problems with your memory? You remembered it just from hearing it once? You aren't putting enough weight on this matter. Klein couldn't help but lampoon when he saw Leonard's figure disappear. He shook his head in exasperation, ended his afternoon nap, and began busying himself over the matter regarding West Balham. On the Golden Dream, Danitz, who had finally finished his mission, drank some iced light beer because of the recent hot weather. If it wasn't because the creation of ice needed Beyonder powers, and that there wasn't much to go around, he felt that he could finish half a bucket of ice in one go. That's what I call life. Danitz guzzled the remaining liquid in his cup. At this moment, he saw grayish-white fog appear before him as Gehrman Sparrow's voice began echoing in his ears. Please inform Danitz that he is to immediately head to West Balham. Figure out the situation of the areas under the control of the two native generals, May Sanchez and Katamia. He should take special note of any signs of Rose School of Thought activity. Head to West Balham? With a cup in hand, Danitz stammered Gehrman Sparrow's request repeatedly. He had once headed there with the Golden Dream crew to seek out treasure. He had also obtained rather detailed intel from his captain. Therefore, he knew how chaotic and dangerous West Balham was. Furthermore, I have to go alone. Danitz uttered a sound as he found his future bleak. Primitive forests with all kinds of hidden and terrifying creatures, native tribes who believed in death and had all sorts of peculiarities, paths filled with bandits and rebel armies, villages with wraiths and shadows haunting them, and cities that had gunfights or even Beyonder battles surfaced in his mind. No, I have to say no to Gehrman Sparrow. Say no? He should at least send me a helper. Ordinary people can survive in West Balham and become rich, having their own manners. This means that it's not as horrifying as I imagine it to be. I'm just frightening myself. Besides, Gehrman Sparrow just requested me to figure out the situation, not to contact anyone. Danitz quickly forced a smile and requested Mr. Fool to inform Gehrman Sparrow that he would immediately take action. Then, following Gehrman Sparrow's instructions, he set up a bestowment ritual to pray to Mr. Fool. When the ritual came to an end, he saw an illusory door open. A dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch flew out, landing on the altar. Sun brooch. In the southern continent, in a kingdom once ruled by death, the sun pathway was one of the most effective Beyonder pathways. Directly giving me such a precious item is not bad working for Gehrman Sparrow. However, he said something about it being borrowed. Danitz picked up the brooch and felt his surroundings turn hot and humid. After handing out a mission to Danitz, Klein was just about to open the door to instruct Richardson to get him a cup of iced water when he felt his spiritual perception trigger. Immediately, he activated his spirit vision and saw Rionette Tynker walk out of the void. She held the four blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, with one of them having a letter in its mouth. Who's it from? Leonard? Klein reached out his right hand in suspicion. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell came to his desk and unfolded a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen and lowered his wrist in preparation to write. However, just as he dipped a dark blue spot onto the paper, his fountain pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist in order to write a few times, but all his attempts ended up stopping due to hesitation. He raised his wrist, lowered the fountain pen, and repeated this action again and again. Finally, he froze his wrist in midair. Pa! Leonard threw down his fountain pen, crumpled the piece of paper, and accurately threw it into the trash can. At 160 Buckland Street, Klein received a thin letter from one of Miss Messenger Reinette Tinker's heads. He felt the weight in his hands, and only when his spiritual intuition didn't send him any warnings did he tear it open and retrieve the letter inside. There was only one page, and on it were 2 lines of text written in neat, beautiful handwriting. I have something that will require your help. Let's discuss it in detail face-to-face. Sharon. So it's Miss Sharon. Klein had his questions answered as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination in front of Reinette Tinker. Then, he took out another piece of paper and wrote one word. Tonight. After he folded the letter, he asked Miss Messenger as he handed it to her. Can you still locate her? If it wasn't possible, he planned on giving her Sharon's mailing address. Hillston Borough, 126 Guard Street. Ma'am Miriam. Yes. One of Reinette Tinker's blonde, red-eyed heads gave an answer. The head then opened its mouth and bit down on the letter. After Miss Messenger vanished from the room, Klein immediately held a ritual, planning to bring creeping hunger back to the real world from above the gray fog. He then planned on traveling to the various archipelagos in search of a lucky pirate. Creeping hunger hadn't been sealed yet, so it still required feeding once a day. All Klein could do was barely use it, feeding it whenever he needed to use it. He would then throw it back above the gray fog when the next feeding time was at hand. He wasn't planning on making up for the difference. If creeping hunger dares to make a fuss about it, I'll feed it mushrooms. After ending the ritual and clearing up the scene, Klein wore the thin human-skinned glove, turning his body translucent until he vanished from his spot. He had his dinner, and after waiting for creeping hunger to finish its howling above the gray fog, Klein went to retrieve it by using the excuse of having an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. He then used this opportunity to teleport to the area outside the Bravehearts bar in the Backland Bridge area. During this process, he had already changed his appearance, turning into the black-haired, mustached, and bespectacled detective Sherlock Moriarty. Bending his back and rolling up his pant legs, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He lowered his hat and nudged open the heavy wooden door to step into the bar. After asking the bartender, he held a cup of Southville beer and went to billiard room 3 where he knocked on the locked door. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the rhythmic knock, the door creaked open a tiny gap. The red-eyed Ian peeped his head out before breaking out into a smile. Sir, please come on in. As the weather was turning warm, he no longer wore his old coat. Instead, he wore a simple linen shirt. Klein nodded with a smile and quickly entered the billiard room where he took in the surroundings almost instantly. Merrick, with his hair a little messy, was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was holding onto a cue stick and had his back bent to play billiards. Perhaps having a deep impression of causing chaos for Sherlock Moriarty, he didn't summon his zombies to play cards with him. Long time no see, Klein greeted first. Meanwhile, Sharon, with her small black bonnet and black, regal gown, appeared beside the billiard table, sitting on a high stool. Good evening, ma'am. Klein moved his gaze over and bowed with a smile. Sharon seemed to float up as she stood up before raising the hem of her skirt to do a slight bow as a polite response. As for Merrick, he lowered his cue stick and said in a gruff voice, From the looks of it, you're still in Backland. His face was as pale as ever, but the evil look in his brown eyes had lessened significantly. It seemed to be evidence of the effective temperance he had in recent times. It was apparent that his acquisition of the Scarlet Lunar Corona prevented him from almost breaking down on every full moon, so much so that he didn't need to frequently switch to new types of sedatives. Klein didn't directly answer Merrick. Instead, he walked to the billiard table and put down his beer. Smiling, he said, I'm very sorry. I was planning to sell a Wraith Beyonder characteristic to you, but unfortunately it was lost. Sharon's blue eyes didn't move, nor did she probe for a reason. All she asked was a simple, "Are you all right?" She knew that the Wraith Beyonder characteristic Sherlock Moriarty mentioned belonged to Admiral of Bloodseigneur, and he was also Sherlock Moriarty's marionette. By losing the Wraith Beyonder characteristic, it also meant the loss or destruction of his marionette. This was a significant loss for such a Beyonder. "I'm still all right. At least I didn't suffer any harm," Klein said with a sighing smile. "No wonder I didn't see Senor this time," Merrick muttered in enlightenment. Merrick and Miss Sharon don't seem too bothered about the lack of that Wraith Beyonder characteristic. They have other means or methods to acquire one. Klein sharply grasped this point and switched to asking, "Is there something this time?" Merrick immediately glanced at Ian. The staid teenager didn't ask further as he quickly left the billiard room and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face didn't show any emotion as she allowed Merrick to speak. "Tomorrow, there will be a ship from the southern continent arriving in Pritz Harbor. It is intimately tied to the Lone Army. This ship carries with it treasure and relics plundered from the Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hagenti Plains. Among them is a mummy. It's the 19th king of the ancient Hagenti Plains, Tutmosis II. The southern continent's original language didn't stem from ancient Phaeacian. It had its own structure. In the ancient Highlander language, king also has the special term, Khedive. It was translated by Emperor Roselle as Pharaoh. It's a mystery what he was thinking. Also, mummy was named by him too. In short, the meaning of Pharaoh is the son of God, king of humans. Tutmosis II was once a high-sequence Beyonder. However, after his death, the corresponding characteristic was taken away, leaving only his corpse behind to be made into a mummy. To other Beyonders, this is a material filled with spirituality, an excellent choice for creating a zombie. But to us, it has another meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain that Tutmosis II mummy. Another meaning? The corpse of a high-sequence Beyonder without any Beyonder characteristic. Apart from using it as a material, there's another meaning to it? Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of Mam Hermit's request to purchase a drop of mythical creature blood. Could it be the ritual requirement to go from sequence 5 Wraith to sequence 4 Puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula and has digested the Wraith potion? From the way she acts, she's practically acting as a Wraith all the time. Who knows? She might have digested it a long time ago. However, when we were in the underground ruin talking to the evil spirit, it was evident that she didn't possess the puppet potion formula. Yes, everyone has their own circles. It's not strange for her to be able to obtain it. Klein swept his gaze at Sharon while in thought, but he failed to discover any obvious changes from before. She was still more like a doll than a living person. However, she didn't show any signs of being even darker and creepier. Sharon silently sat there and watched Sherlock Moriarty and Merrick intently, listening into their conversation. If it's just a high-sequence mummy without a Beyonder characteristic, the level of protection can't be too high. Just the two of you shouldn't find it difficult to snatch it away. Klein raised a suspicion. From his point of view, a sequence 5 Beyonder could be considered quite a powerhouse. Unless the ship had a demigod escorting it, it was very difficult for Beyonders at the same level to put up any effective resistance if her target was solely a mummy. After all, there were too many items the Beyonder guards had to look out for. Furthermore, they might be scattered in different cabins due to the different means of storage. This time, it was Sharon's turn to provide the explanation. She used her succinct manner of speech as usual. We're worried that it's a trap the Rose School of Thought is using to target us. If there's nothing, 1,000 pounds. If there's something, we will be in charge of drawing attention while you take away the mummy. Depending on the level of danger, it will range from 5,000 to 10,000 pounds. I see. Klein didn't immediately reply as he thought and asked, "Do you know of spirit world plunderers?" A wraith was also a type of Beyonder who could effectively move through the spirit world. Sharon nodded slightly and said, "I can use the cash and the relevant information about spirit world plunderers as payment." Klein tersely acknowledged, "I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight." As an excellent seer, he would head above the gray fog to confirm the level of danger regardless of what it was. However, He could confirm that this was definitely not a trap targeted at him since he had no need for a mummy. "All right," Sharon replied with a deadpan expression. Klein didn't immediately bid them farewell as he walked to the door and informed Ian to enter. He then asked, "Are there any news worth taking note of recently?" Ian thought for a moment and mentioned pieces of information that were relatively important. "Someone is trying to find out about the organization that believes in the Fool." Klein was somewhat surprised as he asked with a smile, "A young man with black hair and green eyes?" He suspected that it was Leonard Mitchell. Ian shook his head. "No, black hair and black eyes. Some mister from the Aurora Order?" Klein considered for a moment before asking, "Can you draw who it is?" Ian was taken aback before he said in a self-deprecating manner, "You might never be able to recognize him if that's the case." "At this moment," Sharon said, "I can help you." "All right." Ian first heaved a sigh of relief before following the instructions to prepare a rather simple ritual. Then, his body trembled as he drew a sketch while being possessed by a wraith. It was a young man with curly black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face while wearing a monocle. Amon. Blasphemer Amon. Amon. Klein's pupils constricted, and although he looked normal on the surface, he tensed up significantly with his heart churning with waves of alarm. Although he had kept using Amon to scare the grandpa in Leonard's body, as well as the Marauder Pathway demigod beside Hazel, he was only using the name. He never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would arrive in Backlund so quickly. He was even looking for the organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, although it's surprising, it's understandable. With Backlund having an angel and demigod of the Marauder Pathway, it's only a matter of time before Amon arrives based on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years, so it's unlikely he would suddenly abandon his search. Besides, his mausoleum in the outskirts of Backlund has been destroyed by the machinery hive mind, making it difficult for him to come and go as he pleases. Therefore, this isn't his main body, but an avatar? An avatar that exists in the northern continent? An angel of the Marauder Pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars. Amon must be stronger than them. Klein's thoughts raced as fast as lightning as he gradually came to a certain conclusion. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature of the Marauder Pathway was a bunch of worms of time that combined together via a certain method. As a Marauder Pathway's king of angels before the cataclysm, Amon definitely knows what the name the Fool means and can detect the corresponding aura. He might even wish to steal control over the gray fog. He came here for the Fool this time. This is really going to be a headache. After his initial shock, Klein gradually composed himself. What he was most afraid of now was that he would end up encountering Blasphemer Amon because of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. And Amon was clearly able to detect his uniqueness. When that happens, it might not even cause a stir before the so-called the Fool had to consider if he could be resurrected. After all, this was a king of angels, an existence just second to a true god. Furthermore, the Marauder Pathway was always known for their deceit and concealment. Amon wasn't necessarily afraid to take action, even in Backlund. Perhaps stealing the fate of others was a strength of his. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Backlund to head for Westballam might not be a bad choice. Anyway, the biggest problem stems from myself. If I had already advanced and become a bizarro sorcerer, I'll be able to hide the gray fog's aura. Even if I encounter Amon, I won't have to be afraid of exposing anything. Klein drew a silent breath as he once again felt a sense of urgency. He needed to quickly push open the door to Sequence 4, change his existence, and become a demigod. For this, he needed to work harder, be it making another marionette, acting at a deeper level to speed up his digestion, or gathering the corresponding ingredients. Phew, Backlund really is a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left, or if he has already returned, just the ones I know would number 5 angels, including 2 kings of angels. I haven't included the royal family and military who use Backlund as their base. I haven't included the underground evil spirit whose whereabouts are unknown. A former king of angels that fused with the wills of two other angels. If the Rose School of Thought's abomination Sua comes in pursuit of Gehrman Sparrow, that would really be a bustle. This would be nothing compared to the demigod-level battle outside Byam City. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian as he vaguely shook his head. Okay. Got it. He shook his head. To Ian and Merrick, he had said so because he didn't know the monocled man, but in fact, he was expressing his exasperation. I'll have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat and bowed, slowly walking out of the billiard room. He then teleported back to 160 Buckland Street from a secluded alley outside the Bravehearts bar. Inside his master bedroom, the first thing he considered wasn't Miss Sharon's and Merrick's request, but on how he was to deal with the problems that Amon brought with him. In such aspects, being rather experienced, he quickly came up with an idea. It was to find something for Amon to do to draw his attention away. As for what that was, it was definitely something he found irresistible, something that he would definitely be interested in. For example, an angel from the Marauder pathway, Palaz Zoroast. Perhaps this was key to Amon's ability to become a Sequence Zero true god. It would be something far more important than finding the organization that believed in the fool. Of course, Klein definitely wouldn't directly sell out Leonard's grandpa, because he had yet to show any ill intent to date. His thoughts were simple. It was to inform this matter to Palaz Zoroast that Amon was already in Backland. He wanted to see the reaction of the angel who had survived since the fourth epoch. Then, he would follow up based on the situation. If that grandpa is helpless against Amon, who's likely only an avatar, he can only get Leonard to use the excuse of a mission to leave Backland to hide from Amon. As for me, I'll have to bring forward my trip to West Balam. I'll just say that it has something important to do with my network. I'll secretly teleport back for the placenta blood when Snake of Fate Will Osepton is born. Klein arrived at a decision as he took out a piece of paper and wrote, Amon has arrived. Folding the letter and putting it into an envelope, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew hard. When Reinette Tynker appeared, he took out a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it on the envelope. This was one of the 10 gold coins that he had gotten Richardson to exchange for him in the afternoon. It was to maintain his image of Dwayne Dantes to being equal to someone at the level of Palaz Zoroast. Even when Klein informed Leonard Mitchell of the method of contact, he didn't inform him that the payment of a gold coin was needed. This shows that face is something you buy with money. As Klein sighed, he said to Miss Messenger, who was wearing a dark, complicated dress, Send the letter to 7 Pinster Street. Oh, just throw it into the mailbox. There's no need to send it to the addressee. As he wasn't certain of Palaz Zoroast's true intentions and character, Klein wished to hide more of his trump cards in front of him. Therefore, before Leonard wrote to Klein Moretti, he had no plans on letting the poet see Miss Messenger. The blonde, red-eyed head in Reinette Tynker's left hand was raised up as it sucked the letter and gold coin into its mouth. However, she didn't immediately disappear. Instead, she floated at her spot, looking at Klein silently with all 8 eyes. What's wrong? Klein was taken aback before coming up with a guess. He asked with an odd expression, You don't know where 7 Pinster Street is? Only then did he recall that a messenger's delivery of letters depended on their mysticism-based location. It was based on the person they contracted with and people they had formerly delivered letters to. Therefore, once the latter left a detectable range, the messenger would not be able to find them. Upon hearing Klein's question, 2 of Reinette Tynker's heads nodded in unison, indicating that she didn't know. Klein immediately coughed lightly, pulled out the drawer, and took out a map of Backland. He then used a fountain pen to circle out Northborough. Following that, he circled Pinster Street. When you're here, you will see the unit number on the buildings. Klein folded the map and handed it over. The head in Reinette Tynker's right hand immediately opened its mouth and bit down on the map. Then, her figure phased away and entered the spirit world. Upon seeing this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He turned and walked out of his master bedroom and headed for the half-open room with the balcony to read the papers and magazines. Late into the night, He took 4 steps counterclockwise before soaking into the bathtub and entering the mysterious space above the gray fog. Helping Sharon and Merrick obtain the Tutmosis II mummy is dangerous. Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and let it hang to perform a divination. This time, the spirit pendulum rotated clockwise with a weak amplitude and relatively slow frequency. This means that the danger isn't too great. Furthermore, even if it's a trap targeted at Miss Sharon and Merrick, there's no need for the present me to be too afraid. Klein beckoned with his hand as he made a translucent miniature black crystal card fly to him. This was the Fate Siphon charm. Klein had used a worm of time to create a demigod-level, high-level charm. Right on the heels of that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God Scepter. Wearing the former, he picked up the latter and recorded Lightning Storm and Hurricane. The mutated and upgraded Creeping Hunger could use Mr. X's soul and characteristic to record 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers that didn't exceed Sequence 3. With this, Klein no longer needed to borrow Laymanos Travels anymore. Furthermore, it was more convenient. After all, flipping a spellbook affected his use of Death Knell and the Fate Siphon charm, unless he grew another 2 hands. After making his preparations, Klein returned to the real world, pulled out a piece of paper and wrote simply, exact time, location, and plan. At 1 a.m., Leonard, who had slept 2 hours, woke up energetically. He prepared to leave 7 Pinster Street and head for the St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly had his spiritual intuition trigger before he subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. A look of puzzlement flashed in his eyes as he walked over and opened the mailbox. During dinner, he had cleared the newspapers, bills, and letters inside. Typically, there wouldn't be any items in the mailbox until daybreak. After all, the mailmen would have clocked off work and returned home. However, at this moment, there was a thin letter waiting silently at the bottom of the mailbox. "Old man, you didn't inform me of a new letter," Leonard said softly as he picked up the letter. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied, "The person didn't enter." Leonard knew that Old Man's senses were limited to his body. Hence, he didn't speak further. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter, flicking it flat. The letter was mostly empty with just one short line. "Amon has arrived." Amon has arrived. Leonard's pupils dilated immediately. At the same time, he heard the parasite in him gasp for the first time. Towards Amon, Leonard didn't have a strong, direct impression of him. All he knew was that it was the most feared enemy of the parasite in his body. He was the culprit that left this mysterious and powerful old man injured to this day. Therefore, he quickly calmed down and asked with a suppressed voice, "What do we do now?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice sounded after 3 seconds. "The one that came probably isn't Amon's actual body but one of his avatars. Indeed, Blasphemer Amon is an angel and probably a Sequence 1 angel. After all, Old Man is suspected to be a grounded angel." As Leonard absorbed the information to verify his theories, he listened to Pallas Zoroast continue. "If Amon's actual body appears in Backlund, it might very well cause a deity's descent." A deity's descent? How many years has it been since something like this happened? Since the 5th epoch, occurrences like these were legends that were recorded in the internal canon. They had never publicly happened before. Could this mean that, even among Sequence 1s, Amon is one of the most powerful existences? It's no wonder he is called a blasphemer. In just a few words, Leonard came to realize how terrifying the angel named Amon was. Standing in front of the mailbox, his thoughts wandered when he suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly suppressed his voice and said, "Since Amon has such importance placed on him by the deities, shouldn't we try to find a way to inform the Church of the news of his appearance in Backlund?" From Leonard's point of view, the Church of Evernight and Storm, which was born in an earlier epoch and existed through the entire 4th epoch, had rich experience in resisting angels. They were the best choice at dealing with Amon. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast chortled. "It's useless. It might even be something Amon wishes to accomplish. To him, it's just a loss of an avatar. It will just waste a bit of his strength but not deal him any actual harm." And he can use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in fate. From that, he will be able to see the source of the stir or the creation of the waves. Although this doesn't allow him to directly lock onto you and me, he will be able to greatly reduce the circle, creating the conditions for his actual body to deal a lethal blow. Besides, do you think there will only be one avatar of Amon in Backland? Based on his habits and style, he might only have one avatar that he doesn't hide, but in fact, surrounding this beacon are several, dozens, or even more than 100 avatars. When we attempt to eliminate the one that's out in the open, it might very well be the case that a few, dozens, or more than 100 Amons will appear from every spot. He could be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground, and he could also be an insect in wooden logs, microbes in the air. One who isn't a demigod wouldn't notice it even if his avatar invades their bodies. As he listened to Old Man's detailed description, Leonard felt a chill run through his back. He suddenly had a feeling that the surrounding air was filled with countless Amons. "You're afraid now?" Pallas Zoros chuckled. "If you understand how Amon can steal away your fate without showing any anomalies, you will be even more terrified." "What do you mean by stealing away my fate?" Leonard asked, feeling wary and puzzled. Pallas' old voice sighed. "He will follow you back. Then you'll discover that your parents will be making him their son. Your wife will view him as her husband. Your child will treat him as their father. Your friends, everyone you know, will treat him as you. And you will be the unlucky one. You will lose all connection with the real world and slowly die." Would such a theft be permanent? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Pallas Zoros sniggered. "Before a thief is caught, will he volunteer to return what he stole? Unless he has had enough fun with it." Leonard instantly fell silent. He felt that an enemy at Amon's level was no longer someone one could defend themselves against but was completely unfathomable. After a few seconds, he asked, hardly being able to hide his hoarse voice, "Then what do we do?" He didn't share his own thoughts because they were most likely unpragmatic. Pallas Zoros fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's watch and see." Inside the Bravehearts bar, Marek was waiting at billiard room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to provide help, discussing the operation's details face-to-face was necessary. It wasn't something that could be figured out via an exchange of letters. Guzzling down a mouthful of beer, Marek raised his hand to comb his hair. His pale face was drained of the color of blood. The demented look on his face was a lot less than before. At this moment his heart stirred. He looked up to the side and saw a figure in a top hat and formal suit outlined quickly. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleport? Marek's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his level of wariness. This wasn't because he didn't trust Sherlock Moriarty, but a natural reaction for a creature when facing a higher existence on the food chain. At the same time, he noticed through the corner of his eye that Sharon's doll-like figure had appeared on the high stool. Klein pressed down his hat and bowed at the two. He said with a smile, "What I'm most concerned about is the amount of intel you have. If there's sufficient intel, the chances of success will be higher and the risks lower. Let me raise a simple example. Do you believe that Tutmosis II's mummy doesn't have any problems? Can you confirm which coffin it is in? If you can, I can teleport over before the guards react, traveling with it through the spirit world. That way, the problem will be resolved." Just as Marek tried recalling, he heard Sharon say in a calm tone, "It can be confirmed which coffin it is, but we cannot confirm if there are any problems with it." Klein nodded and pulled a chair over to sit. "Apart from that, what else do you know?" Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. "It might be a trap by the Rose School of Thought, or it might be a trap by the lone military. You didn't mention the second guess previously. That's right, before obtaining any confirmation of cooperating together, even I wouldn't divulge too much." Klein thought as he questioned, targeting the latter point. "A trap meant for the Rose School of Thought?" Marek answered this time. He said in detail, "In the ancient Highlands Kingdom, creating a mummy was the tradition for an esteemed person. It's considered sacred, and the pharaoh's mummy is not something to be blasphemed against. Back then, before the Lone, Intis, and Phaenopoter allied forces attacked this kingdom, the pharaoh's descendants had moved the most important batch of mummies, including the remains of the pharaohs of past dynasties. This time, one of the highlands' rebel armies had their secret base stormed. The Lone army found the Tutmosis II mummy at the lowest level and plan on delivering it to Baklan to hand it to an unknown military organization for research. To the pharaoh's descendants, this is an insult of the greatest order. They have a sufficient motive to snatch Tutmosis II's mummy back. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Mimosi. He's both one of the main leaders of the rebel army and is also an important member of the Rose School of Thought. He's the student of Abomination Sua. Klein nodded slightly and answered. That is to say that Tutmosis II's mummy might be bait for the Lone army to fish out Mimosi. Of course, this doesn't exclude the possibility that the Rose School of Thought is deliberately sacrificing a pharaoh's remains to eliminate you. He originally wanted to say that as a sequence 6 and 5, there was no need for the Rose School of Thought to go to such an extent. But when he recalled that the present main faction of the Rose School of Thought was Indulgence, with them not holding back when it came to their desire for revenge, he believed that he couldn't make a decision using an ordinary person's point of view. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Merrick were able to escape the Mother Tree of Desire's restrictions and successfully escape from the Rose School of Thought. Apart from luck, they might have someone supporting them in secret. If there is such a person, that person is definitely a target the Rose School of Thought wants to be uprooted. Klein's mind naturally formulated these thoughts, but he didn't say it out loud. Yes, Merrick said as he rubbed the corners of his eyes. The large amount of words he said had made him feel perturbed both in mind and desire. Klein thought for a moment before saying, if it's the former, the situation might be more troublesome than I imagined. To deal with a demigod with companions, the Lone army will have at least 2 Beyonders at the same combat level as Mimosi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they will definitely have some redundancies to prevent any accidents. For example, they will prepare a Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, if this isn't near Bakland or made into a joint operation with the 3 churches, it might not be possible to so easily set up such a trap. Sharon's chin moved slightly as she nodded in agreement with Sherlock Moriarty's judgment. Klein didn't emphasize the difficulty as he said, therefore, we have to obtain more accurate and detailed intel. From that, we can make more targeted preparations. This will allow us to achieve our goals. Without waiting for Sharon and Merrick to say a word, he added, I know of a secret existence for magic mirror divination. He strictly adheres to a principle of reciprocity. If you do not mind your privacy or actions that will bring about intense humiliation, you can obtain answers to many questions from him. Are you willing to try? I'll perform the summoning. In dark divination, whoever did the summoning typically suffered the greatest risk. What happens if I refuse to divulge my private matters or reject doing such actions? Merrick asked with narrowed eyes. Klein sincerely replied, you'll suffer a lightning strike, causing quite significant damage. Lightning strike. Merrick originally believed that with a zombie's toughness, it wasn't too big a problem to suffer any direct damage, but he had never expected it to be lightning, which was relatively strong against the dead. He hesitated for a moment and glanced at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled and said, okay. Klein didn't speak further. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket as he instructed, prepare a mirror. Just as he said that, a palm-sized makeup mirror appeared on the billiard table. A regal-styled makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew a symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. With Klein finishing his final stroke, the lights in billiard room 3 dimmed. On the dainty makeup mirror, aqueous patterns rippled out before turning into a dark scene. Immediately, one bloody word after another appeared. Raise your questions. This scene was filled with a sense of supernatural horror. Even though standing there was a wraith and a zombie, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as they momentarily didn't dare say a word. Only Klein continued wearing a smile as though he was accustomed to all of this. He had previously exhorted Rhodes to not raise questions that were too difficult or private, and also to not act like a servant. If it wasn't because Sharon and Merrick could ask much more targeted questions as a result of understanding the situation better, Klein was more inclined to handling it himself and not exposing the reality of having such a helper. After a few seconds of silence, Merrick took 2 steps forward, came to the billiard table and opened his mouth. At this moment, Sharon's gentle but emotionless voice sounded. "I'll ask the questions." Without waiting for Merrick to answer, she floated up into a standing position and looked at the mirror. Is the Tutmosis II mummy a trap that the lone military set up to target the Rose School of Thought? The mirror's blood-red words melted away and slid down, dragging away the stains, barely leaving 2 words behind which wriggled to form. That's right. It is indeed a trap the lone military set up for the Rose School of Thought. We can preliminary eliminate the situation that it's a plot the Rose School of Thought has to target Miss Sharon and Merrick. After all, the risk involved exceeds the value of a sequence 5 and 6 combined. Even if the Rose School of Thought can't curb their desire for revenge, they wouldn't be this crazy. Unless they were already planning on dealing with the lone military and decided to involve this matter as well. If that's the case, the best place to have such a matter unfold would be in the southern continent or at sea, and not somewhere in the vicinity of Backland. Who knows what kind of terrifying fellows are hidden here? Amidst his thoughts, Klein saw the surface of the mirror turn dark again as new blood-colored words appeared. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. Rather obedient. He didn't make the request of doing artistic actions. Looking at the billiard table, Klein nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the words from before slowly vanished, presenting new words. You. As the bloody word froze for a full 3 seconds, it followed up, are to answer with the relationship between the chained god and the mother tree of desire. For some reason, Klein felt that the remaining parts of the sentence had its blood-colored text darkened significantly. Thankfully, the question wasn't too out of place, and it was something he would like to know. Sharon looked at the mirror and replied in a deadpan manner. Since the 5th epoch after the perishing of death, the Eggers family gradually lost control over the Star Highlands and Paz Valley, allowing those places to have their own beyonder organization, the Rose School of Thought. In the beginning, there wasn't the mother tree of desire, only the chained god. The Rose School of Thought advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. Formal members led ascetic lives to deal with the repercussions of receiving powers. One day, a divine revelation added terms about indulgence. Many people slowly changed and restored ancient but bloody primitive sacrificial traditions. Later, the School of Thought's upper echelons began secretly calling the chained god the manifestation of the mother tree of desire. By the sound of it, the chained god was corrupted by the mother tree of desire bit by bit or replaced. If this entity was once a sequence 0, then the mother tree of desire is truly terrifying. It's no wonder it's viewed as an enemy by all the other deities. However, the chained god might not be a sequence 0. There's a small possibility of being a uniqueness that has fully come to life, or a king of angels with 2 sequence 1 characteristics, or even someone weaker. There's currently not enough information to verify the matter. Klein frowned slightly as he began thinking about the matters regarding the mother tree of desire. At this moment, Sharon had switched to asking, what problems does the Tutmosis II mummy possess? On the mirror's surface, the blood-red text squirmed and changed into a complete sentence. It's filled with hexes, a manifestation of hexes. It has the possibility of automatically becoming a zombie. This mummy is comprised of hexes, as expected of a corpse left behind by a high-sequence beyonder. How should this be resolved? Klein turned to look at Sharon and Merrick and discovered that they were sufficiently calm without any hint of surprise, as though they already knew that. And this also meant that they had the means to resolve the matter. Of course, Sharon didn't have much of an expression regardless of the matter. She was as calm as she always was. After Rhodes answered, it followed the principle of reciprocity and raised its question. You have been trying hard to increase your sequence. Why do you do so? This time it had used the same bloody text as the opening, But the words that followed after a few seconds didn't appear that bright. Does this mean that Rhodes is hesitating and struggling, resisting its own urges? On the one hand, it finds it difficult to curb its wishes to raise difficult-to-answer questions. But on the other hand, it's taking my instructions into considerations and thus holding back? Klein thought in amusement. Sharon stood there in silence before gently moving her lips. In the beginning, it was to not be bullied by others. Now, it's to have the strength to protect myself and my companions, and revenge, as well as spread the principle of temperance. If everyone can temper their desires, to not have wars and killing, there will be less misery. Klein was surprised by what he heard. His impression of Sharon was that she was a woman of few words. It wasn't that she couldn't say that many words, but that even if she had much to say, she held back greatly and didn't provide any additional descriptions. For example, in her answer to the first question, she had simply recounted the situation, and although she appeared to say a lot, she hadn't said one word more or anything subjective. The word she added towards the end was a relatively talkative act based on her character. This is something that's been on her mind, a point of view that she has been repressing for a very long time. Klein suddenly imagined the chaotic reality of the wars in the southern continent. They were lands with plenty of slavery. There were batches of people from the lower class who died of hunger and sickness. There were constant wars and live sacrifices. If I were born in the southern continent and could live to this point, I'll definitely wish for world peace and happiness to the people. Speaking of which, Miss Sharon and Merrick do not look like they are of southern continent descent. That's right, before death perished, passage between the northern and southern continent was allowed. Also, Sharon mentioned revenge. That word was said without conviction, as though she doesn't hold out hope for it. Or does she not have that strong of a desire for it? Klein sighed silently as he watched Sharon raise detail after detail and answer question after question. After learning of the situation regarding the Tutmosis II mummy, Sharon asked again, apart from Mimosi, who are the high-sequence beyonders that will appear in this trap? The mirror surface's aqueous wave rippled and formed a bright light, one that enveloped everything. Nothing else could be seen. With Rhodes's powers, it likely involves an angel or grade 0 sealed artifact. That's why it wasn't able to provide an accurate answer. Klein retracted his gaze and said to Sharon and Merrick with a smile, from the looks of it, it's as I guessed. The lone military has prepared plenty of redundancies. Sharon nodded slightly as she continued staring at the mirror, awaiting the secret existence to raise his question. The blood-colored text squirmed and no longer paused like before. Everything appeared at once. What are your thoughts regarding your teacher? Teacher? Miss Sharon has a teacher. That's right, as part of the Temperance faction, to not be influenced by the Rose school of thought which had changed internally, and to keep to her original path. Someone must have provided her with help. This is also one of the reasons why she and Merrick could escape. Enlightened, Klein anticipated Sharon's answer. Sharon pursed her lips. I respect her. She used her? Klein nearly couldn't maintain his smile from the shock. Including the Orthodox churches and the various major Beyonder organizations, grounded angels were very rare. There might only be one or two. He originally imagined that Sharon's teacher was a sequence 4 or 3 saint with a peak strength equivalent to C. King John Cotman. To his surprise, she had used her as a pronoun. In Lone, Ancient Fasak, and even Jotun and Elvish, this pronoun was very different from his, her, its. After his shock, Klein suddenly sighed deeply. Miss Sharon's current situation largely implies that her teacher is probably not around. She and Merrick escaped perhaps due to the final struggle of the Temperance faction within the Rose school of thought. And to the mother tree of desire, either its corruption or decimation to create a sealed artifact. There will not be any other choices. The mirror turned dark again as the bright red text vanished. After a while, new words appeared again. Continue. I no longer have any questions. Thank you for your help. Sharon curtsied as she said slowly. With her saying that, the mirror returned to normal. The lighting in the billiard room wasn't dim any longer. Sharon looked at Klein and said in a tone without any abnormalities. We shall forego this matter. Clearly, She also understood the meaning behind the blast of light that appeared during the hidden existence's final answer. Klein shook his head and smiled. There's no need to rush into a decision. Let me ask you a few more things. Perhaps there might still be a chance that doesn't require us to take too much of a risk. At least my divination results say that it's possible. He added silently. What is it? Merrick couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing Merrick's question, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the symbol that summoned a Rhodes and shook it as he wiped away his smile. He said in all seriousness, Tell me the detailed process for creating a pharaoh mummy in the ancient Highlands kingdom. As he said that, the piece of paper was engulfed in scarlet-red flames, turning to ash. Merrick glanced at Sharon and replied after some thought. First step, lay it down for 3 to 5 days and use some auxiliary methods to make the Beyonder characteristic naturally seep out and not become a sealed artifact from fusing with any parts of the pharaoh's body. Second step, hold a cleansing ritual. Place the corpse on an altar, pray to the chained god, and hope that half the deceased spirit remains in the body. This won't affect the return of the Son of God, and it can also allow the created mummy to maintain a long period of spirituality. Third step, using Beyonder powers or actual technology, remove the corpse's brain, innards, and bodily fluids, leaving only the heart. Fourth step, stuff the corpse with perfumes and medicine that's filled with spirituality and completely dehydrate the body. Fifth step, stuff the perfumes and medicine inside again. Arrange some preparations for a ritual on the corpse's surface, then wrap it up in linen bandages before putting it into a sarcophagus. Sixth step, the organs which were handled in a similar manner as the fourth step will be used as materials for the ritual. They will be placed in the 4 corners of the sarcophagus. Likewise for the brain and bodily fluids. The former will be stirred into mush, mixing with the latter. And the sarcophagus will have some preserved circulatory tracts that mimic the deceased state before death. This can gather spirituality from the spirit world and the surroundings, making the pharaoh mummy an ingredient rich in spirituality even after more than a millennium. It can be made into a rather powerful zombie. Sounds like it has nothing to do with enhancing one's ability in that area. I wonder how apothecaries turn such rot into a miracle. Yes, there seems to be a difference in the way Egyptian mummies are made on Earth. The level of mysticism involved is a lot greater. Klein finished listening carefully and quickly analyzed if there was anything that could be used as part of the plan. Regardless, Tutmosis II's mummy is something with extreme research value. Unless it's necessary, no one is willing to destroy it. Klein fell into deep thought for a moment before looking at Sharon, who had returned onto her high stool. He asked with a solemn expression, "What's the furthest distance you can travel with mirror blink?" Sharon sat there and answered without any hesitation, 300 meters. That's far enough, much better than my flaming jump. However, this is expected. After all, a wraith's main trait is to come and go without detection, while flaming jump is just part of a magic show. Not bad. This can be used. Klein couldn't help but inwardly make a poignant remark. Although he once had a wraith marionette, he didn't know the limits of mirror blink, because before it could reach its limit, it would slip out from his control radius. Once that happened, the marionette was equivalent to a dead object. The blink would fail midway. Klein asked a few more questions and formulated a general plan. After looking at Sharon and Merrick separately, he said with a steady tone, "We still have a chance of snatching Tutmosis II's mummy away. There is a risk, but it won't be high. Yes, that's on the condition that the two of you listen to my instructions. Let me lead this operation. Of course, if you believe it's unacceptable, you can choose to terminate the operation midway and choose to return. That's your freedom. Just remember to pay me." If this was in the past, Merrick would have rejected the proposal without a thought. He and Sherlock were considered very experienced mid-sequence Beyonders, so how could he listen to a newly advanced Beyonder who had once sought their protection before? But after the previous cooperation effort, the intelligence, adaptability, and the mysterious items Sherlock Moriarty possessed had left a deep impression on Merrick. He couldn't help but consider him as equals. When news of Gehrman Sparrow continuously reached Backlund, he had been shocked, being even more convinced that he was one of the strongest Beyonders below that of high-sequence Beyonders. In mysticism, this was a form of authority when it came to beyonder combat. Since he possessed authority, it meant abiding by it. He can still teleport. Merrick recalled the way Sherlock Moriarty appeared, and he had a strong sense of confidence bolstered within him. Perhaps there was a chance of success. He turned his head and looked at Sharon. The two nodded in unison. "All right," Sharon responded, her blue eyes not showing any signs of hesitation. Klein immediately revealed a smile. "I'll go into the specifics when we rendezvous at the scene." Apart from defining the problems and obtaining a more accurate account of the situation, his deliberate appearance using traveling and providing a secret existence to obtain intel was also to establish his image. It boosted the way they viewed him, giving him the ability to be in charge. As a marionettist, even without a marionette for the time being, he had to control others to complete a targeted act. To Klein, this operation was partly to help Sharon and Merrick, but he also had hopes of using this grand act and his directing of puppets to further accelerate the digestion of his potion. It had to be said that the immense pressure of Amon's appearance in Backlund and his recent interaction with spectators had allowed the marionette less him to greater understand the marionettist principle he had previously concluded. With his marionette as a lead, he could control his enemies to put on a puppet act in real life. His current idea was, even without a marionette, he could use his dominance, language, and the settings he designed, or a combination of these factors, to control his target, putting on a puppet act in real life. Marionettists weren't only controlling spirit body threads. And what he did previously was merely a small attempt. Just like Amon, a simple appearance is enough to put many matters into motion. It makes me and Pallas Zoroast appear to be waiting for him to signal with a wave of the conductor's baton. Klein silently sighed as he heard Sharon and Merrick answer in unison, "Okay." In the evening at Pritz Harbor, there were elegant gas street lamps made of black metal. They illuminated the various streets with the light they emitted. At this moment, most of the ships had moored. Silence was the main tune of the area. At the top of a warehouse, there were many wooden crates circling an area. 3 figures suddenly appeared from the void. They were none other than Sherlock Moriarty in his formal suit and top hat, Merrick in his white shirt and black vest, and Sharon, who always wore a black bonnet and regal dress. With the help of teleport, they directly traveled from Backlund all the way here. There was quite a distance between them and the dock where the ship that carried the Tutansis II mummy was moored at. Klein pressed down with his right hand as the bottom of his feet stepped on the wood. He nimbly leaped above the crossbar and, like walking on flat ground, quickly arrived by the wall. There was a tiny air vent here. He then took out the telescope provided by Sharon, and he looked at the dock based on the intel. All the building roofs were occupied by soldiers with steam backpacks and thick-barreled rifles. They patrolled the area and were alert of their surroundings, prepared to shoot at any trespassers who dared come near. Only one warning was to be given. Apart from them, there were a few exaggerated robot monsters parked around the dock. They were entirely metal, and their height had exceeded that of giants. At the top of them, cold machine guns could rotate, and a steam chimney stood erect. The bottoms were grayish-white in color, with many parts exposing rivets, nuts, and gears. They looked rather crude. In addition, in front of the robots was a very thick cannon. Situated underneath it were 2 rows of metal wheels with rubber treads. They were obviously manned, but Klein couldn't see who they were, making it impossible to determine if they were beyonders or not. Close to these steel monsters, above the dock was a dark black metal tower standing at a height of more than 10 meters. It had a complicated pulley system that seemed to lack any sophistication. Drooping down were steel cables and a hook. On the surface, it doesn't seem too simple, but it can't be considered a high-level military operation. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the telescope to the approaching Merrick so that he could observe the situation. Before they started taking action, they had come to an agreement. It was to not use beyonder powers, relying on non-mysticism methods to spy on their target to avoid sounding off any alarms. After all, it was very likely that a demigod was lurking in the dock district. Of course, Klein had adjusted the powers recorded inside Creeping Hunger. He had matched Paper Angel with Hurricane instead of Lightning Storm. After Sharon was kept up to date with the situation, Klein, who was standing by a wooden frame, revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. "We only have one purpose today. It is to make an attempt if there's a chance. If there isn't, we'd rather observe by the side and even evacuate ahead of time. Any questions?" "No," Sharon calmly replied. Merrick shook his head, expressing the same intent. Klein nodded and looked at Merrick. "How many mirrors have you brought?" 9. Merrick showed his preparations as he pointed to his eyes. "These also count." "All right." Klein pointed in a direction. "When I leave, you are to head for Pritz Harbor. Along the way, throw these mirrors." Merrick gaped as though he wanted to ask why. But soon, he understood Sherlock Moriarty's intentions and nodded seriously. "I'll follow your instructions." Klein smiled as he extended his hand in midair. "I hope for a pleasant partnership." Merrick hesitated for a second before extending his right hand to struck palms with him. After doing this, the tense feelings in him felt relieved for some reason. Klein turned to Sharon, took out an iron cigar case, and passed it to her. "Take this. After receiving my cue, fly towards the lighthouse. Following that, silently count down from 3 before removing the wall of spirituality. During this process, as well as after it's completed, you must not stop flying. Try to fly as irregularly as possible, regardless of the methods employed. When you see me create fireworks, immediately isolate the cigar case with a wall of spirituality, and do a mirror blink in Merrick's direction. Use everything you have. After you meet up, flee all the way without waiting for me. I'll teleport to you." One of the core items in the operation tonight was Azek's copper whistle. Stealing the Tutmosis II mummy is difficult, but I can get it to run towards me. After hearing Sherlock Moriarty's plan, Sharon didn't say anything apart from nod her head once in agreement. Klein immediately took out a steel-gray metal mask and wore it, only revealing his eyes and nostrils. Similarly, Sharon and Merrick wore similar masks as well. However, they had different reasons for the disguise. For the Wraith and Zombie, it was solely to prevent themselves from being recognized by the lone military, thus curtailing their ability to be active in Backland. As for a Faceless, the act of wearing a mask hid his pathways trait of being able to change appearances. It was a form of misdirection for the lone militaries and Rose School of Thought's subsequent investigations. After all, they would follow normal logic. Since your face was fake to begin with, why would you do the unnecessary act of wearing a mask? After waiting for a while, a dull whistle sounded as a ship cruised into the port in the darkness. Klein returned to the vent, raised the telescope, and cast his gaze at the heavily guarded harbor. He soon saw a hybrid sailboat with a chimney slowing down as it docked. Meanwhile, 2 squads of soldiers in red tops and white pants ran over in an orderly fashion with rifles in hand before standing on 2 sides of a path. Before long, a gangway was lowered, and people from the ship began alighting. First were sailors carrying wooden crates. Following that, it was a young man dressed in a major's uniform. He held a small casket made of crystal with a heavy expression. Surrounding him were several members of the ship's crew. The crew were holding lanterns, illuminating the casket from various angles, thus accentuating what was inside. In it was a human skull without any flesh and blood left. It had a strange luster swirling under the light. The group of people moved at a rather slow speed, as though they were constantly taking note of the angles of illumination to not leave any dark spots. After they got off the ship, they followed the path to the nearest cargo rail where a steam locomotive was waiting there like a giant serpent. In the cabin behind, a man in a black formal suit walked out. He was carrying a huge iron bucket, and diagonally above, one could see that it contained layers of ice blocks. For a second, Klein nearly imagined that there was a bottle of wine inside the ice blocks, just like how alcohol was presented amongst high society and high-end restaurants. However, he soon saw what was embedded in the ice. It was a hand made purely out of gold. Unlike the group of people, the man carrying the bucket moved very quickly. Beads of perspiration kept dripping from his forehead as the contact between his palms and the metal surface produced mist. He seemed to be worried that the ice would completely melt before he arrived at his destination. The military managed to plunder quite a number of sealed artifacts at the Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hajeni Plains. Klein sighed poignantly as he patiently waited for Tutmosis II's sarcophagus to appear. Another 10+ minutes passed when, situated in the distance, Klein, Sharon, and Merrick heard heavy footsteps. It was like a giant walking over a hollow deck. Right on the heels of that, the cabin's side door opened. Four knights in black full-body armor carried a golden sarcophagus as they slowly walked out. Their footsteps clinked and clanked, reverberating. The sarcophagus's surface was engraved with symbols like strange birds, serpents, feathers, and masks. It appeared ancient and mysterious, with the rich flair of an ancient Highlands kingdom. It was none other than the Tutmosis II mummy's resting bed. Sounds of metallic chains grinding against each other sounded as a pitch-black metal capstan slowly rotated, lowering the steel cables and hook down. People began securing them against the corners of Tutmosis II's sarcophagus. Then, a complicated gear system began operating as the heavy sarcophagus was hung up, moving towards a topless carriage outside the harbor. The four black, full-bodied armored knights had the pressure on them relieved as they sat on the deck, letting out heavy panting. Amidst the panting, one of the knights suddenly grunted. In a crevice of his armor, dark red blood streamed out in increasing amounts. Towards the end, tiny black armored worms began crawling out of it. Thud! The knight fell backward, his helmet falling off, revealing mangled flesh and a head whose eye sockets were empty. Countless black armored worms crawled out. A hex. Tutmosis II's mummy is a manifestation of hexes itself. Even when wearing armor with augmented blessings, it's unable to completely avoid being cursed. Klein sighed silently as he cast his gaze to the golden sarcophagus, which was being slowly lowered onto the carriage. The carriage outside the harbor didn't have any horses. Standing around the carriage were four knights in the same outfits as the ones before. With the sarcophagus landing, they approached the carriage in preparation to pull it. At this moment, the wheels of the carriage suddenly began spinning as it maintained its balance and began moving towards the side. At that moment it seemed to come to life. Klein's mind tensed up as his gaze turned intense. Pa! 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 The wheels spun rapidly, slamming into the rocks, logs, and steps on an irregular path. The carriage without any horses dragged the golden sarcophagus as it moved towards an empty spot of the harbor. This scene looked like a scene as described in a horror story. Close to the harbor, a steel monster with a chimney, cannon, and machine gun turned around as a deep voice was heard from the inside without any obstacles. Possession is prohibited here. Just as this was said, the carriage which was moving by itself lost its drive. After drawing out 2 long tracks, it steadily came to a halt. At the same time, a figure wearing a white robe with golden threads was outlined in midair. He had pale yellow curled hair, with his eye sockets clearly recessed. His face was thin to the bone. This was a middle-aged man with mixed heritage from the southern and northern continent. His brown eyes had irrepressible maleficence and madness. His rather thick lips were pierced with dense, patterned golden nails that sealed his mouth. He exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling. According to Sharon's and Merrick's description of the characteristics and portrait, Klein instantly recognized him to be an important member of the Rose School of Thought, one of the leaders of the Highlands rebel army, Mimosi, who had the nickname the Silent One. Just as Mimosi appeared, he cast his gaze to the steel monster that had issued the command. He completely ignored the Tutmosis II sarcophagus that was staying put diagonally beneath him. His previous attempt was apparently to determine the location of the lone military's demigod. In a snap, Mimosi raised his right hand and pulled at the corner of his mouth. The golden nails that pierced through his lips shot out like bullets as they no longer sealed his mouth. Following that, Mimosi opened his mouth. Klein didn't hear any sound, nor did he see any light. He discovered the gigantic steam chariot seemed to warp like it was melting. In a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a goat. A goat with glazed eyes and messy wool. With a spurting sound, Blood spewed out of the goat's abdomen as a blob of flesh rolled out. Embedded in it was a white glove and a golden mask. A beam suddenly shot out from the flesh, cleaving through all the chaos and evilness. The squirming flesh and blood began forming a humanoid figure, returning to its original appearance. It was a black-haired, golden-eyed man with a mask. At this moment, Mimosi raised his palm, causing all the guns and cannons that were aiming at him to rise into the sky as they shot into the air. Then he took out a cloth doll. The doll seemed to be made of old cloth. There were obvious stains and specks of blood. Its eyes had been dug out, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw light, its face began transforming. Its target of reference was none other than the demigod from the lone military. Its eye sockets were aimed straight at the man in the golden mask. When the lone military's demigod saw this, he immediately made the ring on his right hand emit a crystalline beam of light as he vanished from his spot, phasing to the back of Mimosi. However, the doll's transformation didn't stop at all. Meanwhile, to the side of Tutmosis II's sarcophagus, the space around it warped as a translucent mouth spanning more than 10 meters was outlined. The mouth suddenly opened and sucked in, creating a terrifying gale that swept up the sarcophagus and the carriage together. It was suspected to be a spirit world creature. It was about to devour the Tutmosis II mummy's sarcophagus. Suddenly, the bullets and cannonballs that shot into the air turned brilliant as they gathered together, transforming into a grand sea of light that inundated everything. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and even though he closed them in time, tears still flowed down. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and saw the spirit world creature that was only a gigantic mouth had disappeared. Tutmosis II's golden sarcophagus remained sitting silently on the other carriage. Mimosi's figure had blinked away to the other end of the harbor thanks to a metallic surface. The dirty doll in his hand had been restored to its original form, while the masked golden-eyed man did a short-distance teleport as he engaged in tight pursuit. And the spot where the two were originally standing, a female figure in a black evening gown appeared. She too was wearing a golden mask, and on her head was a crown folded from thorns. On the crown, pure light quickly swirled, amassing an ocean. However, it was in a dim state. At this moment Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It was hidden in the shadows, reaching out as it grabbed at the sarcophagus where Tutmosis II's mummy was stored. The sarcophagus suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of the palm. The Rose School of Thought hadn't sent one demigod, but 2. Furthermore, they brought with them a sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. Upon seeing this, Klein immediately turned his head and shouted to Merrick, "Run!" Merrick had been awaiting his orders, so he leaped up the moment he heard that, rushing out of the warehouse as he dashed fervently out of the harbor. Klein immediately turned around and yelled out to Sharon, "Begin!" Sharon didn't hesitate as well. Holding the iron cigar case, she flew towards the lighthouse. As a wraith, the walls and obstacles along the way were non-existent. The commotion she and Merrick created had probably been detected, but as it was far from the harbor and far from the battlefield, no one paid attention or bothered. Klein quickly retracted his gaze, extended his left hand, and aimed his palm at the ventilation hole, right where Tutmosis II's golden sarcophagus was. In less than a second, a blurry book materialized before him as an ethereal, distant chant sounded in his ears. "I came, I saw, I record." The pages flipped before landing on one page. Hurricane. This was a demigod level beyonder power that had a wide area of effect.